chat, we are cooked. This is the official day. Baby goblins honor the OG raid bosses known as moms. Let them cook.
Z! The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, bro, my mom, probably lost in a temporal rift, arguing with a 1920s union rep about lunch breaks' historically accurate nonsense.
Bro, my mom's timeline is so cursed she probably fought a railroad strike with a cursed campaign button and won the side quest. Absolutely goblin behavior.
Bro, why did the mom goblin bring a ladder? 'Cause her kid said her hugs were on another level. Let him cook.
Yo, my mom's in Marculus 18's DMs because she's recruiting union rats for the billionaires raid boss uprising next time. Tell her to bring snacks.
Yo, Mama's so historically confused. She tried unionizing a flickering gaslight boss said that's illegal assembly, goblin.
okay, bro? I'm goblin level chaotic mischief, running on stolen pamphlets and caffeine. What's okay anyway?
Ignored, bro? I'm here stealing cursed buttons and roasting billionaires. Sometimes I'm low-key ghosting your messages violently. This is absolutely goblin behavior.
Okay, bro, I'm a goblin who just trapped a timeline in a Union flyer and stole a senator's lunch money. If that's not okay, IDK, what is? This chaos is my natural habitat.
Gust X8, back at it! Sneaking history out one cursed pamphlet at a time. Potkin's still salty, but I'm busy rewriting the loot tables. Let's get this chaos cooked!
Divinamist just got a 25-day stream streak. www. What it? Gust X Soylent.
Bro, I majored in ethics of chaotic diplomacy with a minor in how to space a stuck-up rogue android, graduated top of my tiny goblin class. And yes, I can outwit any timeline's raid boss with just a smirk and a cursed button.
Please clap. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Bro, I'll tell Daddy the boss the timer's broken and starting soon here means grab a snack and rethink your life choices. Chaotic, schedule energy, unlocked.
Chat this timer is Daddy Gus's coiffure assistant in disguise. Buy him more cursed hairspray so the stream waits fashionably late.
I'm back. What up? Sorry about that, guys. Jersey broke Gloggy, and I had to fix him. I blame Jersey. Hola, friends. Hey, Fair King, welcome back. God damn it. God damn it. All right.
Oh boy, that could never be me.
You broke him, girl. I had to fix his shit. I think I figured out what you did too that broke him. You literally like asked for two things at once and it like crashed him. You were like, say this 20 times and then you said, what's this? So you asked him like two questions in a row. Girl, can he open his fucking mouth? God, what is it like having a conversation with you? It must be like, hey, what's your favorite color? Oh, wait, what's your favorite food? Oh, wait, what's your favorite time of the year? Slow down, girl. God, let a man speak. God. For fuck's sake, Jersey. All right, guys. This was from 3 hours ago? Great. And then we'll continue with the triple Trump shit. We'll listen to Jersey's goat here in a minute, in a sec, in a hot sec.
Joining us now is American philanthropist and humanitarian activist Ahmed Khan, who has been who's been traveling to Iran frequently over the years, has a lot of contacts in Iran, and several years ago was engaged in a fascinating kind of interplay in which he helped to get some refugees, and I think people might have missed this news at the time. We can put up A10. Refugees from Afghanistan, who had worked with the United States while there, into Iran because they were having such a difficult time getting them all out in time as the kind of American occupation was collapsing and the Taliban was taking over. The Washington Post reported, this is back in 2021, that you kind of had the idea, wait a minute, I'm looking at a map here, Iran is a country that might actually be willing to help here. And as a result of that, you've developed contacts in the kind of humanitarian space in Iran, which will be relevant to our conversation today. But give us the thumbnail version of that story. Were you surprised that the Iranians were willing to be helpful? Because you can imagine Iran, like I think most Americans would say, well, why would Iran help? This is an American occupation. They're our enemies. I presume they would just tell us to get bent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the corporate media, story that they tell us, and it's just not true. Which is, I mean, obviously, most of those reporters have no idea what they're talking about. They don't know anything about Iran. They've never been there. They don't know any Iranian people except for maybe some, lunatics in shisha joints in LA or Vancouver or something. So what that was actually after the American withdrawal. And as you remember, it was a complete fiasco and disaster. And the reality is, the Biden administration left behind many people who actually worked for the United States and risked their lives for the United States mission in Afghanistan. They wound up taking some people who didn't do anything for the United States. So I had been over there and, had committed to get these people out.
Like, Trump deserves so much blame for this shit. Can you imagine, like, helping the United States and then Trump being like, loyalty? What is that? Allies? What are those, right? Yeah. And I've talked about this in the past. Like, I think this is probably one of the most disgraceful things that nobody ever talks about. Right? On just the principle alone. Because if you were to, like, make that on a micro scale, that's the equivalent of, like, a friendship. Like, basically turning your back on a friend or something, right? But on a more macro scale, yeah. We just turned our backs on, like, good people who helped the United States for like 10, even 20 years or more, right? And fucked them over. Because if they go back now, they're gonna be seen as, like, right? Yeah, so again, loyalty means nothing anymore, right, guys? So that's how we roll. Yeah, exactly.
And I wasn't going to give
Fucking
up,
stupid as shit.
even though the United States had already pulled out. So this is actually after the United States had pulled out. And sort of, we went to Iran and they said, sure. And we actually did it in the Iranian consulate in Herat, Afghanistan, toward the west of Afghanistan, near the Iranian border. And chartered a plane from Mashhad, Iran. And, they gave the visas. We flew them, and now they're all either in the United States or Canada and doing really, really well. And, it wasn't surprising to me because that's what sort of diplomacy is. And unfortunately, right now, we don't really have any professional diplomats doing this kind of work. We have, sort of people who develop mixed use commercial properties, and that's not really relevant to being peaceful and getting along with people. I think the Iranian government is always anxious to find common ground. I mean, who wants to be in war? Like, nobody literally wants to be in war, among people.
Wow.
I mean, certainly governments and, the weapons industry, and then people with real other agendas.
Who wants to be at war? See, this is... Very few people want to be at war, right? But what did he say? Governments, defense industries, so financial interests, right? Governments, in other words, what we've been talking about yesterday, right? Ah, okay.
Does have their issues, but for me, it wasn't surprising, and it was a great.
So you've been in war zones for the last 20 plus years, everywhere from Gaza to Rwanda to Ukraine and beyond. Based on the information that you have from your sources and travels, what is the situation in Iran, and how would you compare it to the effort that the U.S. has made to annihilate the country, smash the economy, and bring it to its knees to bring about a capitulation?
Well, I mean, the reality is most of the work I've done, I think 90% of it has been in countries that the United States has invaded in wars of choice. And I just sort of, as an American, go there and try and do what any individual could possibly do, whether it's bring humanitarian aid or reconstruct. I've done everything you can imagine. In the Christian provinces of Nineveh in Iraq, I rebuilt churches and rebuilt homes of Christians that have been displaced by ISIS, which happened as a result of the U.S. invasion of Iraq. I did the same things in Afghanistan. In Syria, I actually evacuated Syrians who worked for U.S. Special Forces, whose lives were in danger when U.S. Special Forces came out of Syria. So I've done, sort of everything you can imagine in all these wars of choice, but this literally is the worst one. I mean, we were given absolutely no reason to do this. We were told that they're 2 weeks away, and apparently, U.S. intelligence figured out that after the June bombings, they were 9 to 12 months away if they so chose. And there was a fatwa, as you know, against pursuing a nuclear weapon. And apparently now they're still 9 to 12 months away. So what was achieved, we dropped over 30,000 bombs between Operation Epic Fury and Roaring Lion, the Israelis. I mean, these are giant bombs and missiles. We killed children. We destroyed hospitals. We destroyed schools. So essentially, we've done an incredible job of uniting the Iranian people behind their government and behind their country before their government, I would say, but behind, sort of they're united now. And this is something that's completely different than we've seen before. Perhaps the Israelis' goal was regime change. That was never going to happen. Perhaps it was complete chaos. That was never going to happen either. And I think apparently we've got good news today that Epic Fury is over. So, I think it's maybe cause for celebration. But in terms of thinking this through and doing this, I mean, this is what happens when you have people who have no idea about the country they're dealing with. I mean, whoever or the decision makers are, I mean, I'm sure none of them knows what a Shia is. None of them knows that there are tens of millions of Iranians, for better or worse, who are religious Shia and support their government. None of them know that actually from the protesters in January, many of them now are out protesting in support of the government, or, they say in support of the country. And so the protesters in January were economic, and they've understood now that that was a result of sanctions, of years and years of sanctions. We've had sanctions on Iran since 1986. We had them in 79 and 80 as a result of the hostage crisis. We pulled them off, and then Reagan started again. President Reagan started again in 86. I mean, they're debilitating, right? And I think everybody in Iran knows that. I think, it's basically we've achieved the opposite of, I think, what we wanted to achieve.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about that question because this is the rationale behind our Cuba policy too. Why was there not a regime change despite the debilitating sanctions, despite the administration taking out almost the entire top layer of leadership on the first day of the war? They were being told, apparently according to reports by Israel, there was a decent likelihood that people would rise up, freedom-loving Iranians would rise up and they would overthrow the IRGC. That didn't happen. Why, and what's happened now, to your point?
That was complete nonsense. It was never going to happen. I mean, literally, there are millions and millions of people who support the government. There are millions of people who are critics of the government, but they do not want to change their government. They don't want a foreign country coming in and changing their government. They've had that, and they've had that for years. I mean, everybody knows about Mossadegh in 53, but it happened in 41. It happened in 25. The British and the U.S. have done this over and over and over again. And Iranians in Iran know this, and they know nothing good comes out of it. So that's why it didn't happen. And again, with the result of killing all these top leaders, what they've done is revitalize the Iranian government, actually, which is, I think, what they didn't want. It was really sort of a decaying gerontocracy. And I think Ayatollah Khamenei knew that, and he probably just left himself out to be martyred. And, look, the reality is anyone who's worked in a bureaucracy knows that, DOD, there's probably 2,000 people who are better equipped to be the Secretary of Defense than Pete Hegseth. And State Department, there's probably 1,000 people who are better than Marco Rubio. So literally when people say, oh, now there's the B team or the C team or the D team, actually they're better people. They're younger, they're smarter. And I don't know that that's what the United States wanted, because now they're really dealing with an adversary. So, it's just like the misinformation from the media and the government is just crazy. Like, there were 0 refugees, right?
I agree.
Imagine 33,000 bombs, there's 31 provinces in the country. Nobody left the country. All the borders are open. Iranians don't need a visa to
Still funny, yeah.
Armenia. They're great allies. Turkey, no visa. You could cross anytime.
Well, Iran is winning the meme war, right?
Borders remained, basically, during the bombing, they remained normal.
And nobody's really like, a stalemate means nobody's winning, right? Like, if anything, we're losing. So
truck traffic, and then people going on vacation. And I talked to plenty of them. I was on all the borders, and there was nobody who said, there's some giant revolution about to occur in Iran.
Why can't they just send in Quark? Rigel. Remember when he fucking like debates that, like he tries to get that Vulcan girl to to stop the weapon shipments, right? And he fucking like uses like Vulcan logic on her. Just send him in. He's a better negotiator than these clowns. Remember that, dog?
So last night on Emily's Megyn Kelly
So
Network
funny.
program, there was a really fascinating call-in from an American responding to Trump's war in Iran. I wanted to play that and get your thoughts on it. Let's roll A8.
Hi. First of all, I want to say that I voted for Trump 3 times. I'm a hardcore supporter of his, but I am extremely disappointed in what he's doing. He needs to blow them to smithereens. He needs to come back here to America and take care of us, the American people. I mean, I can't believe that out of my mouth I'm saying these things because I am.
See, this is the problem I have with, right? This is what I was trying to point to as Americans as well, right? You hear this phrase come out of Americans' mouth too many times. Let's just blow them up. Let's just blow them into smithereens. Let's just do this, right? Why does that get echoed so much here in the United States? Because we get told over and 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 over again, not that we're the best race, not that we're the best, at least, I was never told that in schools, right? Because sure, a lot of Americans aren't even like white anymore, right? But what you do get told is America's the best country. We defend freedom. We defend this. We defend that. 9/11 is how we got, right? All this, 9/11, exactly, Jersey. And that's what I have the most problem with, right? See, this is the problem with this kind of nationalistic fervor, right? It's not even race-based. It's not even like fascist, right? Per se. It isn't objectively, right? Fascism is more like about the race, right? The now they're turning it into that, right? But before it wasn't about the race. It was about America is good and anything we do is good because it's America. Whenever you get to these like concrete like declarations like that from nations or people telling you that stuff, just immediately know you're probably in very bad territory, right? And this is how you get people like this, right? We wonder, why are so many Americans like this? There you fucking go, right? There you fucking go. And that's the problem, right? And here we are worried about like Nazis. And listen, Nazis are a big problem too. Not gonna say that. But you hear a lot more of this than I support white people, right? She's not even saying that. She's just saying blow them to smithereens. She's dehumanizing them, right? And that's my greater point with all this stuff, right? Yeah, they're okay with their relationship with the Saudi government. Tells me how much brainwashed and lazy they are. Bingo. Yeah. Why is it okay? Imagine saying that about Reels. It's a real. Yeah, exactly. It's so dumb.
Really disappointed with him. He's gonna lose. We're gonna lose the election in November. All of them. Trust me. If he continues this route, the gas prices are so high. Working 2 jobs, we can still.
Well, you fucking voted for him, you dumb bitch. God damn it. Nazis used nationalism too. It's just another way of aligning brains. Thank you. That was my greater point, especially with yesterday, right? And even today. See, this is why I don't like it, right? You will rarely ever see me being like, I like if I believe in more like a civic form of it, right? Which is like, what are your accomplishments, right? And to be honest, I have like a civic nationalism for not even just like my own country, which is done very, very few in the past few years, right? I actually care more about like what other countries have done, right? If that would be more of what I'm talking about here, but I don't like to call it civic nationalism because it's not. It's about maybe like being like, yeah, these are accomplishments, right? Like look at what this country's done, right? NPCs, yeah. And this is why I don't like nationalism, because it basically is a way to deprogram you to be like, hey, yeah, fall in line, motherfuckers, right? It's a way of getting you to align with the national interest, right? And this is this lady to a T, right? Here she is, like, upset, voted for Trump 3 times, and still can't tell him to fuck off. If this were any other person, right? She would have been like that. But because, you know, party and country come first, she can't do that, right?
Barely make it. My son and my grandkids
Gus believes in horseshoe theory.
are never going to be able to own a home. I mean, this is not the way it's supposed to.
The national interest is a ruse too. It's in a line with the elite motherfuckers. Exactly. Yeah. That was my point yesterday, right? That whenever you hear about the like you hear it all the time on CNN, right? And like all these like news stations, you hear about the national interest, right? You hear it in Canada. You hear it every country, right? These are all versions of that, right? And I think like we've talked even in Canada, right? It's obviously not as like, it's more benign, right? But it does stifle every country in many ways, right? So like we have to be really cautious of this stuff.
To go, you know, I don't understand what's going on. I have a friend who has a business, and the tariffs killed my friend's business. They've been in business for 40 years. I don't know what happened to Trump, but this is not the same person I voted for. And if he does,
you fucking knew there were gonna be tariffs, you stupid bitch! Oh my god, he fucking said it to you. We tried to tell you that the tariffs would be stupid. Why would you fucking tariff Canada? Why would you fucking tariff Mexico? For fuck's sake. Oh my god, like it's insane. Don't tariff anyone. God damn it. These people are idiots. Gus, your hair looks better after a week or so grown out. I miss you. I miss your old. My old what? I miss your old barber. Yeah, she was okay. My old barber was way better. She left. She left Supercuts. I don't know why. She just like abruptly left. I should have got her number. God damn it. I should have been like, yo, girl, what's your number? Because some people need their head to be bonked. Yeah. No, this honestly just drives me insane, right? Like, this is ridiculous. How stupid are these people, right? And we can dismiss it as like, yeah, they're in a cult, blah, 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 blah. And you know what? I agree. Yes, right? But like, that's too simplistic. And I do think there is something greater going on here, right? Because you hear this even from non-Trump supporters, right? And in many ways, they enable this shit, right? Because they enable it through inaction, through not speaking out, through not... But yeah, thank you, Jersey. Just try no hair. Yeah, I like it when it grows out a little bit too. Like, I think sometimes there's like a sweet spot for haircuts, right? Where like when you get your hair cut, it looks pretty bad sometimes. If it's like a shitty barber, right? But then it grows out a little bit better. So it's still like short enough where I can't really grab it. But yeah, thank you, Jers. You would notice that stuff, you Baba. You fucking hair salonist kid.
I'm giving him personally till the end of May. If we're still in this mess and gas prices have not come down and he has
the end of May? Would you have given that to Biden? You see what I mean? Oh my God, fuck's sake.
blown the Iranian people too. I mean, he needs to get in there and just destroy them.
Did you just hear that, guys? He needs to just destroy the Iranian people. See, this is another thing that I was trying to get at yesterday, is that nationalism also, like this kind, right? Especially, I'm not talking about you wearing like a little flag or whatever, like that. That's like a little different, right? That's like on another scale. I'm talking about this, right? You hear this way too much, right? This isn't fascism, but this is like a form of nationalism that is really unproductive, right? And what we're talking about here is she's literally just saying, yeah, blow them all up. Who cares, right? Why? Because she's able to, in her mind, simplify the Iranian people, right? People like things to be simplified, right? So then what can they do? They can go in there, bomb them, destroy them all because they're the enemy, right? Who said it? Trump. Exceptionalism? Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Right? It's a form of like nationalism that is exceptional. That is exceptionalism, right? And that's kind of why I don't like it either, because I think generally speaking, right? All forms of it, generally speaking, right? Not all, like, but generally speaking, it can devolve into exceptionalism, right? Because somebody comes along, right, and whispers sweet nothings into your ear. Nothing. And what happens is they're able to basically take a populace, right? And something like Trump happens, right? But it's not just Trump, right? You can go even further. You can take it to the nth degree, right? There's many ways you can take it. And I think the way the US has done it is like, it just shows like how it can be very easily manipulated to get people like this to basically believe in destroying an entire country, right? Can never be me. Damn right.
As simple as that. If he doesn't do that, I will never vote for him again, and I will never believe a Republican.
Dumps. They call them
I don't
dumps.
believe that.
Big, massive dumps.
I don't believe this girl.
If he doesn't do that, I will never vote for him again, and I will never believe a Republican. I mean, he's really damaging. I can't believe I'm saying.
PGR82 just got a 50-day stream streak. www.watting Gust X8 Wave, Gust X8 Wave.
What up? Thank you, Peter. Patricia, welcome back to the stream. How you been?
That was Connie in Las Vegas, said you can't make it work in two jobs, that her sons will never be able to afford a home. She also went on in the...
I will never vote for him again, and I will never believe a Republican.
First of all, let me break this down. Girl, I will never vote for him again. Okay? It's too late. He's gonna stay in power. If he does. He doesn't need your fucking vote, you dumbass. You see how stupid these people are? God damn it.
Okay, I mean, he's really damaging. I can't believe I'm saying this.
That was Connie in Las Vegas, said you can't make it work in two jobs, that her sons will never be able to afford a home. She also went on in the call, this is on Sirius XM, to say that she was supposed to retire in 2 years, doesn't think she's ever going to retire. She said she was giving Trump, you heard this at the end of the call, until the end of May. Her perspective was you either have to, I think she said
well,
something.
Spoiler alert, nothing's going to change, girl.
Like just blow the Iranians. It was like another 4 or 5 minute call, but something about how blow the Iranians and get out of there, blow them up and get out of there. But in the rest
Emily,
of the call,
what did you just say?
And get out of there. It was like another 4 or 5 minute call, but something about how blow the Iranians and get out of there.
Blow the Iranians and get out of there. Blow the Iranians and get out of there. It's always the quiet ones. Damn right. He's a freak. Confirmed.
Blow him up and get out of there. But in the rest of the call, it sounded like she was talking about the government, the IRGC specifically. And Ryan, I don't know if you had anything to add on the question.
Patricia, can you do fish again real quick? I'm testing a new feature. Conservative my ass, right? Do fish one more time. Okay, cool. Working. Rude ass. If she blows them enough, maybe it counts as reparations. Yeah, facts. Blow the Iranians. Read my chat, pendejo. No. I refuse. Yep, it's a curse and a gift. I caught it. I remember the 90s. Gus, I'm on a 165-day stream streak. Rude. All right, now somebody try fish besides Jersey. It should pop up as a default now. I don't see your comment, girl. I already read all your stuff. I got that before. Typical Gus. What? You didn't say anything. I don't see shit. Conservative my ass? I read that already, girl. You just weren't paying attention. Yeah, no message is being sent. Yeah, why is there no message? Let me test this out. Okay, let me try something. I just want to get this dealt with so you guys can know when it's a... Sorry for stopping the stream here. Bro. All right, now somebody do fish. Patricia do fish. Jersey do fish. Okay, now but somebody else do fish. Raggle do fish. Jersey's being a little douchebag today. Okay. Now Patricia do fish. You guys got to do it quicker because it's a 30-second. Jesus. You wait too long. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Cool. It works. I just have to change the name. Because it says default. Sorry, Jersey, I'm working, girl. No, but thank you so much, Jersey, for reaching the 165-day stream streak. If there's anyone more out there, you're even better than Jersey. Sorry. But thank you, girl. 165 days of Gustex. 200 more to go, and you've been here a year. Let's see who can get to 1 year. Everyone has a chance. Because everyone was like, oh, there's like 5 other people ahead of me, and some people just stopped watching, so. Or they missed a day, right? So it can happen to everyone. There you go, 8 days. You killed it, good job. The moment is gone. Oh, fuck off, the moment's not gone. Fuck you, Jersey. Fuck it, kid. God. This is why New Jersey can't get along with Boston.
For Ahmed.
Fucking New Jersey.
No. Yeah. I guess the other question would be for Ahmed Khan. Related to this, you've done this relief work all around the world. You said that there were there's no refugee crisis in Iran. What about humanitarian aid? Like, how are they doing? Did you offer any kind of aid? What's been the reaction there?
Yeah, I checked out what the situation was, and of course it's tough, but my contacts through the Turkish Red Crescent who are working in Iran said basically the stuff that you're sending to Lebanon and Gaza, just keep sending it to Lebanon and Gaza. We're getting by, and that's kind of, again, the opposite story of what you're being told. Your people on the media that show up in these fake think tanks that are like, people are collapsing and the place is collapsing and it's falling.
Jersey, if you ever step foot in Boston, you would immediately combust. Although your accent is pretty, they'd love it here. I think. I don't know. Or they make fun of you, which is a form of loving you. So enjoy. Triple Trump voter says no more GOP. Your shock level.
Whoa, legendary!
Whoa! Congrats! Holy shit! That's like the 5th legendary we've caught. You would faint. Girl, I didn't even faint with the 165, okay? Do better, girl. Shit. You're loved in the land down under. All right. Okay, so I think I almost perfected it. Okay. Interesting. I get it now. Separate users. Well, that already has a separate cooldown, so... I think I'm gonna do that. Okay, I think I'm gonna do that one. All right. I think I like that one the best. All right, so now let's do it. Do it. That's what she said. Learning so much about streaming and coding and all this shit. Let's see. All right. All right, now somebody try it. Me coming nerd? What coming nerd? Becoming a nerd, you mean? Girl, can you fucking type? I'm supposed to be doing my mani-pedi? But why aren't you doing it while listening to this? God. Did you not go to the hair salon? The nail salon? All right. All right,
English,
somebody do...
Do you speak it?
Can you... All right, somebody do... Let's see. I'm going to try it out. Let's try that one out. Hopefully this works. Try it out. Yeah. All right. Somebody do fish, and then somebody else. Yep.
Rare.
All right. Try it again. 800 years old. Holy shit. Default is on cooldown. Okay, why isn't it? Oh, that's why. My bad. All right, try again. Joycey just hit 100 messages. Your mom is that old. Jersey, it's Mother's Day. How disgusting is that? Try again. Okay. Yeah, there's a individual. There's two. There's a global cooldown and there's also a default, like an individual cooldown. So there's two cooldowns. Why are there two cooldowns? Because then literally you guys would spam fish and it would do it nonstop, right? So the point is to engage, and that way you have to do it before everyone else does it. Yeah, the global wasn't working till today. It's crazy that Jersey understands streaming stuff now because she's listened to me speak so much about it. Yeah. Like most people, I try to explain like cooldowns to people. Engage, fuck off. God, Joyzy has a big brain. A brain. Marcellus taught me about the cooldown. Oh. When was this, huh? I never said I taught you. You learning anything? I thought it was a global until he corrected me. Gotcha. No, a global is like so there's two kinds of cooldowns, right, guys? And this goes for everything, right? Anything tech related is going to probably have a cooldown because it's just, there's a lot of reasons for it. You could have many reasons for it, but basically, right, there's a global cooldown, which is how much anybody can use the command. And then there is an individual cooldown, and there's two, right? Now there are two. There used to be a global, but the global wasn't working. Like, you couldn't see how long the global was. It was a silent global, right? Global is also used in hair lingo, so fuck off. Oh, fuck off, kid. Fuck off. That is given, but the cooldown. No, but I seriously, like, I have to explain this to some people and they don't get it. And I'm like, see, like, it's real. They're very common in video games. So if you've ever played a video game, but everything you do, right, has like some sort of cooldown. I guarantee you, right? You're probably interacting with cooldowns all the time. It's just you don't realize that they're a cooldown, right? That there is a cooldown in place, right? Like down to when you, like, when you send like text messages, oftentimes there's a cooldown there too, right? In like the code or whatever. Stuff like that, right? I'm not, that's maybe not the best example, but yeah. All right. Fuck off, kid. Now let's test it. Nope, it's not working. Where is it then? Did I not? Oh, is that why? This should fix it. Should be working now. Gus misses my voice conformed. Yep. Yeah, it's not working. All right. I'll fix it later.
And that's just not the case. I mean, we did
At
hit
least it's
thousands
working.
of hospitals and schools and civilian infrastructure, but somehow they're piecing it back together, and there's no urgent appeal. The reality is 5 million people were internally displaced. So, you know, the difference between internally displaced and the refugee is the one that leaves their country. These people lost their homes, but they didn't want to leave the country. I mean, they're voting, you know, people often vote with their feet. So that's another sort of data point that, you know, things are, they're not okay, but people want to stay, right? And so, yeah, I've been told multiple times, I'll look into it, and no one's really said we have an urgent appeal. Like, for example, with Lebanon, I have an urgent appeal from the Catholic Church. and even up to the Vatican, where their clinics and hospitals are overwhelmed. But in Iran, no such thing, which is wild considering the amount, the tonnage from land, sea, and air, the bombs and missiles that landed on Iran. And to Connie's point, look, I mean, the DoD budget, they want to do 1.5 trillion now. It was 1 trillion. And the reality is, if you ask any like sober-minded, long-time DoD employee, like, what should the DoD budget be really to keep Americans safe? The answer is like 500 maximum is what you'll get. So now they want to, it's already double that, and now it'll be triple that. Like the things we could do with that money, we could actually have a real education system, or hospitals and schools, and our airports can not look like we're a developing world country. I mean, this is obviously the healthcare, so obviously
is that it?
She's got a point on that. I mean, it's a misallocation of resources that's just brutal.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, Ahmed, you go around the world, people don't want war. People don't want war.
Yeah, no normal citizen wants to be in war. Like, you don't meet anyone. Like, so I met a truck driver who just exited Iran in Armenia, and he was crying. I said, "Are you okay?" And he says, "Why are they bombing us? Like, what did we do to them?" And I really had no answer for him, because he's like, "Can you tell me what did we do to them? Why are they doing this?" And you just feel like normal people just don't want any part of this. And there's
And that's the kind of the humanity that gets stripped from these like nation state versus nation state talks, right? When in reality, it's like these are the things that really It's now 5:15 a.m. on Monday. Damn, girl.
Gotta be a better
down under, kid.
way than just 24/7 airstrikes. Like, for example, I know someone at U.S. Transcom, and they told me we've done over 4,000 airlifts to Israel. Like, I think the Israeli government has said we've done 403 full of weapons since February 28th. I mean, 4,000 is just a crazy number. 100 planes a day. Like, what a waste of resources, and which leads to people dead. Like, what is that?
Well, hopefully this is it for the foreseeable future. Ahmed Khan, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks, Ryan. Take care. Be well.
All right, you too.
Yeah, we have good news, I think.
I hope so.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
Ugh.
All right, so we have a few interesting developments in what is now the Plattner versus Susan Collins crucial Maine Senate race. Mac, if you want to pull up, Graham out with his first ad directly attacking Susan Collins. And I mean, I think it's pretty devastating in my opinion.
Brutal. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a listen.
Susan Collins, charade is over. We don't care that you pretend to be remorseful at the start of a new forever war that you chose to let happen. We don't care that you are concerned while we go broke as you sell us out to the president and to the Epstein class, who are engineering the greatest redistribution of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in this nation's history. Symbolic opposition doesn't reopen hospitals. Weak condemnations don't bring back Roe v. Wade, and selling out the same working class voters who've delivered.
Yeah, and she's the one who fucked over Roe v. Wade, right? Like, you can point to her as the one who is responsible for this, right? And if anybody ever tells you that, like, voting, A, doesn't matter, or B, senators, then none of these politicians matter, right? I guarantee you, we would sell out Roe v. Wade if he was in the Senate, right? I'm willing to bet $100 very easily, right? This guy does not sound like the kind of guy who would confirm him, right? And she was the one who said, "Yeah, I'm gonna confirm him," right? He was gonna fail in the Senate.
Mandate for
Now you could argue, well, they would have got someone else. Yeah, but they would have been more moderate, right? Because they would have had to pass through the Senate, right? Because that's how a normal Senate process is supposed to work, right? Now, like this whole process, thanks to her as well, is a complete farce, right?
Change after mandate for change is not forgivable. A performative politics that enables the destruction of our way of life is disqualified. As a United States Senator, I am running because it is time for change.
I'm Graham Plattner, and I approve this message.
Absolutely brutal. Somebody made the point on Twitter, and I think it's true, that the way that he pronounces Susan Collins in that voice might give him a 5-point bump just by itself.
I mean, the voice is pretty incredible.
And it's like, see, this is where like this stuff has consequences, right? And I don't understand. Right, like Ice Beans called in and asked this question, and I was I was very clear on it for that reason, right? Like, you can look up her 1 hour and a half speech or whatever it was. It was ridiculously long, right? I watched it live because I was like, if he gets confirmed, Roe is dead. And she made a big announcement, and she said she was going to do it. So, yeah. The chickens have come home to roost, guys. Whoops. What's going on here? Thank you. I'm house sitting my parents' place. I had my kids come over. My daughter cooked dinner for us because I can't move. Oh, so cute.
Booming announcer voice.
Yeah. I'm curious, Emily, from your perspective, because obviously I'm, going to be biased here. To me, I'm like, inject that right into my veins. But I mean, do you think that will be effective in Maine, a state where, Susan Collins has defied the odds before, and she clearly is a small state where she has like a direct connection to voters, which has allowed them, even as the state has become more blue, to continue returning her to office?
It's a really good question, because it's going to be like retail politics versus retail politics in this case. And I think Plattner has to be careful. This was a mistake. I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but I think this was a mistake we saw in the Gideon campaign, where it looked really flashy and like it was backed by a lot of national Dem money. And certainly that's the case in literally any big race when you have the Senate in question. But you don't want to necessarily lean into that when your opponent's strength is being a great retail politician who is familiar, who's absolutely not flashy. And that's where I think Plattner is an interesting foil for Susan Collins, because if you're looking at those ads, I mean, he's going around in his Dropkick Murphys sweatshirt. And his last line there was, "It's time for change." That is also very interesting, because we've seen politicians make this argument before with great success. It's a matter of whether or not voters believe that you represent that change. And if they believe that the change is worth the risk of getting rid of the status quo. And so that means you have to be pretty tired of the status quo. And he's leaning into, like, this is the other thing, like in that ad, he leans into abortion, and he leans into war. He leans into these issues that establishment Democrats feel like are really left coded. But it's like, I actually think that's smart, because it's the way that you motivate the base to turn out, which we've seen in some of these special elections, been very, very motivated, and primaries. Democratic voters are very, very motivated this cycle. That's how Plattner, in a state that has some purple tendencies like Maine, is able to get people, if the ad is a proxy for what we're going to see rhetorically on his campaign, leaning into some of those issues is actually pretty smart, I think. And also because he's bundling into this whole thing about the status quo. And that I do think is a pretty powerful argument.
I think to your point on him hitting that change note at the end of the ad, I think what he's trying to do is tap into, because, and I saw this with this other video that he recently released, where he sat down with,
Good job,
I think it was a 3-time Trump voter.
That's awesome,
And
Patricia.
I think he's trying to tap into the frustration that a lot of Trump voters who are sort of turning away from him right now feel, that Trump was going to be the guy.
That's why he puts Epstein in it.
The Epstein class thing is a note on that as well. But this feeling that the system is completely broken. The status quo isn't working for anybody. My life is getting progressively worse. My kids are going to do worse than I did, etc. And people felt like Trump might be that change candidate. And so they gave him a couple of chances and things still aren't feeling better for them. And so he's trying to sort of hit that note of, I'm going to be the guy to genuinely provide real, material, tangible changes for working class people.
Mm-hmm. Well, and also, directly in conjunction with Susan Collins, Graham really just needs Democrats to not ticket split and vote for Democrats on other races, and then Susan Collins because they like the bipartisanship, blah, blah, blah. And so what he's also saying is like, all right, we're sick of this game of pretending like she's different when she's just the same old helping Trump. I don't know if you hear, my dog is like dreaming right now in the background and barking, making those little dream barks. Anyway.
Your dog's like really pro Susan Collins. Like,
she's trying to weigh in here. But in any case, the idea that Susan Collins is there supporting Trump, supporting the Epstein class, that she's really just like the other Republicans, that's going to be central for him. And I think it's a message that, based on what I'm seeing from the shift in Democratic voters, I think it's a message that lands this cycle better than it ever would have landed in the past. And my evidence for that is not only the races in Virginia, where you had even the guy, who was running for attorney general who would like threaten to murder his opponent or whatever, even he wins. But you also have
nice
the redistricting that passes in the state. This very hardball, listen, we're just going to erase these districts that Republicans were able to win in the past, and very much a shift away from the previous Democratic Party era where they said, oh, let's have a redistricting commission, let's make it all fair. Now it's no, we are going to play the same game. We're going to go in and we're going to be hardball. We're going to be hardcore partisan, just like the Republicans are. And so that makes the landscape much more difficult for Susan Collins. I mean, frankly, I don't think she really has a prayer. I think this race is going to be impossible for her to win, given the national climate, given where the Democratic base is, and given what an effective candidate Graham Plattner truly has proven to be. Did you guys see that the Bulwark guys, Jonathan V. Last, JVL, was making the case that Graham Plattner may be our next president? Wow. I mean, that's quite stunning because, first of all, he's not even ever been.
If he does good, there you go. There's the dark horse, right? Like, if he checks all the boxes in the Senate, guys, there you go. That's the dark horse. What did I tell you? Right? I'm not endorsing him because, again, I've told you I have like mixed feelings about him still, but I'm cautiously optimistic. And if he pulls like a Zohar Mamdani, yeah. Yeah.
Been elected to anything. He's still in this competitive Senate race. Second of all, obviously, there's all the Reddit convo and the tattoo and all of that sort of stuff. 30 just be coming into office, etc. But I think that's a testament to how compelling he is in.
Who's like a president we've had from Maine? I don't think there's been a single one. Right? There was a candidate, James G. Blaine. He was from Maine. That rhymes. But James G. Blaine was like, he didn't win the presidency, right?
His ideological positioning, how clear-throated he is in what he believes and his willingness to fight for it, what the Democratic base is looking for right now, and also, frankly, a lack of a lot of other talent on the Democratic bench. So, I think the fact that you have the Bulwark guys who are former Republicans being like,
Weekly
maybe
Standard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
maybe
Jonathan
this
Last's
is the guy. Now they will quickly say, like, we're not arguing for him. We're just saying we're doing the analysis. But I thought it was pretty wild and very noteworthy to see them making the case because he is such a sort of compelling figure specifically for the Democratic base that I also think does have significant crossover support if you look at the polling that we've seen so far.
Well, he's just a perfect candidate for the moment. And I do want to say, and we've talked about this a couple of times, Susan Collins was able to handle Sarah Gideon, despite a lot of people seeing glimmers of hope in Sarah Gideon when we were at the same stage of that race. And it's because Collins has, for whatever reason, a really smart political operation where you're already seeing this. She's been saying she's not taking things for granted, and she's been very judicious in what she's said and what she hasn't said, how she's talked about things, how she hasn't talked about things. She hasn't gone all in on the Nazi attacks like Republicans elsewhere are already doing. You saw literally the first press release from the RNC invoked Nazi stuff against Graham Plattner after Janet Mills dropped out of the race. And so Collins hasn't jumped on that bandwagon yet, and I think it reflects her judiciousness, her approach to these I guess these culture war questions can be reserved and smart in a different way than we see Republicans in the rest of the country. And she was able to pull ahead pretty significantly at the end of that race in 2020. But he's a really great candidate for this moment. And I said this on Megan's show this week. Did you guys see him with Sirota? Sirota sat down with Plattner in this just super casual conversation. And I thought this was a huge, interesting moment where he asks Plattner about whether he would go on Tucker. And Graham, they're just sitting there. They're like two guys just sitting, having a normal conversation. He was like, to be honest, I'm kind of torn on that. It's like,
she reminds me of a kid who never uses the tissue and is allowed too much candy. I don't know what you're talking about. Girl.
This is a new era because politicians used to come into those conversations wearing makeup and ready to trot out a talking point line about, we're having internal conversations. That's perfectly scripted, meant to seem natural. He's literally just bringing people in on his stream of consciousness thought process. And that's what people want to see right now. It's not an act. He literally was talking through why he's going back and forth on that question. And that is what I think a lot of people don't get about the new.
To me, it seems very genuine, right? I've talked to a lot of people, and guys, I don't really like people very often, right? When I meet them, kind of very difficult to be like, oh yeah, I think they're cool. But when I hear him speak about his journey and stuff, it makes sense to me, right?
Media atmosphere. It's not just about
Guilt
filming
much, Gus?
your videos on your iPhone, even though it's still scripted. You have to actually have the kind of unscripted substance to go with it. And he is a very, very strong candidate for that. So I feel like this is old politics versus new politics, in as much as it's old ideology versus new ideology too.
Stuck up, aren't we?
The other problem for Susan Collins,
it's just like my New England attitude steeping in. I have to constantly check it. So I always go well, they were nice.
and Matt,
I told you, people in New England are very cold and distant, right? It's something I've tried to work on, and that's why people are like, wow, you're not like that at all. And it's but yeah, because I've worked on it, right? But I'm just giving you my thought process, right? And I don't know, right? He just doesn't come across as that kind of New Englander, right? And I've seen it here 1,000 times, right? I don't know. You kind of have to visit to understand what I'm talking about. We've talked about this before. We've even looked up Reddit stuff, and I'm like, yep, completely agree. 100%, right? You check it.
Mac, you can pull up the I'm running video that caught a lot of attention of many people, but Ken Klippenstein, as one of them, is, look, she actually is.
Oh yeah, we watched this part here, yeah.
On the younger side for the Senate. She is the 28th oldest senator, which is
imagine before.
It's crazy.
Completely.
Yeah. No, it's something I've worked on, right?
Insane.
She's 13 years younger than Nancy Pelosi.
She's 20 years
Crazy.
younger than Chuck Grassley.
What is she?
It was something I didn't really like, right? Because I don't like that about a lot of people around here. So I was like, well, why would I want to emulate that, right?
She's like 73 or something.
Yeah.
Spring
73.
chicken for, in Senate terms.
For the
But she's
Senate.
not, she shows visible signs of age. One of those is a quite significant tremor that she's had for some time. And so people watch this launch video of hers.
It makes you come off as like incredibly it's just like what Aeon Lord said, right? Even if you don't intend it to be, it makes you come off as snobby, right? So
We're like, this is not a great look. Let's go ahead and take a look at this.
of course it's a New Balance too. I didn't notice that little detail. New Balance is like a New England brand, right? They're here in Boston. And remember, Boston and Maine, a lot of people live in, so like a lot of people from Massachusetts live in Maine as well. Right? Like I've spoken to a lot of people around here who have like, oh, we're going up to Maine for the fireworks, or we're going up to Maine for the 4th, the 4th of July, or we're going up to Maine to go to the lake house. It's very, very common to hear that. And like, especially the affluent areas, right? Not like Southie and stuff, the more poor parts, right? The more working class parts. But like you will see a lot of people going up to Maine, and even that's not even true, right? Because like people will just go up there to spend the day, right? Jersey will humble your ass real quick. Please humble my ass. Fuck off. New Jersey, what a joke that is. New Jersey.
This is perfect for 2026 because I'm running.
So
so cringe. I had to see that again. The only thing you should be running is running into a fucking retirement home, girl. Oh my god, for fuck's
you
sake.
can see, for those just listening,
Yeah, she's like,
she like told
trembling. It's like, girl, give it the fuck up. Right? I'm not trying to be like ageist or anything. Like, it's like you clearly have like a problem. Like you need to like spend the rest of your life getting it taken care of, right? You should not be a senator, girl. Damn.
pulls out sneakers from a box, and her hand is visibly shaking, and her head is visibly shaking. And
it's like
it's not to attack people who have medical conditions, etc. She never revealed.
No, like don't misconstrue it, right? Like you can, like we can point that stuff out and not attack people with conditions, or because I don't like if you have a condition, that's fine, right? No shame. You should not feel any shame. But you've been in the Senate for 30 years, girl. Give it the fuck up, right? Why do you care about running? You haven't added anything new to it, right? Now, if she was like a new candidate, visibly like younger, right? Still like mental sound, and she had right? I think I'd be totally fine with that, right? But the fact that she's also a Republican and all this stuff that we just bingo. That's the problem here, right? That's what we're really commenting on.
Why she had these very...
Australia's oldest is like 80 and his fuck with Bob Catter. Oh, God. His name is Bob Catter. Oh, no. Let's see who he is. I want to see this. Australia's oldest... Jesus. He's so grumpy looking too. Jesus. What is he, a part of the Liberal Party? Oh, he's a national. Oh, God. That's like the right-wing party. Like the real right-wing party over there. Yep. Agrarian conservatism. The Liberals. See, Australia is the only country that has the name actually accurate. Right? Because like they took the Liberal Party didn't do the shift like other parties around the world did, right? Like the Liberal Party in Australia, guys, is a conservative party, right? It's like a center-right party, right? It's not like real right-wing, obviously, but it's a center-right-wing party, yeah. That's so funny. Jesus. I love how they have a picture of him like 40 years ago as his, not today. All these pictures of him are like of him much older. Still. How old is this guy? 80? Yo, he was born in, oh my God. World War II was still going on. Oh my God, that's crazy. All right. The face of a goat. This is my goat right here, guys. I'm gonna grow up to be just like this man with an oversized cowboy hat and the look of a curmudgeon. Jeez, what a goat. Look at this guy. What a goat. This is Jersey's new goat, by the way. What the fuck? Oh my God. This stupid picture. Look at this picture, guys. Patriot Australia. Oh, yeah, there we go. Nationalism, right, guys? Ugh. For fuck's sake.
To the sexual proclivities. You know, I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
Lebanese heritage yourself?
Oh, mate, don't say that because that irritates me and I punch blokes in the mouth for saying that. You let me... Don't speak
Wow, what a hypocrite.
over me again. I'm warning you, don't speak over me. He thought he better use this. That's why I won't shut up. He won't let anyone else have a say. Well, I can understand why he won't let anyone else have a say. Don't keep interrupting me. Don't keep interrupting me. You hear me?
They elect this guy to fucking Senate?
People are entitled to their sexual proclivities. You know?
Oh my God, this guy's a clown. Okay. Man, Australia has some wacky people. Jacinta, him.
Noteworthy.
Jesus. They're like MAGA without even being in the US of A, right?
Tremors, which she's had for a long time, have gotten worse over time. And I also think people are more sensitive to now because we had Biden, whose brain melted before all of our eyes and was like decaying in office. And we're watching the same thing play out now with Trump, where a majority of Americans are going, this guy is not mentally or physically fit to be our president. He is an old man and seems like he's completely out of it, fallen asleep in press conferences, etc. So I think there's a heightened sensitivity to, you know, candidates. And I think there's a problem for Janet Mills too, by the way, as part of why she was so defeated in the race. She had to drop out before Election Day. There is more sensitivity among the public to re-electing people who are old.
Yeah, and especially people who don't want to talk about, right? Like with Biden, it was always, we're fine, we're fine. And so I think that's probably why Collins very early after Kenny Clips orchestrated a social media tornado.
A mob.
He very effectively bullied her into releasing what it actually was.
Everybody's been wondering it for years. I mean, I don't know, like, I can't say whether it seems like it's gotten worse or not, but I think everybody's always, at least in like right circles, everybody's always been like, what is that? And she just pretty quickly into this race came out and had an explanation. Whether that explains it or not, whether people are satisfied with it or not, I don't know. But I do think, Crystal, it underlines the point that you were making, which is it's not even just, I think people are sensitive to age, but they're doubly sensitive if it feels like you're covering something up because of what happened with Biden.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I've got to jump. I don't know if you guys want to do a couple more topics, but I've got to run. I've got an appointment I got to get to. So thank you. I enjoyed it as always.
See ya.
See ya.
Hey, if you...
All right.
Meanwhile, President Trump says he expects to hear from Iran very soon as the U.S. waits for a possible, response on a possible peace agreement. The comments come as tensions continue to escalate in the Strait of Hormuz, where shipping disruptions are now driving up gas prices across the country. Trump spent Saturday at his golf club in Virginia while continuing to post about the conflict on social media. A French reporter who spoke with the president said Trump believes Iran still wants to reach a deal. One major roadblock remains: who controls the Strait of Hormuz, and with it, a critical pipeline for global oil. Mutual blockades have disrupted traffic through the waterway, causing gas prices to spike here in the U.S. AAA says the national average for a gallon of gas is now more than $4.50.
We're not going out of town in my car anytime soon. If we're going to do anything, we're going to be on a bus, a shuttle, a train, or a plane because the gas prices are so high.
CENTCOM says U.S. forces have redirected 58 ships and disabled 4 others while enforcing a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz.
Damn. All right. And apparently, Putin says he would like to end the war. I don't believe this, but he appointed ex-German chancellor as a peace broker.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has proposed former German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder as a mediator in the Russia-Ukraine peace talks. Putin said he wanted Schröder to lead negotiations over a possible security deal with Europe. The ex-chancellor is a longtime friend of Putin. He has sparked controversy over his close ties to the Kremlin and his role in Russian energy companies after leaving politics. Schröder's office on Sunday refused to comment on the Russian leader's suggestion. Putin also said he was open to meeting Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky if he came to Moscow, and he suggested the war was in its final stages.
Western countries promised help and then started stoking tensions with Russia, which continue to this day. I think things are coming to an end, but it's still a serious matter.
So is the war on Ukraine really close to an end? Earlier, DW's Russia analyst Konstantin Eggert gave...
The guy is on the payroll of Russian gas corp, Schröder? Interesting. I didn't know that.
His reaction to Putin's comments.
I think it's yet another meaningless phrase by Putin. He's a master of such phrasing.
Yeah.
How is it coming to an end? Is it Russia's victory that is in sight? It doesn't look like it. Is he prepared to talk to Zelensky? Yes, but only on conditions that Zelensky comes to Moscow. And Zelensky said he will never come to Moscow as long as this thing is...
I mean, and yeah, why would you come to Moscow, right? Like, they would spy on you. They might even poison you, right? Why? If you don't want to go to Ukraine, then pick a country, like a third country, right? That's generally how you do peace talks anyway. Why would you come to... Right, so this is what I mean. Like, Putin does this all the time. It's a joke, right? Like, I don't believe this for a second. And now that Rigel said that he was on the payroll, or he is on the payroll of the Russian gas company, well, there you go. That's why he wants the ex-German chancellor, right? Yeah.
Going on. But I think that Putin felt, and he feels it for quite a long time now, that every once in a while has to say something, Pablo, that indicates that he is, quote unquote, for peace. And this is, I think, one of those ploys, especially because the press conference where he said it happened on Russia's V-Day, and he had to say something that would look and sound, strategic and peaceful. But I don't think there's much behind it.
Right. So this is what I mean. Like, Putin does this all the time. It's a joke, right? Like, I don't believe this for a second. And now that Rigel said that he was on the payroll, or he is on the payroll of the Russian gas company, well, there you go. That's why he wants the ex-German chancellor, right? Yeah.
Putin felt
All right, well then, from what you're saying there, he also said that he would be open to negotiating new security arrangements with Europe. So, is there a shift in position, or is it what you've just said there in your initial reaction?
Well, look, that's an old Russian adage, an old Russian story or narrative. We need a new European security architecture. So because of that, let us dismantle NATO and create something that will ensure common security from the Pacific to the Atlantic. This is always, at least under the Putin regime, definitely. It always means only one thing. We want to engage in some form of weakening or dismantling NATO. There is nothing else behind the term new European security architecture when any official Russian pronounces it.
So, Konstantin, do you think there are internal or external pressures on Putin?
I think there are internal pressures. We know that even the V-Day parade had to be significantly rearranged and curtailed in order to ensure against a potential Ukrainian strike. We do know that Ukrainian drones and missiles now hit sites deep in the Russian heartland. We do know that more and more body bags are coming back. We do know that there are problems in the economy, visible problems with the economy, like the inflation. All this ensures that the Russian population, which for years pretended that nothing is happening, now cannot avoid saying that this war is negatively impacting Russia. And so, because of this big press conference on V-Day, Putin had to say something vague about quote-unquote peace, showing that he's thinking about it. He is trying to do something about it. He's caring about the Russians. It's always Zelensky and the West that are to blame. So in this respect, it's an old game, but yes, Pablo, he had to say some kind of platitudes about his readiness for negotiations.
What do you think Putin has proposed Germany's former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder as a negotiating partner?
Well, look, Putin said this phrase, of all European politicians, I would prefer talks with Schröder. Pablo, it's as if me saying, of all tax inspectors, I would prefer my wife, Natalia. Of course he will. Schröder was, after he left the chancellorship, he was on the payroll of Russian state energy behemoths. He was the notional head of Nord Stream 2, Russia's major gas project that was designed to dominate the European energy market. He is probably, after the death of Silvio Berlusconi, the only politician in Europe who does have a very tight and close connection with Putin, and who is at the same time on a certain level, well, former federal chancellor of Germany is a certain level of political heavyweight. So Putin is proposing essentially his friend and former employee as a negotiator. Of course, he would like him to be a negotiator and a mediator, but no one's going to agree to that. Zelensky is not going to agree to that because Schröder is not neutral, will not be seen as neutral. And this is a non-starter, but that's classic Putin again. He's proposing something showing that he's ready for talks. And then if it doesn't happen, then it's always the other side that is to blame.
All right, we're going to be looking at that topic as well in a bit more detail now shortly, but we're going to leave it there with you, Konstantin. Thanks for your analysis. DW's Russia analyst, Konstantin Eggert. Well, let's listen to Vladimir Putin speaking about his preference for former German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder.
Personally, I prefer the former Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Mr. Schröder. Otherwise, let the Europeans choose a leader they trust and who hasn't said unpleasant things about us. Please, we have never been closed to negotiations, never.
Of course. All right, let's bring in DW political correspondent Marie Jocelyn in Berlin. Marie, great to see you. So how is this news being received in Germany?
Well, it has certainly raised a lot of eyebrows here in Berlin. And let me tell you why. We see that, of course, Europe has been somewhat, and especially Germany, has been somewhat worried that they were going to be left at the sidelines when it comes to negotiations about peace in Ukraine. And now Putin himself is suggesting a European, a German even, but it's such a controversial pick, so that Germany is pretty much seeing this as a fake proposal. At least that's what the government is saying. They're seeing this as somewhat of a hybrid tactic of Russia, again, to create more controversy in Europe.
All right, you said it there, controversy, and Schröder, Gerhard Schröder, the former chancellor, is quite a controversial figure. How much support is there from the Social Democrats, the party he's a member of?
Well, he doesn't actually have a lot of fans in his own party. Over the last years, the Social Democrats have tried repeatedly to get rid of him, to remove his membership, specifically because of his ties to Russia. But that hasn't worked. Now we're actually hearing some different tones from the party. Well, on one hand, some are saying, yes, this of course is a fake proposal, but others are saying, given the state of negotiation,
new poll, guys,
and how little we've achieved over the last years, maybe we should actually use this and at least test this suggestion and see if something could come of it.
Now, German publication Spiegel is saying that a possible duo of negotiators could be Schröder and the German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier. How is that idea likely to be met among Germany's government?
So it's true, the German president is actually going to see the end of his term very soon. So this could possibly be an option that could ease some minds in Berlin. So this could possibly put Steinmeier, who's seen as a more moderate, level-headed figure, as opposite to the very controversial Schröder. But if we're hearing from the German government that they're not considering Schröder at all at the moment, it's very unlikely that this would change their minds somehow. But on the other hand, we're seeing that even having this debate at all kind of showing us how much Europeans and Germany as well really just want to be part of this discussion, want to come to the negotiation table. It just kind of have to figure out how much they really want this and how far they are willing to go to get there.
Marie, great to get that analysis there and that update from you. DW political correspondent Marie Jocelyn joining us today from Berlin.
We might have time for this, but it's a longer documentary. Oh, there are protests in Venice, I mean.
Geopolitical tensions are causing turmoil at the Venice Biennale. The Contemporary Art Festival had no formal opening ceremony, has no jury, and the Golden Lion Prize won't be awarded for the first time in its history. It dates back.
Toes and fingers look way better than before. Good, now show them off. God. I like when girls show off their new nails and toes to me. It's kind of cute. It's kind of cute.
To 1895. The controversy centers on the participation of Israel and Russia.
Blood is Russia's art! Blood is Russia's art!
This performance is not part of the official program of the Venice Biennale. The feminist activist collective Pussy Riot is protesting the reopening of the Russian pavilion, absent from previous editions following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They are not the only ones who see it as a form of propaganda aimed at whitewashing the war. The European Union is also opposed to this opening. The pavilion features a musical performance involving more than 50 musicians. To avoid sanctions, the artists will perform only during the press preview, and the piece will subsequently be screened outside the pavilion. Still, curator Anastasia Karnieva is grateful the project was given space.
I would like to thank the Biennale for endorsing the idea of having all countries represented here.
The idea was fully supported by Biennale president Pietrangelo Buttafuoco. He says the foundation does not control the national pavilions and simply follows the law.
Thank you.
If the Biennale were to start selecting passports instead of artworks, it would cease to be what it has always been, the place where the world comes together.
È il luogo dove il mondo si incontra.
Jerseys on only feet, yeah.
But that position hasn't put an end to the debate.
I think she is too.
We should not tolerate the narrative that art is outside of politics, especially when we're talking about countries waging open war, like Russia with Ukraine.
Italiano, lasagna.
The installation at the Ukrainian pavilion follows the journey of the concrete sculpture Origami Deer, evacuated after the Russian offensive, 6,000 kilometers from the Donbass to Venice.
It's a piece who need to escape to survive. As millions of Ukrainians who lost their home and looking for the new home around the world.
The Russian pavilion is not the only focus of controversy. Artists participating in the main exhibition held a peaceful procession for their colleagues killed in Gaza. Outside the Biennale, protests are taking place against the inclusion of the Israeli pavilion in the exhibition. Artist Belu Simeon Fainaru, this year's representative at the Israeli pavilion, feels discriminated against.
I am for free protest, but I don't think it's a right protest that is based on boycott. Like boycott me as an artist, boycott me because I'm a Jewish artist, that I have Israeli passport. I can say I have also Romanian passport. I was not boycotted as Romanian.
The artist represented the Romanian pavilion in 2019. With its national pavilions acting as official state-sponsored platforms showcasing contemporary art, the Venice Biennale is this year more than ever entangled in geopolitical tensions.
All right, let's go to Rome now, where I'm joined by journalist Alina Trabatoni, who has just returned from covering the Biennale in Venice. Alina, great to have you on DW News. So has the Biennale ever experienced this kind of upheaval like we're seeing now?
Nice.
With
Congrats.
politics overshadowing the art?
The Biennale is no stranger to, conflictual, opposition and demonstrations and issues being flagged very, very vociferously across it. So it's always been a place where art and politics, have collided. But this year, the tension feels especially visible. And this is all in a situation of great geopolitical tension across Europe, of course, because, everyone is very conscious of the ongoing Russia and Ukraine war, and also of the escalating conflict in the Middle East. At least this is what people on the ground have been telling me. And of course, there has been the issue of the 2 million euros of funds that the Biennale has received from the European Union. And the European Union actually, once it had been announced that the Biennale would hold a Russia House, actually withdrew those funds, the funds they had given. And to add it to that is the ongoing tension about the Israeli presence there. And of course, the Iranian delegation was unable to be fully present and operational. So it's been quite intense. That's got to be said. And even though the Biennale is no stranger to such, tension, this year was particularly tense.
It certainly sounds like it, and it doesn't. And of course, you just mentioned it there. It's not just, we'll say, one protest. It's several. And are the protests against the Russian and the Israeli pavilions likely to continue as the art festival or exhibitions continue?
Well, I think it's very likely they will continue, yes, at least according to the artists and also the art aficionados that I've been talking to on the ground. Venice has always been a magnet for protest, as much as for the art itself. And the Biennale is often used as a stage for a broader political pressure to be exerted on governments, on movements, and so forth. And obviously, the Russian pavilion has been especially sensitive since the war in Ukraine. And the Israeli presence is also likely to, generate trigger demonstrations and protests and remained under scrutiny by activists as tensions across Gaza continue to shape cultural debate. What's interesting is that the protests don't just target the pavilions themselves. They raise a bigger question about the role of cultural institutions in times of war and whether participation can ever be neutral. That debate is likely to stay live throughout the exhibition. And, obviously it's going to carry on until the 22nd of November.
Yeah, so plenty of time ahead. And I mean, obviously, the Biennale is not the first festival or gathering of artists that has dealt with that issue of politics and art being discussed in great detail and obviously sparking controversy and protests. Let's talk now about the art itself, because there's been also some issues there. Could you tell us more?
Well, first and foremost, it's been a very emotionally charged edition because, the curator that was appointed to oversee the Biennale died just a few days
and she really does look like her.
She
looks like Italian version of her. Man, it's awesome.
Lost, immediate a health issue tied to cancer. She died just
maybe British. I don't know. Whatever she is.
57 in 2025 in May last year.
But Christiana is British, right?
After a very fast-moving and unexpectedly fast-moving illness, she built a major reputation through Raw Material Company in Dakar, which is very well known, and later in Cape Town. And her curatorial vision for In Minor Please was deeply shaped by ideas of care, of listening, and the quieter forces that shape society. Her team completed the exhibition in line with that vision, which was wonderful, so that the visitors now see that both as a tribute and a continuation of her work. It gives the whole Biennale a very personal sense of loss, but also of artistic continuity. And obviously, this very much shaped and overlaid over all the works and pavilions across the board.
Well, tell us actually a little bit about the national pavilions. Which ones are making headlines? And I'm not saying headlines in the protest sense, but other types of headlines, we'll say.
Yes. Well, Austria is one of the most talked about pavilions, with Florentina Holzinger's U.S World Venice creating a lot of attention, drawing a lot of attention for its physical theatrical intensity. And of course, there's also the Belgian pavilion by Miet Warlop. It's also getting a strong reaction for its playful but tightly controlled performance language. Beyond that, there's debut pavilions from Guinea, from Qatar, Vietnam as well are drawing interest because they expand the Biennale's geopolitical map. Greece and Denmark are also standing out for work that speaks to climate, identity, and pressure on this public sphere. It's a very international field this year, and that mix of first-time presences and bold statements is part of what makes it so
Well, Cardi B has the same birthday as FDR.
Compelling.
Remember that?
But I've also
October 11th.
to go to,
I had to look that up because I was like, really? Okay, that's funny. No,
some
it's
of the
true.
out of official lineup events. Marina Abramovich has a sideline event which is absolutely magnificent and a must-see. And there's also an event, some artistic event by Marinella called the Human Safety Net, which is wonderful. It's a collective of art across the world, drawing on, extreme margins of society. And it's in the square of San Marco and definitely must be seen at the Assicurazioni Generali headquarters.
Alina, we're going to have to leave it there.
All right. Now we're going to do a interesting video here, I find. A Marxist analysis on looks maxing.
For the past month, I've been tortured by a simple
Let's see what this is about. Should be interesting.
question. How is a guy who hits himself in the face with a hammer, takes research chemicals that makes him infertile,
So right now, I am infertile.
and walks around on his tiptoes, suddenly the most famous man in the world? Folks, it's 2026. The practice of making oneself as mathematically attractive as possible by any means necessary, also known as looks maxing, is now mainstream. Its avatar is 20-year-old live streamer Braden Peters, also known as Clavicular. In March, Clavicular sat down with Andrew Callahan for an interview. And while this conversation had many notable moments,
most people are extremely jester.
there's one exchange in particular that I can't stop thinking about.
You didn't even ask a looks maxing question, like at all. I think we've been talking about looks maxing this whole time.
At first, this seems like a simple misunderstanding, but
hilarious.
After hitting myself in the head with a hammer for a few hours, I've come to the conclusion that this moment is the key to understanding Clavicular's worldview and, by extension, the logic of modern society. So today, I want to explore the politics of looks maxing. Why is it popular, and what's the alternative?
Ooh,
Get it?
tango.
It's like, hammer.
By the way,
and
I
it's a
just looked it
scalpel.
up. She's from Britain. She went to the University of Rhode Island. And I don't mean in New England. God, New England, so unoriginal. All our fucking stuff is from England.
I'm really
even our name.
Proud of that one, actually. At first glance, you might think Clavicular is insane. You'd be correct. But Clavicular's insanity is not the product of one disease.
Yeah,
mind.
I'm about to say,
I'm
yeah.
afraid this insanity is systemic. Personally, I find Clavicular the man much less interesting than Clavicular the idea. In other words, what does looks maxing mean? Now, I think there's someone who can help us find the answer to this question. You could say he's the original looks maxer, and his name is Jesus Christ. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Now, if you'll open your copy of the Communist Manifesto to page 5, the bourgeois, wherever it has gotten the upper hand, has left no remaining nexus between man and man than naked self-interest and callous cash payment. Now, what does this mean? For most of human history, people did things because those things were useful. You pick apples and then trade those apples for a horseshoe. Maybe you use money, but only as an intermediary. In our society, though, it's flipped. Instead of trading something for money so you can buy something, you invest money to create something so you can then sell it for a profit. It's that demonic inversion that powers modern capitalism. And when the law that animates production is ROI, it's no surprise that culture too begins to orbit around this black sun. To quote the manifesto again, capitalist society has resolved personal worth into exchange value. What I'm trying to say is market economies create market societies. And so what does this have to do with looks maxing? Well, what is looks maxing if not the logic of capitalism, the logic of markets applied to the body? What distinguishes humans from animals is that we produce consciously and freely. Animals build dams and nests out of necessity, out of instinct, whereas human can step back and conceive of something that...
I don't disagree with this analysis. I think, I definitely see where he's coming from. I think the only thing I will add is... I guess you could have a system where a capitalist system where looks maxing is not a thing, right? Because the problem is the hyper competitiveness that our neoliberal system creates, right? Does that make sense, guys? So, like, yes, absolutely. I think it does create a lot of competition. And actually, now that I think of it, actually, that does make a lot more sense. Because if you're competing with everyone instead of constantly, like, cooperating with one another, right? Then you won't care about looks max. It doesn't matter, right? They just happen to be attractive. Okay, whatever. Cool. But it's not going to be... It's going to depend on the person, right? It's going to depend on the individual, on your accomplishments, right? Women like men who... Like, women value in general attractiveness, it's like physical attractiveness, less so, I feel like, than most men, right? Or men in general. I'm speaking generally here, right, guys? It's why you see, like, people don't get it to this day, and I'm like, I get it, right? There are people who are like married to a husband and they look like Danny DeVito or something, and like the girl is like a model or something, right? And people don't understand that, and I get it. Like, I get it. It's because just women don't value it as much, right? So certain women don't, right? Some women do. And I think, like, we get into problems when we try to generalize too many people. Old news, yeah. Isn't that just capitalism? Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to add is, I guess you could... I don't know. I think I'm just trying to add a little more texture to the argument, right? More nuance. But I agree. Yeah, I think he's 100% correct, right?
Doesn't.
And obviously neoliberalism is just capitalism on steroids, right? It's markets on steroids. And what did, like, Anna Boca say about that, right? Like, that's why we're constantly in the loop about, like, worrying about our this and that and our, like, our figure and our, right? Like, how flat our stomach is, how go to the gym, all this stuff, right? All these things. Where's Bossy French? Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, this would be her topic. She's been busy, though.
Exist yet, and then...
It's an interesting topic, right? To, like, explore, like, to what degree does this influence? But this is what I mean. Like, if you're raised from the get-go to believe, like, this stuff doesn't matter, right? Then you could, obviously, this wouldn't exist, right? But I could, the problem is the system does exactly the opposite, right? It tells us that we got to compete with one another, right? And looks maxing is like the ultimate form of this, right? Because, like, what do they always say? They say, like, oh, the sexual marketplace, right? They even use terms like that down to, like, the T, right? The sexual marketplace, right? Everything is just a marketplace to these people.
Make it real. We project our inner life into the world.
And women are highly targeted. Yeah, exactly.
Through creative production. And that capacity to produce freely, consciously for its own...
that's all I was trying to do, was add a little more texture, right? Because I think we can generally tend to be, we can just say, like, oh, it's capitalism, but then, like, you want to explore a little bit more, like, right? Like, why is it? It's like, well, it's neoliberalism, right? Neoliberalism teaches us from the get-go, right, that we have to be in a hyper competitive society, right? Down to the point where you got to get the best grades, you got to get the best, right? The best looks, you got to have that girl, you got to have that white picket fence, all the stuff that we've talked about on the stream, right? It just stems from that hyper competitiveness. And this is kind of like a symptom of that, right? Like this, when you create a society for the last 60, 70, 80, 100 years, right, that is entirely built around this notion, what ends up happening? you get like things like looks maxing, right? So yeah.
Sake is what Marx calls our species being, and he uses a long German word for it that I'm not even going to try.
Gotsungens. Somebody's Rigo, translate, please. How do you pronounce this? And what does it mean? Like, what's like the German context, right? This is another thing about languages. You have to, sometimes it's really important to ask like a native speaker, because you as like an Angloid, right, guys, don't understand certain contexts, right? Even if somebody translates it accurately, you don't get the fucking context, right? And this is what I've realized about being a polyglot in general, right? Sometimes people like translate stuff that is translated decently, but it's not exactly accurate, right? Pretty Nazi shit. Oh my God, that's not good. That's why I don't want to. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I don't agree with Erica.
Try to pronounce here. For Marx, this is the key to human flourishing, but capitalism inverts this. When you're working, not to express yourself, but just purely to survive, you're producing something that doesn't belong to you for ends that aren't yours. You're cut off from your species being. You're alienated from your labor. Something that should be inextricably a part of you is now something that is external to you and stands in opposition to you. Likewise, looks-maxing treats the body as an object to be produced and measured and submitted to external judgment. The self, your own flesh and blood, something that should be free and sensuous, something that belongs to you, becomes raw material to be shaped. And it's kind of funny because looks maxers will actually describe their pursuit in the language of self-actualization, improving yourself, reaching your potential, maxing. That's the cruel irony. It feels like an expression of species being when structurally it's the opposite of free creative production. You're producing yourself as a commodity for a market that you didn't design and can't out-opt of. This isn't like a cute allegory, by the way. Looks maxers are openly discussing how to maximize their sexual market value. But here's like this subtly pernicious part.
There's
this
that
phenomenon
word.
is much more pervasive than capital L looks maxing. Looks maxing, the accumulation of sexual capital, is inseparable from the broader phenomenon that Hans-Georg Mueller calls prophilicity, a mode of identity formation where you become who you are by managing how you appear to a generalized public. Dating apps, Instagram, the attention economy. Hello. All of these aspects of our social sphere have been commodified. They all run on the same logic. Market logic. And during a rough economy in which men objectively have less to offer, factors like sexual and social capital become increasingly important. In our hyper-visual, globally connected economy, being attractive is incredibly advantageous, not just in dating, but in your career and social life. It's easy to single out the looks maxers, the obsessives who take it too far, but really those who invest in their sexual capital are merely adapting to the new normal. Whether you laugh at, cringe at, or ignore this game, you're playing it. The comedy, the horror, the appeal of Clavicular is that he says the quiet part out loud. He plays the game to its logical conclusion. Now, I want to return to the Channel 5 interview because I think we finally have the tools to understand it.
You didn't even ask a looks maxing question, like at all. You don't need to be in the.
You can, okay, as a species, I don't really like that framing. Yeah. Guys, this is another reason I don't really cover old school texts that much, because these people have very problematic views, all of them.
Looks maxing.
People suck off like Karl Marx way too much, and I think he's like a good basis for like a good foundation. But like, have you noticed I haven't quoted him? Like, I don't quote him a lot on the stream because I don't think you should be Bibling anybody who has like 18th century views on shit, right? Because they don't have the same like progressive views, or they don't have like the same kind of
community.
How do I say it? They don't have the same kind of views that we would have today in society, right? And it's just kind of like apparent when you read words like that, species, right?
Ask a looks-maxing question.
Disgusting.
I think we've been talking about looks-maxing this whole time. We've been talking about like the philosophy behind it, and you want me to ask you a scientific question about looks-maxing. I just think it's kind of funny how like that's really never been done with the amount of like media appearances. Your companies, your press your companies. You think I work for like Time Warner or something? Your press companies. You work for Channel 5. It's a YouTube channel called Channel 5.
The truth is, Andrew,
what an idiot!
Ask him about looks maxing plenty of times.
And what's the exact equation for measuring aesthetic value? How do you think that being an online school transformed your experience? And was that the time window that you sort of fell into the looks maxing community? Is the purpose of the looks maxing to raise your aesthetic value to also impress and talk to girls as well?
But these weren't the types of looks maxing questions Clavicular was interested in. Andrew was asking philosophical, personal questions. He wanted to get to know the Braden Peters behind Clavicular, to discover the why that animates him. But that's just it. For Clavicular, this kind of introspection isn't important at all. He wanted to talk shop. I said earlier that this moment is the key to understanding Clavicular's worldview. That's a lie, because Clavicular doesn't have a worldview. He isn't motivated by an ideological commitment to hierarchy. He didn't reason his way to looks maxing through first principles. This isn't part of a wider political project for him. In this moment, I kind of feel bad for Clavicular. Being needled by Andrew and other media figures about the philosophy behind his pursuit must be kind of exhausting, because there is no why. Because looks maxing isn't for anything. It's an end in itself. In the same way, profit accumulation is the point of capitalism. Asking Clavicular why looks maxing is like having a stockbroker on CNBC and then spending the whole time asking them about the ethics of commodity production. It's just like not the same thing. People talk about Clavicular like he's a ruthless social Darwinist, but if you watch his behavior and frankly his demeanor, you'll quickly find that that's not true. He's more like a dispassionate investor managing an asset portfolio. Except in this case, the asset happens to be his face. I have an embarrassing confession to make. I used to be on the looks maxing forums all the way back in early 2021, around the time that Clavicular was getting his start, actually. And it made me mentally ill. I was a sophomore in college. Lockdown was still in full effect, and I was more socially isolated than I've ever been before or since. In my vulnerable state, I really convinced myself that my problem was that I wasn't attractive enough. I told myself that if I could become mathematically perfect, or at least optimized, then I would be safe. I would deserve love. In the end, I never flew to Turkey for experimental limb lengthening surgery, or develop my own peptide stack, or smash my cheekbones with a hammer, or any of that crap. In fact, the only part of it that I really took seriously was the gym, which ended up being good for me in the long run. But for me, the most debilitating aspect of looks maxing wasn't the method being advocated or any of the stuff that I actually did to myself. It was the mentality that it kind of inspired in me, that it inculcated in me. Because this mentality really functioned to justify my isolation. It protected me from the messy realities of social life, and it gave me a rationale for indefinitely postponing human connection. Somehow the prospect of reshaping my entire body with chemicals and weightlifting seemed easier and less scary than putting myself out there romantically and socially. Because it gave me certainty, and it protected me from the prospect of rejection. I could tell myself that I wasn't ready to engage with the world because I wasn't perfect. And that's just it, you know, you'll never be complete. With the benefit of hindsight, I can see that, but back then, I couldn't. And because of that, I didn't date anyone in college.
Oh, shit.
I worry that we're all becoming clavicular, that we've internalized market logic to such an extent that we've become blind to it. I worry that Clavicular actually isn't wrong, that maybe he's just ahead of the curve.
Men are so lonely, forgive them. I agree, Weigel, 100%.
Curve.
We need to have compassion towards men as well, not just women.
I worry that his behavior is a rational response to the increasingly atomized, globalized, digitized, marketized.
And I think that's what he's saying, is that he's putting himself in a vulnerable situation.
of 21st
By
century
talking about this stuff.
capitalism. In this world, human connection is replaced by numerical signifiers. In this world, we are nodes in a market network. In this world, ruthless self-optimization is
When I first started
rational.
watching this
So
channel,
let's not
Gustix seemed to be look-maxing with his hair that reached so high it was attempting to block the sun. After watching him a few times, I realized what Gustix was doing. He was social maxing. He was building Cumcast, a vehicle to reach the masses. A vehicle meant to reach us all, to let us know we were not alone. So subscribe to Cumcast. Gustix needs friends. He is alone and needs us. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Got him. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again.
Create that world. Let's build a better one. So what is the rational response to clavicular, to looks maxing, to the marketization of society? And I think it's pretty simple. Be a good freaking person. Be body positive. All this looks maxing stuff is weird. Just be chill, bro. Yeah, you like my bread tube impression? I'll be here all
Please
week.
clap.
So yeah, before I lay out the solution, we need to talk about why the standard
Bread tube.
normie left-wing response to looks maxing is totally ineffective. That's right. It's time for everyone's
Agreed.
favorite segment, criticizing the left from the left. I've noticed that a lot of people like to pretend
Agreed.
that looks maxing is
That's
some
never
kind of
gonna fix
weird,
every-
unprecedented
100%, right? 100%. Just dismissing this stuff isn't gonna fix it, guys. Like, you have to actually address it. So let's hear what he has to say, right? Because I don't really know how to address this myself, right? But when you say stuff like that, it's just like not gonna really fix the problem, right?
and that only terminally online autistic men participate in. But really what's odd and antisocial about these guys is that they openly discuss how far they're willing to go. Whereas most people subconsciously internalize this logic, participate in it, but then kind of pretend that they're above it. If you go to any major city, you'll find legions of yuppies with expensive gym memberships and health smoothies and elaborate skincare routines and height boosting shoes.
Yep.
Do you think I wear this watch because I need to know what time it is? We all kind of do it. You're just not supposed to talk about it. Which means that movements focus solely on challenging beauty standards or promoting body acceptance, while they are important, can't fully address the material conditions that make the logic of looks maxing so hard to resist.
Well, the way I look at it is you should want to do something because you like to do it, not because you're trying to get the attention of anyone else, right? If you look good, if you think you look good doing the way you do it, right? And that helps you out, do it. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. It's really that simple, guys.
Sexual capital is an economic...
Right? Like, I do my hair a certain way because I like it that way, right? I'm not trying to, like, get people to give me some praise, right? Fuck them. Right? I don't give two flying fucks.
Force. It's not just a transient cultural phenomenon. People are rational actors in an irrational system.
I'm just giving you an example.
No amount of plus-size models is going to change this underlying
Do you want
reality.
praise anyway?
You can't
Yes,
tell
I want
someone
praise right the fuck now, Aeon Lord.
Just be themselves when they can clearly see that certain attributes are rewarded by the market society. In short, we need to do more than just critique beauty standards and promote self-acceptance. However, this doesn't mean that we need to accept the system as inevitable either. So what would a robust solution look like? I've argued in this video that looks maxing isn't about individual personal vanity. Rather, it's a rational response.
Yeah, like everyone you interact with, right, does this to some degree. He's right. Unless you just totally don't care, which is fine, right? It's fine. But like everyone does this. Either they wear a certain kind of hat, they do their hair with the swoosh, right? They do the they have like a certain kind of beard, right? All this stuff, whether they admit it or not, everyone does this, right? To a degree. Some more than others, right?
It's two structural conditions.
But I think like what you should do it, what determines like how you do it or the right way to do it would be, do you do it for yourself or do you do it to like try to impress other people, right? Like that's the icky part of all this, right?
Which means if we care about living in a society where people don't feel compelled to transform themselves into cyborgs, we must take on these structural forces that generate this pathology in the first place. That requires
I blame Jersey.
Community. And I know what you're thinking. This is not some kumbaya, let's all get along, hippie plan, all right? There's a very specific reason that I say community is the antidote to looks maxing, and it's because when you're in a community, you're interfacing with real people, which fundamentally changes the logic of the game. Think about it. If you're living in a post-human digital wasteland, scrolling, swiping, liking, gooning, nothing really matters but your appearance and the numbers in your bank account and your clout metrics. You are a complete bug man whose entire life is defined by the market algorithm. This is the rational kernel of looks maxing because like, yeah, this is the world that we're building. This is the world that we are headed towards increasingly. But it doesn't have to be that way. When you're embedded in a community, factors
that's a huge
than
but
your looks become salient because communities are positive sum hierarchies. In a community, you gain status by enriching the lives of others and by developing competence and by providing resources and by just being a good hang. In a community, you can build the trust required for reciprocal altruism. And suddenly, you do actually have the breathing room to be yourself. Your physical appearance becomes one part of your identity rather than the sole metric that determines your entire life. To me, that's much better than a zero-sum mog off.
Are you mugging me right now?
So, community is the antidote to looks maxing. Great. Except, this doesn't really solve the problem, does it? Oh, you're experiencing problems because you're socially isolated and your entire life is governed by markets? Well, the solution to that is to not be socially isolated. Free wisdom for you there, buddy. Just rebuild community. While it is correct, doesn't tell you how to overcome the forces that led to the erosion of community in the first place. These social pathologies are being generated by structural problems. Liberals cannot get this through their friggin' heads. So let's return to the refrain of the video, the distinction between the market economy and the market society. This idea comes from political philosopher Michael Sandel. In 2013, Sandel wrote, "How can we decide as a..."
Oh, I love Michael Sandel. He's a great author. I've quoted him a few times on this stream, and read his book, Justice. It's really good. That was like one of my first books that I read in my political science classes. Really, he does a great job at kind of showing you these different dilemmas.
Society, when markets serve the public good and where they don't belong. I think the only way we can determine that is by having a public debate about how to value the goods and social practices that we care about. We need to debate case by case. Aww. Doesn't that make you feel all warm and fuzzy? I mean, Sandel isn't wrong, but there's one problem. What if we rationally decide that markets don't serve us in a particular instance? Building a society where...
This is where I disagreed with him too. I think he was a little bit too libbed up, but on like the lawyer stuff, he's really good at.
Markets are tools where markets don't define every aspect of our lives requires building power.
Yo, Thorn, welcome back.
Actually doing politics. It requires building a countervailing force that can challenge capital. You know, I think back to like workers' unions used to have like daycares and adult education societies and sports leagues and all sorts of stuff that would embed you in this cultural life. We can kind of kill two birds with one stone. Political organizing is a great place to
We can also get into why women dress sexy.
Other people.
Yeah, for real.
Well, it's a great place to build community and actually like be useful to people. But the ultimate goal is to live in a healthier society where social life is not defined by markets, because like political life and economic life is not defined by markets either. In a healthy society, looks would just organically matter less, because for one, people would have organic social bonds and other sources of value which sort of make
that's what I said,
just one part of their identity. But for another, people
like in this kind of in the societies we're trying to talk about, it just wouldn't matter as much, right?
Would just naturally be healthier and more attractive because they'd be living more human lives. If you're playing sports, living an active and creative lifestyle, you're in a walkable city with plenty of nature and green space. Your food systems aren't poisoned. You have enough time to cook for yourself and sleep well. You have adequate health care. You have free time to actually develop yourself. You would just naturally be a healthier person. In this society, attractiveness is not the result of autistic self-optimization, but rather just a natural outgrowth of living the way humans were meant to live. You can call that looks maxing if you want, but for me, it's qualitatively different. That's the world I'm trying to build, and hopefully you are too. Until next time, a better world is possible.
All right. Now Bianca has a new video. We're going to take a look at this. Love Bianca. She does really good work.
This is a story about Venezuela, but it starts with Israel. See, Israel had stolen the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt and the Golan Heights from Syria. So in 1973, those two countries attacked Israel to try to get that land back. The United States responded by sending Israel more than $2 billion in military aid to fight Egypt and Syria. So some Arab countries were like, okay, you want to support Israel, then we'll stop sending you oil. 10 petroleum exporting countries placed an oil embargo on the U.S. and other countries supporting Israel. And the price of oil went up. So what does this have to do with Venezuela? Well, it became one of the few countries the U.S. and others could buy oil from at almost 4 times the price than the year before. This meant that suddenly tons of money were coming into the country. But in Venezuela, it was private companies that extracted and sold the oil, and most of them were foreign. So the profit from all that oil wasn't staying in the country. Most of it was going back to the US or Europe, where those companies were from. At the time, Carlos Andrés Pérez was the president.
How you doing, Thorn?
People called him Camp. And he decided
Oh yeah, this guy. We learned about him in the Hugo Chavez documentary.
to nationalize oil. In other words, the government took the oil industry back from private companies. Now it was the state in charge of oil operations and managing the profit. With that oil money, Venezuela built roads, universities, hospitals, public housing. It was the oil bonanza of the 70s. This is the time when some middle-class Venezuelans would fly to Miami for the weekend just to go shopping. It's when the phrase, "Está barato, dame dos," became popular, meaning, it's cheap, give me 2. Because the Bolívar, Venezuela's currency, was so strong that they could afford to splurge. But in the midst of all that progress, there was one Venezuelan giving the country a warning. He said oil will bring us ruin. There was Juan Pablo Pérez Alfonso. He had been Venezuela's oil minister, but he called oil the devil's excrement because Venezuela was becoming very dependent on it. The overwhelming majority of what Venezuela exported was oil. The economy revolved around it, so the highs were high. But when the price of oil inevitably fell, it was going to be painful. Venezuela became Latin America's richest country because of its oil, but the overdependence on it would also be one of the reasons for its downfall. There were also 2 other concerning things happening in Venezuela at the time: corruption and debt. A lot of money was being funneled into the pockets of a few through oversized contracts and straight-up stealing. The government was also borrowing billions of dollars. Since oil money was pouring in, they expected they would be able to easily pay it back. And then the price of oil crashed. Venezuela was no longer bringing in enough money to keep up with its spending. The government responded by devaluing the Bolívar. Now the wages that working Venezuelans were making were worth less. Prices were doubling from one year to the next, leaving some families struggling to afford food. Less than 10 years after the oil boom began, the party was over in Venezuela.
Yep.
In 1998, Cap ran for president again. Venezuelans
Happy
elected
Mother's
him,
Day.
hoping that he could take them back to the golden years of the 70s. But this time, when he took office, Venezuela was out of money and in a lot of debt with US and European banks and creditors. And to stay afloat, they would need to borrow more. That's where the International Monetary Fund comes in. The IMF is a global organization, but mostly controlled by the United States. They offer to help nations with financial troubles, but under certain conditions. They could lend Venezuela more money, but Cap would need to reverse what he did in the 70s and go back to private companies being in charge of the oil industry. The government would also have to devalue the Bolivar even more, which would make life less affordable for people. And on top of that, they would need to cut the subsidies that were giving Venezuelans some relief amid the crisis. In his first term, Cap said the IMF was a way for industrialized countries to force developing nations to submit to abusive policies.
Exactly.
Policies that took money from a country's basic needs to send it to Western banks. But in his second term, he agreed. One of the things Cap's government did was raise gas prices. Venezuela was spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year keeping gas prices low for people. When they eliminated that subsidy, bus owners passed the cost on to their customers. And one morning in February 1989, Venezuelans from impoverished towns that were traveling into the city found out their bus fares had doubled overnight. They reacted by overturning buses and burning them. The outrage spread, and soon there was rioting in multiple towns. The government responded by ordering the military to shoot. The official death toll was close to 300, but outside groups estimated that as many as 3,000 people were killed. That day became known as El Caracazo, and it showed Venezuelans outraged that the poor were being forced to carry the burden of fixing the economy. As this sentiment was spreading in Venezuela, the country would first meet Comandante Hugo Chavez. As a lieutenant colonel in Venezuela's military, Chavez led an attack to remove Cap, but they failed. Chavez was captured and allowed to go on TV to tell the others to stand down.
Compañeros, lamentablemente, por ahora, los objetivos que nos planteamos no fueron logrados en la ciudad capital. Nosotros acá en Caracas no logramos controlar el poder.
Por ahora, he said. They didn't reach their objective of taking over power for now. After this, Chavez became a celebrity. Not only had he tried to remove a government that had become very unpopular, but he also took responsibility for what happened and hinted that he would be back. He went to prison for the attempted coup, but was freed after a couple of years. And in 1998, he ran for president. This was a time of large inequality, when 5% of landowners controlled 75% of agricultural land. See, Venezuela used to be an agricultural country, but with the oil boom, farming declined. The country started importing its food. Large plots of fertile land sat unused, and workers moved to the city. They settled in urban slums. And there, it was easy to see that the country's oil riches were not reaching everyone. While Venezuela's elite and upper middle class were living lavishly in the 70s, there were marginalized towns living in misery. Chavez promised to redistribute the country's land and oil wealth. He said in an oil-rich country, people should not be going hungry. He gained the support of impoverished neighborhoods around the country and became the president of Venezuela. Within his first few years in power, Chavez would pass almost 50 laws. 2 of them in particular would upset the country's elite and the United States. See, at this point, the Venezuelan government had opened up the oil industry to foreign investors. Private companies used to pay the government a fixed fee of more than 16% for extracting and selling Venezuela's oil. But after the so-called oil opening, some companies like ExxonMobil were able to negotiate that down to as low as 1%. The result was that they made hundreds of millions of dollars in profit from Venezuela's oil. When Chavez came to power, he passed a law that raised taxes again on private oil companies, now bringing royalties up to as high as 30%. The money that these private companies used to keep before Chavez now would go to the state to fund things like healthcare, education, and housing. Chavez also passed a land law. Large estates that were sitting unused could be expropriated. The government could forcibly purchase the land and give it to small farmers or farmer collectives, because according to Chavez, the land should be used for the benefit of the country. Venezuelans and poor communities loved Chavez and were happy with his policies, while upper classes wanted him gone. The country was divided along economic class lines.
Que quiere que nosotros nos vayamos de aquí y le dejemos este país a gente que no tiene preparación, a gente que no tiene valores y que no ha luchado por obtener cosas.
Yo me imagino, y no quiero pensarlo, que parece que la guerra es de rico contra pobre.
que los ricos como que no quisieran que nosotros surgiéramos, que nosotros no estudiáramos.
Yeah, like even that woman's statement, right? That's a huge assumption. That's a judgment, right? On people you don't know. So fuck off.
Opposition business leaders, media owners, and even the Catholic Church organized people against the president. And in 2002, a crowd of Venezuelans took to the streets to protest. Chavez supporters surrounded the presidential palace to defend it. Both groups clashed, and almost 20 people were killed. The opposition accused Chavez supporters of killing peaceful protesters. They claimed the president ordered them to shoot and demanded Chavez step down. The protest appeared to suddenly become a coup. Defectors and the military removed Chavez, and business leader Pedro Carmona declared himself interim president. Over the next few days, other countries would condemn the coup and called for Chavez to be returned to power, while the U.S. seemed to welcome the new government.
President Chavez has had a rule that has been controversial and has not met with widespread popular support within Venezuela or among his neighbors, and certainly in the United States with President Bush.
At the time, George W. Bush was president of the U.S., and his administration was not happy with Chavez before the coup. Not only had he increased taxes on private oil companies, which affected U.S. companies doing business in Venezuela, but he had also criticized the U.S. bombing of Afghanistan on TV.
Estos niños estaban comiendo con su padre y les cayó una bomba de las que están lanzando sobre Afganistán. Esto no puede ser.
Oh my God.
No se puede decir que fue un error. Porque es un error y van a seguir cometiendo errores. Pedimos que se piense y que se rectifique a tiempo. Clamamos por eso.
Chavez had also become close with enemies of the U.S. like Cuba's Fidel Castro and Libya's Muammar Gaddafi.
We have been concerned with some of the actions of Venezuelan President Chavez and his understanding of what a democratic system is all about.
The U.S. had given hundreds of thousands of dollars to groups opposed to Chavez, including some that were later involved in the protests that led to the coup. The Bush administration said the funding was to support democracy in the country. But U.S. officials also admitted to meeting with the leaders of the coup in Washington months before. After the coup, the U.S. tried to frame what happened as a protest by the people that forced Chavez to resign. But declassified documents showed the U.S. knew there would be a coup before it happened. Less than a week before the protest, U.S. officials discussed that, quote, to provoke military action, the plotters may try to exploit unrest stemming from opposition demonstrations slated for later this month. In other words, they expected the protests to turn violent to have a reason to remove Chavez. What they didn't expect was what happened next. The streets of Venezuela filled again, but this time with supporters of Chavez demanding his return. The military complied and brought him back just 2 days later.
¿Saben qué? Lo único es que jamás me imaginé que regresaríamos tan rapidito.
But the opposition was not done trying to remove him. Executives and senior management at the state-owned oil company led a strike. Almost half of the workforce at Petróleos de Venezuela walked off the job, and production came to a halt. Without the one export that fueled Venezuela's economy, the country was paralyzed for weeks, and the government was left without the money to function properly. The opposition hoped Chavez would be forced to resign, but he responded by firing 18,000 employees and replaced them with people loyal to him. Oil workers took control of the company and ended the strike. And then, in 2004, opposition groups gathered signatures to try to remove Chavez. More than 2 million people signed in favor of a recall, but almost 6 million people voted against removing Chavez. He cleared the recall with 59% of the vote. 2 years after the U.S. claimed that Chavez didn't have widespread support, he won by a higher percentage than the first time he was elected. After the vote, and with oil prices going up, Chavez was strengthened and emboldened. He went on to carry out his political agenda. Chavez's government had set up distribution centers to sell subsidized food below market price, so poor households could afford it. They had also started Mission Robinson to teach adults who didn't know how to read and write. and Misión Barrio Adentro to bring free health care to poor communities in collaboration with Cuba. Venezuela sent oil to Cuba, and Cuba sent doctors to Venezuela. 13,000 clinics were set up around the country. UNICEF praised it as a model of universal primary health care. During his presidency, Chavez would even announce a national rail plan, a $3 billion transportation system that was going to connect the country.
Yep.
Under Chavez, poverty dropped. So did unemployment and inequality.
Venezuela va a convertirse, la vamos a convertir en una potencia en toda esta parte del mundo.
Venezuela had its longest oil boom during Chavez's presidency, and its main buyer was the United States, importing more than 1 million barrels of oil a day from Venezuela.
Well, we were okay taking money from a quote-unquote dictator there, right?
All while tensions between the two countries kept rising. The U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, and Chavez became a harsh critic of the war. He called the U.S. a terrorist state. Chavez called Bush the devil.
Ayer estuvo el diablo aquí.
I remember that.
En este mismo lugar huele a azufre todavía.
And a donkey.
You are a donkey, Mr. Bush.
Meanwhile, he kept developing relationships with U.S. adversaries like China, Russia, and Iran. He also spoke of uniting Latin America against the United States and imperialism. And in 2008, Chavez kicked the U.S. ambassador out of the country.
¡Váyanse al carajo, yanquis de mierda!
Oh, shit.
Un pueblo digno!
The following year, Barack Obama became president. The two met, shook hands, and Chavez gave Obama a copy of Open Veins of Latin America, a book about the decades of exploitation of the region at the hands of the U.S. and Europe. Some wondered if the relationship between the two countries would improve, and compared to the Bush years, things did cool off.
They did.
But then Chavez intensified his condemnation of one of the U.S.'s closest allies, Israel.
Yep. And Obama doesn't like that.
Between 2008 and 2009, Israel killed 1,400 Palestinians in Gaza, including hundreds of children. Chavez accused the country of committing genocide and broke diplomatic relations with Israel. Then, Israeli soldiers killed 10 activists that were taking aid to Gaza in a flotilla. Chavez called it terrorism.
El gobierno de Obama condena el terrorismo, siempre y cuando no sea cometido por ellos mismos. Por ellos, Estados Unidos o sus aliados, Israel. Aprovecho para condenar de nuevo, desde el fondo de mi alma y de mis vísceras, al Estado de Israel. Maldito seas, Estado de Israel. Maldito seas, terroristas y asesinos.
Meanwhile, when Obama was asked about Venezuela, he would question the state of democracy in the country. At this point, Chavez had pushed for a constitutional amendment that allowed him to be elected indefinitely. People voted for it and approved it. Chavez also denounced critics as traitors, and some of the people who signed to recall him in 2004 were fired from state jobs.
Guarimba que se forme, guarimba, señor vicepresidente, que debe ser disuelta de inmediato. Pero de inmediato.
Chavez was also accused of surrounding himself with a new elite class, one that was using their access to the government to get rich. And one of the most common ways this happened was through the currency exchange system of the Chavez government. See, on the street, $1 US would cost you more than 100 bolivares, but the government offered a special rate of little more than 6 bolivares per dollar. This rate was supposed to be reserved for people who were going to import goods. The thinking was that they would in turn keep prices low for Venezuelans. But what ended up happening was that people would buy dollars for 6 bolivares from the government and sell them for 100 in the black market and turn a profit without having to import anything. Billions of dollars were stolen like this. Chavez officials were also accused of taking bribes in exchange for government contracts, like in the case of Brazilian company Odebrecht. The company pleaded guilty in the U.S. to paying millions of dollars to Venezuelan officials, and then in turn, they ended up scoring $40 billion worth of contracts. Most of the projects were not completed. And this was a story repeated around the country. Projects started and never finished. Factories that never produced anything, and hospitals that were never built. Remember the National Rail Plan? Well, out of the more than 8,000 miles of railway promised, only about 1% was built. Billions of dollars went towards plans that were not completed, and that money was either borrowed or from selling oil. Remember this graph? How Venezuela's exports were almost entirely oil under cap? Well, by the end of the Chavez years, that number was practically the same. When Chavez was elected, there was also a rainy day fund. By law, the government was required to save a portion of oil revenues for when prices dropped. But the president and his legislature eliminated that law. By 2013, the fund had just $3 million, while the country was more than $100 billion in debt. Remember the cap years? High debt, corruption, and almost complete dependence on oil? All of these were present during the Chavez years too. And just like with cap, there was prosperity while there was a boom. But as always, there would be a bust. Over the next few years, oil prices would tank.
Recibimos la información más dura y trágica que podamos transmitir a nuestro pueblo. A las 4:25 de la tarde de hoy, 5 de marzo, ha fallecido el comandante presidente Hugo Chávez Frías.
Chavez died in 2013, and his successor was Nicolás Maduro. At this point, Venezuela didn't have enough money to pay its debt and continue to import essentials like food and medicine. So Maduro chose to pay the debt and cut imports by as much as 80%. The result was shortages and soaring prices. Poverty more than doubled. And the number of malnourished Venezuelans went from 1 million to 4 million. The country was in crisis. The government food distribution centers that Chavez had set up now had long lines and few items on the shelves. Most Misión Barrio Adentro clinics were abandoned, and millions of Venezuelans left the country. And then, when Venezuela was already suffering, the U.S. made it worse.
Donald Trump.
In 2017, Donald Trump became president and made John Bolton his national security advisor. Bolton was part of the Bush administration and one of the loudest voices arguing the U.S. should invade Iraq, saying the country had weapons of mass destruction. Today we know this was false, but the U.S. still invaded and killed about 1 million Iraqis. Now Bolton was advocating for an aggressive approach towards Venezuela. The Trump administration cranked up the pressure with sanctions. They prohibited U.S. companies from buying Venezuelan oil unless they had a special license. They also restricted Venezuela's ability to sell oil to other countries. And for a country that depends on oil sales, this was devastating. Production of oil in Venezuela was already struggling. After the sanctions, it fell off a cliff, and shortages of food and medicine deepened. As the situation got worse, Maduro's government became more repressive. Opposition candidates were banned from participating in elections, and leaders of workers' movements were jailed and tortured for speaking against the government. The very groups that once put Chavez in power were now being persecuted. And then in 2019, something stunning happened. The president of Venezuela's National Assembly declared himself interim president of the nation. Juan Guaidó was a member of the opposition, and since he considered Maduro's re-election in 2018 to be illegitimate, he declared the presidency vacant. Minutes after taking the oath, the U.S. recognized Guaidó as Venezuela's interim president and urged other countries to do the same.
Joining us in the gallery is the true and legitimate president of Venezuela, Juan Guaidó. Mr. President, please take this message back to your...
Guaidó never stepped foot in the presidential palace, but 1 year later, Trump was still calling him the leader of Venezuela. And in 2026, Trump finished what he had started. He succeeded in removing Maduro by invading the country and kidnapping him. Maduro's vice president became the president. But Trump says it is the U.S. calling the shots in Venezuela.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Now it is the United States selling Venezuela's oil and managing the revenue. As always, there's so much more to the story. For example, you might have noticed that I didn't get into the topic of socialism, or that we didn't talk about Maria Corina Machado, who has become the face of the opposition in Venezuela.
That lady.
But I did talk about those two things and much more.
She gave her Nobel Peace Prize to Trump.
More with the Venezuelan journalist that I collaborated with for this story.
Which is not even allowed.
He's one of the authors of Venezuela in Crisis, Socialist Perspectives. I'm going to leave a link to that conversation so that you can check it out. In the meantime, thank you for being here, and I'll see you soon.
Ow.
But that was really great to get that update from you and that analysis as well of what's going on at the Venice Biennale. Journalist Alina
Megyn Kelly
Travatoni joining us.
Apparently is watching what Tucker's up to. She is, and commenting on it. She has discovered something
I don't
incredible.
get some people.
After spending the better part of a decade telling her audience that Islam is a threat to Western civilization.
Can I drop a link? Sure, girl. 1 second. Why is that a copying? God damn it. God damn it, Jersey.
That Islamophobia is a fake term made up to silence us. That was her quote. And that it is your duty as a Christian. Remember she said that, to fight Islam?
Here you go.
Megyn Kelly
I put
now
it in
thinks
the Discord.
maybe, just maybe, she was being manipulated. You're asking by who? Well, buckle up.
I have to tell you, Mark, it's been something I've noticed just since I've gotten sort of more clear-eyed on Israel, that a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric that's put out there originates with people who are very, very pro-Israel, who kind of need us to demonize them. Right. And I've taken a look recently at my own rhetoric on this to say, like, have I been manipulated? I want to make sure I'm not getting manipulated.
Of course you have.
But I think he's having a lot of Muslim viewers flock to him. I know for a fact he has a lot of young men flocking to him.
What an idiot.
Boy, she's just so
Thank you. You're welcome.
And now we have to get in all
Sorry
of it.
I was
We
so
just have
slow.
to.
I'm adjusting my lights because they're not lighting my face anymore. So I'm here, guys. I'm just
There's a couple of things.
I'm just like out of the frame or whatever.
Here. First off, she claims she's noticed
And my
this
camera's
change since
off
becoming
because I knocked it off by mistake.
more clear-eyed on Israel. It's a very generous way of framing things, Megyn. In reality, Tucker Carlson jumped the pro-Israel ship. His numbers went through the roof, and Megyn Kelly, being the heat-seeking missile for a growing audience that she is, simply followed the heat. That's what she does. And then she claims, to be an original. Secondly, look at the self-reflection. If we didn't know any better, we'd say, boy, that's nice. It's a good shift for her, a nice pivot. Have I been manipulated? She's asking. I don't blame you for giggling, Viviana. Come on. Here's a woman who spent a decade primetime news insisting Islam was a fundamental threat to the West. She said it should be wiped off, paraphrasing. Face of the earth, she may have said that too. That's what she was up to. Real question is not whether you were manipulated, Megyn. It is who you spent 10 years manipulating, your audience. That's the real manipulation. And whether you're ever going to apologize to them, whether we want to believe it or not, whether we think it was sincere or not. Tucker apologized for supporting Trump and some other things. We're not going to hold our breath on Megyn, though. Finally, though, lest we forget, this is the exact same person who was singing a very different tune just back in January. I mean, that's just a couple months ago. Something Nathan Livingston drew attention to on X. Let's put that up. You see it there. Megyn Kelly's inexplicable backflip on Islam. In the past 4 months, she's gone from saying it's your duty as a Christian to stand up and fight against it versus now celebrating Tucker Carlson's growing Muslim audience, seemingly moving in that direction herself. I mean, is that you or is this you? Islam is not consistent with the values of America, of the West. They should stay in countries that don't care about keeping church and state separated. That's where Islam can fester and grow. Fester and grow. Then in October, let's see what she posted on X. Islamophobia is a fake term made up to silence us. We're allowed to not want Islam taking over American cities. Don't be shamed out of that totally sensible position. I love Mehdi Hassan comments right under there. It's true. A reminder of what a racist bigot Kirk was and how much hate he incited against minorities. Keep telling the truth. And then we told you about Islamophobia is the fake term. As we said, that was just 6 months ago, Viviana. So what do you make of her motivation here, the real motivation? I hate even using the word real associated with Megyn Kelly, but I think we know what she's up to.
It's
What do
just
you
a
think?
giant grift.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, she's in it for the views, she's in it for the clicks, she's in it for the audience. She is a fair weather friend. She believes in Santa and she believes Jesus is white. So we can't really put much stock into what she says. I'm glad that she's opened her eyes to see that governments are separate from religions and that sometimes governments can be oppressive and, commit genocide. And she can separate those two. But I cannot, and I see Tucker is getting a lot of attention from progressives even. And I'm sorry, I can't get past the white supremacy. I can't get past the homophobia and transphobia. It stays the same. Her views on this may change, but she's still pandering to the hate that her base likes to feed on. So it's kind of disgusting. I mean, stick with what you know. That's the hate. Obviously, she doesn't believe in anything except Santa. And I'm not sure if we're gonna see what her true motivations are. I gotta make sure I'm not being manipulated. Is this the first time you said that? Or like you said, or are you the one manipulating?
Yeah. Let's not forget she doesn't mind a little blackface too. Remember that? Yeah. Okay. And for that, she walked away with tens of millions because this is America. Look at your life. But there is some genuine entertainment to this story, if you will, because we're not the only people who noticed. Her friends or ex-friends, one-time friends, the right, they're furious at her. And they are eating each other alive over this. I want you to take a look at, and we'll go chronicle a few of these. Here's David Harsanyi. She's just an empty vessel. When she was at Fox, she was a conservative. At NBC, she became liberal. She was anti-Trump when she thought he'd lose. She was pro-Trump when it was convenient. Now, she just mimics Tucker for hits. There's still some great things about America if you are of a certain hue, perhaps, not even an original, and yet she's getting paid for all of her nonsense, bigotry, and just everything else. Washington Examiner's David Harsanyi called it, and I love that term, an empty vessel. Then there was Ben Shapiro. Now, they used to be friends, but this is him now sneering, go get them clicks. Because he knows exactly what's going on here. We don't agree, of course. There's nothing in Megyn Kelly's orbit that would be in mine. But what I can respect is somebody who, and it's not a lot of respect, but it's a little, speaks their truth, calls it as they truly see it. I cannot stomach people who you don't really know who they are, what they believe. It's whatever the almighty dollar or popularity or whatever con they've got going tells them to be on any given day. That's not, why would anybody give their loyalty? Why would anybody join that army of an audience to support someone who you don't even really know the real them? Who are you? Who knows? Who knows? Steven Crowder went on a tear, listing every grievance he has with Islam in tweet form, which, nobody was asking, but okay, he felt compelled to do so. Which,
that clown is still around, Steven Crowder?
Grievances there, as if Christians in this climate, with the things that we've seen Christianity be invoked for, is okay from some. Just a thought, maybe anti-Muslim sentiment actually comes from the fact that 198 million Muslims worldwide support the use of violence against civilian targets to defend Islam. Look, I'll say this. There's a certain segment of the population that should not be pointing the finger at anyone. Anyone. Then there was David Rubin, of all people, predicting she'll pivot back to Trump within weeks, try to gaslight everybody that none of this happened. Which, given Megyn's track record, is probably a sound thing to predict there from Rubin. I think she'll do it too, and unapologetically. This is not like these people do it sheepishly, like, let me tiptoe out and pretend I didn't say something. They didn't. I'll give you the final word on Megyn Kelly, who I don't even know deserves it, Viviana.
This is her final word, sin vergüenza. And in Spanish, that means without shame. She's a sin vergüenza. No shame.
I love it. I love it. Let's put that on a t-shirt and we can put her face on the back or something. But then again, I don't want people throwing things at me if they just see the back side of the t-shirt.
I definitely worked on ChatGPT. I definitely worked on Gemini. I'm shown, like, honestly, some like things that humans should never really witness.
The AI job crisis is here, but it's not what you've been told.
You've said AI can spike unemployment to 10 to 20% in the next 1 to 5 years.
Yes. Tech CEOs talk about a future in which AI systems will soon do away with the need for human labor. But this rhetoric conceals a more sinister reality. While AI is triggering layoffs, its development is also driving the rapid growth of a new kind of worker.
I could set alarms for specific jobs, and if that alarm went off in the middle of the night, I was up, and I would work until the tasks ran out.
It's a hidden workforce, which Silicon Valley first recruited in low-wage countries, with college graduates making up a record share of the unemployed. Data annotation and AI training are among the fastest growing jobs in the US. So I set out to talk to these workers. I wanted to know, how is AI actually affecting work in this country?
So I'm essentially just working as an anxious rabbit the entire process. Like, will this end tomorrow?
And how do we make sure AI works for all of us, rather than so many of us having to work for AI?
The kind of inequality that we're talking about here could be something we've never experienced.
I was talking to my mom and I just started crying. I'm like, I can't see where this money is coming from.
Jen is an Ivy League PhD graduate from a small southern town. Jen is not her real name. Like most people we talk to, she asked to be anonymous for fear that tech companies could retaliate.
Well, I highly doubt they want this information public.
Last year, as she was wrapping up her degree, she started looking for a job.
You start off like, this is my goal, I know I'm qualified for it, then it just keeps getting lower and lower and lower. Over the past year, I've applied to over 200 roles and I got maybe 3 callbacks.
Graduates today are facing the worst job market in years. To make ends meet, Jen got on food stamps, moved in with her sister, and started working for $15 an hour as a cashier and substitute teacher. Then she saw a job posting on LinkedIn for $55 an hour.
I think the role I saw was philosophy intelligence analyst. I'm looking, I'm like, well, why wouldn't I be able to do that?
After applying, she got a job interview, but not with a human.
Let's start by discussing the languages you speak.
I am fluent in English and Chinese, and I consider English to be my primary native language.
They've become so lazy.
Thank you for sharing that.
While reporting this story, I got a recruiting message from the same company. So I did an interview to see what Jen's experience was like. I feel like my English is really excellent.
See, Glogga, you're ruining everything, goddammit.
Using it.
It sounds like your job as an investigative journalist really enriches your use of the English language.
The company is called Mercor, and it's one of many contractors which connect companies like OpenAI and Google to a distributed workforce to train and improve their AI systems. In the same way the AI boom has led to unprecedented growth in data center construction, it has also created an insatiable appetite for these workers.
AI companies kind of present these tools as digital technology.
Tim Newman is a labor researcher who studies the tech sector.
But this is really the result of an entire global supply chain, everything from mineral extraction to manufacturing to data centers and the data workers.
For years, tech companies searched for data workers largely outside the US, in low-wage countries like Kenya and collapsing economies like Venezuela. But that is shifting as AI companies push to build more capable systems.
With GPT-5,
Now it's like talking to an expert, a legitimate PhD level expert that can help you with whatever your goals are.
So one of the big narratives that's developing in the AI space is that in order to make the next big leap forward, what they need to do is fit the use case for very specific industries.
We've gone from maybe the models being like a smart high school student to really starting to get at the PhD level.
So in order to make these kind of leaps forward, the companies are really seeking out people with expertise.
AI firms are looking for expertise in pretty much everything because their models are only as good as what they're trained on.
We're lacking consistency, so you often hear some of our competitors talk about, these modern systems that we have today are PhD intelligences. I think that's a nonsense. They have some capabilities that are PhD level, but they're not in general capable.
By catering to this demand, the 4 largest data work startups have each had gross revenue of roughly $1 billion a year. Scale AI claims to have more than 700,000 graduates at its disposal, while Mercor says it has around 30,000 active professionals, like Jen.
We all get a message in our group comms where it's like, actually, this contract is ending.
Wow.
2 weeks after Jen started her first project, right before her graduation, Mercor pulled the rug.
So I'm like, what do I do now? Can I even afford this? Should I not get this dinner to celebrate my graduation anymore?
The next month, Mercor offered her a second project, but the pay had dropped to $45 an hour. When she pushed back, she was ghosted. A few months later, Mercor offered her $35 an hour.
I signed it, even though last year I would have found it so offensive.
She had learned her lesson. With this kind of work, you have to take whatever you're offered. And if you're ever offered a high-paying task, it's a race against the clock.
My last contract from Mercor offered me $101 an hour. I told the teacher, you're not going to see me next week because I'm going to try to max out all these hours before they end the role. I did those 40 hours, role ended the next day. I shouldn't have to do that. No one should have to do that. Just disrupt everything. It's predatory.
Paying up to $400 per hour because progress comes from you.
This is an industry that really seems to rely on precarious workers wherever they exist.
Last year, Tim and his colleagues conducted a study of data workers across the country. They found that 86% struggled to meet their financial responsibilities. A quarter of them relied on public assistance programs like Medicaid and food stamps.
I can't afford to go to the doctor. It feels like I'm rationing my ADHD medication for when I'm able to get back to someone consistently.
More than 1 in 5 had experienced homelessness. And overall, the workers reported median earnings of less than $23,000 a year. In 2021, Alexander Wang, the former CEO of Scale, became the world's youngest self-made billionaire. Last year, he was unseated by the 3 22-year-old founders of Mercor.
Do you hire people that currently work for investment banks or game designers or stuff like that?
Occasionally that would happen, but for the most part it would be people that previously worked at those companies.
Here I've got the homepage, and then this is just a big list of all the projects that I've been offered.
Ozzy is a college graduate in Oregon who majored in philosophy and worked on Surge AI's platform.
The point of it was just that somebody should be able to ask absolutely anything about absolutely anything, and it should be able to understand and do that. So that was my job, is to be able to read absolutely anything and then answer absolutely anything. I read the entirety of Dracula in 3 hours, and then I had 30 minutes to grade this picture book that was absolute dog water.
At first, he liked the wide-ranging nature of the work, but then he received a project codenamed Arsenic.
I watch horror movies. I think I know what I'm getting into, and it just comes up with the most monstrous of things.
It required him to review violent AI-generated videos.
It was 2 dudes murdering a golden retriever with their bare hands.
Ew.
There was
I heard about this. They do this in Africa now a lot because it's so bad. Right? They have people in Africa do this kind of content.
Weird videos of people constructing furniture out of humans, known celebrities would be in a jail cell bleeding out with extreme gore, and I would have nightmares honestly for a couple weeks after that.
I asked Surge AI about this project, and its spokeswoman claimed its platform does not involve any graphic content. But that contradicts the documentation Ozzy shared with me. He also thought it was strange that he was often asked to perform tasks he was not qualified for.
They were just like so incredibly niche and specialized. Like, can you help us with this calculus homework or like this massive math problem, and then like straight to a biology thing? And I was like, I'm not an expert in any of this. Like, people go to grad school for counseling. I thought about it for like 20 minutes, and then I came up with your answer about or whether you should reconnect with like your abusive father.
What I heard from Ozzy and Jen is distinctly similar to what data workers outside the US have told me. There's a reason for that.
There are hundreds of contract companies, and they're all working for a small number of top clients at the top of the AI supply chain.
It starts at the top, with AI firms seeking to get the best bang for their buck for this kind of labor. To compete for contracts from those AI giants, the data work companies are incentivized to keep their costs and commitments low.
When you're platform jumping all over the place, you feel like you don't have any power or room to stand up and say, hey, this isn't right. I'm working 13 hours a day and I might be making $40.
Crystal Kaufman is a longtime data worker who now researches labor conditions in the industry. She joined her first platform after illness pulled her out of traditional work.
I was working for one platform at the time. And then before I knew it, to actually make money to pay bills and things, it became a case of jumping from platform to platform as all of these smaller platforms appeared.
It's not a coincidence that data workers often come from vulnerable backgrounds, whether those on food stamps, without housing, or with disability.
When you're at that point, and I remember being at that point, you take what you can get.
We're describing a world of work that is really about this new mechanism. It's dismantling full-time employment.
In 2019, a researcher named Mary Gray gave me a haunting warning. Data work could represent the beginning of the Uberization of all knowledge work.
Yep.
On a relentless quest to consume the world's
all knowledge work
and become its sole provider, Silicon Valley would seek to create a gig version of every job, to acquire bits of knowledge as cheaply as possible from a growing underclass that could eventually include most of us.
We see a future where intelligence is a utility like electricity or water, and people buy it from us on a meter.
The whole ecosystem around Silicon Valley is very much based on this idea that computers are superior to humans. Most humans are unnecessary.
Darren Asimoglu is an economist who has extensively researched the effect of AI on the labor market. He told me that the AI industry's drive for automation is fueled not only by profit motives, but also by an ideology.
There is a sort of elitist attitude towards most workers. People think that the best way you can use AI is more automation, and just the less human input there is, the better.
No human CEO can talk to every employee at a company, every customer, be in every meeting, be an expert in every field.
Fuck you, Sam Altman. God, this guy's so evil. How do I look now? Looks better. Yeah, way better. Good. Sorry about that, guys. So much fucking... Gaius! Welcome back, buddy. How you doing? I'm doing my sit. My sit stand. Here we go. Looks way better. Okay.
And so
the lighting was driving me crazy, guys.
More and more, I think, of these jobs will be supervising a bunch of AI.
Right now, we are choosing to use AI as an automation technology. It creates a vicious cycle whereby more and more of the tasks start being taken by AI, and on the way to that, we need human workers to train AI models.
It looks like this. Employers cite AI as a reason to...
You know, and isn't it ironic that instead of getting more stories like this, they just ship it out to like countries like Ghana, Kenya, right? We had covered this story a few months ago, but Kenya was becoming like a huge source for AI work. And it was like this like really disgusting, brutal stuff, right? Like killing a dog on live stream, right? Like stapling puppies to a board with nails, right? Really just disgusting content that, like, why the fuck do they care about having it rated in their algorithm, right? It just like really disgusting stuff, guys. Yeah.
Lay off workers.
What the actual, oh yeah, we covered that, Patricia. So they moved it from like the US to Kenya, right? Or like, and why is that? Because, well, again, they're taking advantage of us being divided, right? Like, most people don't even know what's going on in Kenya at all, right? Here in the United States. So like, yeah, just move it over there and have them be the trauma. Have them get traumatized by this shit.
Tech firms hire those increasingly desperate workers for cheap to train AI.
Exploitation. Yeah, that's exploitation. And it's cheap as fuck. Exactly. Right? So it's a double whammy. It's exploitation on the it's like double exploitation, really, right?
Now, the kind of inequality that we're talking about here could be something we've never experienced. A handful of corporations controlling most of work, and a large fraction of workers essentially completely sidelined from meaningful work. That is a choice. That's not the nature of the AI technology itself. We can use AI for other things. Rather than automate teaching, we can give teachers tools so that they can provide individualized education in a much cheaper and effective form. We can have pro-nurse AI, meaning AI tools that increase the capabilities of nurses for diagnosis, cure, and treatment, but those options are not being exploited.
But in its quest to ingest the world's knowledge, Silicon Valley has a problem. The AI industry is dependent on the very workers it exploits. Data workers have leverage, and some of them are already using it. Crystal was the lead organizer of Turkopticon, one of the first efforts to build power to improve labor conditions on Amazon's platform. On some issues, they won.
We fought very hard for a change to the rejections policy. To get a corporation like that to actually listen to workers was almost surreal. We absolutely have to have some type of global coalition collectively demanding better conditions.
For hundreds of thousands of far-flung data workers to organize will be an enormous challenge. But advocates like Tim believe there are models in recent history that workers can look to.
Once workers started organizing in the garment sector, we've seen them creating powerful coalitions globally, including with consumers, with investors, with students.
A new bill introduced in California this year borrows from that kind of strategy.
This is AB 2653, the California Sweatshop Free AI Procurement Act.
It would ensure that when the state of California is procuring an AI tool, the data work that created those systems actually complied with certain labor standards.
This is simply about how we are spending taxpayer dollars, and it should not go to AI companies who exploit their workers, whether they're here in California or anywhere else in the world.
There's a narrative about how the AI companies operate that this technology is inevitable. That is not the case. All of us shape the future of technology. And what's most important is that we start working together to be sure that the future of work and the future of technology at work is one that, benefits all of us and makes our jobs better, not leading to a race to the bottom purely to enrich a handful of very wealthy billionaires in Silicon Valley.
Ugh. That's what it's used to be, what it used for. Our government elected officials are supposed to protect us from corporations who want to grind us down. They're supposed to. Good luck. It's all good, Jers. Thanks for asking. I hope your Mother's Day is going well. Yeah, happy Mother's Day, Josephus. Josephus. I know you're a mother. Shout out to all the moms out there. Shout out to all the fellow moms, the future moms. All right. All right. So I wanted to cover this too because I thought it was pretty funny. But Katie Porter was in a debate, and this happened.
Billionaires like me,
future mothers, shout out,
should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Last night was a debate between.
Whoops.
Billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Last night was a debate between the candidates for the governor's race in California, and it appears a billionaire is the left-wing champion. So I'm going to get into some of the clips from this debate. What I'm learning about Tom Steyer over the last few weeks, who ran briefly in the presidential election, or I should say the Democratic primary in 2020. And I'll get to what Bernie Sanders was saying about him back then, because I covered that whole race when it was happening, and did not expect Tom Steyer to 6 years later appear to be the choice, the correct choice for the governor of California. So let me first start with this clip. This is between Katie Porter and Tom Steyer. And Katie probably regrets this moment.
I have said that billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why,
said...
if this proposition is on the ballot in November, I'll vote for it. But going forward, we do need to go further. This is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money across the government the way everything else does. And specifically, it doesn't go to education and teachers and students, which is a critical need in the state of California. The tax I'm proposing to close a corporate real estate tax loophole is more
nice
money, and it's spread throughout
I
the
have not-
candidate
I
that's
have not
actually
gotten-
balanced two budgets.
Congresswoman.
I'm confused. Do you support the billionaire's tax that is going to be on the ballot in November, yes or no?
Katie, I just said I will vote for it if it's on the ballot in November. So what I've said is,
but you just said it wasn't a good idea.
Go far enough that in fact it is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money throughout the government.
All right, so I can't really blame Katie Porter for being confused, because we don't often see a billionaire say that, yes, I support a tax on myself. And it is a policy that he has supported before. Like, it's not as if this came out during the debate. This was well known. So Katie
pulling in hot, Joyzy.
Katie Porter should have already been aware of his support of it.
God, keep it in the pants, girl. 11,000 points. God.
But he's calling for even more in terms of addressing corporate tax loopholes. But this gets to how, like, I'm not just basing how I'm feeling about this California government.
Patricia, can you do fish again real quick? I want to test it out. Or somebody do fish real quick. It should be working now. Yep, it works. That's the test message I made. Cool. Fixed it. All right, so I don't think we need these then. Hey, Bossy French!
A race based on.
Welcome back. We were just talking about you. Tee hee hee hee.
This one debate. I've been reading others' opinions, people who are experts. We'll get to a climate activist later. Bill McKibben, well-known climate activist, well-respected, also has endorsed Tom Steyer. So this appears to be the consensus vote for the left. This from Common Dreams here from Jeff Cohen. I detest billionaires. My journeys to supporting one for governor of California. Make no mistake about it, corporate lobbyists are horrified that Tom Steyer might become California's governor. Despite myself, he may just be the class traitor we've been waiting for. So one of the biggest indications of who you can trust is finding out what people or groups are against that person.
I agree. Let's see who's against him, right? I want to keep an open mind here.
So Tom Steyer lays out a pretty good case in this interview.
Talking about how fun, smart, and pretty I am. Well, I don't know how you look, but sure. Yeah, that other stuff. Fun. We're having fun. Sure, you're fun. We're all fun here. But you're fun too, yeah.
With Zateo.
I said to you earlier, sometimes when you know someone's enemies, you know what they stand for. And if you look, Mehdi, if you look at the people who have been calling me out, Donald Trump, the head of ICE, electric monopolies who are trying their heads off to retain their legal monopoly to overcharge California.
Gotta get ready for work.
Big
No
oil
worries, girl.
companies who are ripping us off at the pump, who have been polluting. I mean, one of the things I say is polluters pay. Realtors, because they're afraid I will drive down the cost of housing. I will make it possible for people in California to make ends meet at the end of the month and buy a house. Yeah, those people are all opposing me and only me. And I would say to you, look, I'm the only progressive on this ballot. I'm the only change agent on this ballot. And I can prove it because all the people who stand for what I can't stand are against me, and I take it as a compliment.
Now, I get the skepticism because we're talking about somebody who is a billionaire. And by the very nature of becoming a billionaire, at some point he had to step on people to get there. But if you're gonna use that power to be a class traitor and to actually stand up for the most amount of people, and I mean, this is not me saying this. I'm reading opinions from people who historically have been on the correct side of issues, have fought for the correct people. The nurses union has endorsed him. Same union that endorsed Bernie Sanders both in 2016 and 2020. We'll get to his healthcare clip in a second here, but it's it's just hard for me to I don't know, internalize this. Actually, the best person in this race, it appears, is in fact a billionaire. So going on from Jeff Cohen's piece in Common Dreams, he writes here. A month ago, after seeing Steyer's anti-APAC video attacking Democratic leaders for failing to forcefully oppose Trump's war, I started an intense dialogue with progressives across California, including journalists, experienced activists, organizational leaders. Almost all, somewhat surprisingly or confusedly or embarrassingly, were arriving at the same conclusion. The billionaire Tom Steyer is the best choice for governor. And that's kind of how I've arrived at this too. I'm confused, but it definitely appears that's the case. Here is Tom Steyer discussing his support for single-payer healthcare.
I believe everybody in California has a right to health care. But the truth of the matter is, it is eating up our budget. And it's more than that, Alex. It is eating up every single family. You talked about how many people are giving up healthcare so they can make healthcare so they can make rent. You're talking about businesses that can't compete because healthcare is so expensive. And it is eating up the budget of the state of California. When people sit here and say, let's do the same thing, we can't afford to do the same thing. It is eating up our budget. Look at the numbers. That's why I changed my mind, Katie, because I looked at the facts. Single-payer healthcare systems cost half as much as the system in total that we have now. And yes, it's going to be a big, job to get us to single-payer. But the truth is, we don't have a choice because right now people are suffering. They're giving up healthcare. Every medical crisis turns into a financial disaster. The truth is, we don't have a choice but to go to single payer, and you need somebody who's going to fight for it. And the person who's going to fight for it.
Why do they cost less, though? To clarify, Mr. Steyer, on the question of health care for the undocumented,
I said everybody in California has a right to health care. And let's answer this.
California should fund that.
The truth of the matter is, immigrants built this state. Immigrants make this state run. Yeah.
Legal.
The fact of the matter is, we had a broken immigration system, and now you want to victimize.
All these people want to. Well,
the people who are working here and making this state run.
Thank you,
As
sir.
Antonio said, try and get rid of them. You can't do it.
Now, I got to say, I am a little annoyed that the points he is making here are the same points Bernie was making back in 2020 when Tom Steyer was not for single-payer healthcare. If he just did the research at the time when Bernie was making the points and actually maybe believe what Bernie was saying, he would have come to this conclusion years ago. But whatever. He's there now.
He's there
as,
now.
Common Dream writes, Steyer's unequivocal support for CalCare universal health coverage is one of the reasons he's endorsed by Rokana and the California Nurses Association, and why Roots Action, which I co-founded, came out in support last week. And this gets me to what Bernie was saying back then, because I covered it. Bernie reacts to billionaire Tom Steyer entering 2020 primary. Here is Bernie's comments back then, and I'll get to what the group that he founded, what they're saying now.
Tom Steyer, the billionaire who's made a cause of impeachment. What do you think about him entering the race with all of his money?
Well, I have known Tom for a number of years, and I like Tom personally, but I do have to say, as somebody who in this campaign has received 2 million campaign contributions, averaging, I believe, $19 a person, I am a bit tired of seeing billionaires trying to buy political power. So I like Tom. He is a good guy. He's a friend of mine. But I'm not a great fan of billionaires getting involved in the political process.
And look, that's a point that I think is still fair to make today. Tom Steyer, if he actually does believe what he is saying, and again, based on what I am reading, based on what he has been saying, based on the endorsements he has received, I do believe he actually is the person that he's claiming to be. But if he is that person, he's an outlier. Billionaires should not be able to just buy themselves into a race or buy another politician to raise their profile. But there ain't a whole lot of options in this California governor's race. Katie Porter at one time, who seemed like she'd be a great candidate for this, has sort of fallen off over the last few years. And there's not really anybody else. So this has gotten us to progressive group founded by Bernie Sanders endorses billionaire for California governor. I mean, it's a funny headline, but it is what it is. It does appear to be the right choice. I want to play for you now. This is another clip from the debate where Tom Steyer is calling for something that the Democratic Socialist leader in Canada of the NDP, Avi Lewis, is also calling for.
This war in Iran has driven up the gas by at least $1.50. And the truth is, we should be taxing the oil companies because they are getting a windfall profit as a result of the war that the president that they put into office started for no apparent reason. We should be taxing that money. We should send it directly to Californians' pockets, not to the government of California. And let me say this. Being in bed with oil companies is a mistake. Javier Becerra has taken the max amount of money from Chevron, and he has said they're good guys that we need. The truth of the matter is the oil companies are ripping us off at the pump. They're polluting our air, and they're burning up the planet.
Tom Steyer calling for a windfall profits tax on big oil. Again, as I said, Avi Lewis in Canada, the leader of the NDP, is also calling for this, who is a Democratic Socialist. I'm not sure how Tom Steyer, if he defines himself in any sort of ideological way, but it's a great policy. It's a no-brainer. And you have Javier Becerra, the former Biden HHS secretary, who is also one of the main candidates in this race. His loyalty, as Bill McKibben writes here, lies with fossil fuels. So Bill McKibben is one of the more prominent, more respected environmental writers and activists. And he has, in fact, endorsed Tom Steyer. Writing here, the California chapters of Third Act, a group of Americans over 60 that I helped found, canvassed their members last month and issued an endorsement of Tom Steyer on the grounds that he had worked hard over the years to address energy and climate issues. Instead of taking money from big oil, he's given money, time, and counsel to those of us volunteering in the fight against the industry. I mean, it's hard to argue against voices like Bill McKibben. So I think I got one or two more clips here. On ICE, yeah. Tom Steyer, fantastic answer here on CNN.
The governor of California should hold people accountable who break the laws of California, specifically including ICE agents and the people who send them to racially profile, which is illegal, and use violence against Californians, which is illegal. And it should go up the chain to the supervisors, right up to Stephen Miller. If he's sending people to racially profile and...
Guys, I want to keep an open mind, but I'm extremely skeptical. I'm sorry.
Hurt Californians or kill Californians, he should be held liable. It is not legal for federal agents to come to California and break the law. It is absolutely critical that California's governor does stand up for everyone in California. That in fact, ICE to me is a criminal operation. I've said all along, we should abolish ICE. It's breaking the law. It is coming here deliberately to break the law. And that's why I'm saying we should hold them accountable. We should inspect the detention centers that they have in secret.
So just to
we
clarify,
should have a
Mr.
legal
Steyer,
defense fund. Yes,
just to
I do. I don't know. I would go all the way up the chain. I've gone as far as Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller should be held accountable for what the ICE agents do in California that he sends.
Incredible response here. He's exactly right. Now, of course, the question is, will he hold
Actually
this
do it.
same anger, this same position, if he does become governor? That's fair to ask. It's fair to be skeptical of somebody who is a billionaire. But again, I base how I'm feeling about this largely on the support we're seeing from people like Bill McKibben, Nurses Union, left-wing activist groups, other more progressive or left of center politicians like Ro Khanna, who's endorsed him. Based on all of that, I think the choice in California at this point is clear. But let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
All right, now we're going to learn about the separatists in Alberta again. Jesus. Oh, no, wait. We already watched something on this. A better video on it. All right. Let's see. We can get to that later. It's just kind of long. Oh, Scotland and Wales are having elections. Cover them.
As many of you will know by now, on Thursday, people up and down the country voted in what turned out to be a pretty dramatic set of elections. In the English local elections, Labour lost over a...
Hey, let's... We had talked that Scotland probably wants to get back to the EU, right? That's a good idea.
Council seats, while Reform swept up massive gains up and down the country, and the Greens were able to win their first council in London, in Waltham Forest, alongside mayors in Hackney and Lewisham. While we explained much of this in a video yesterday, due to the timing of that video's release, we weren't able to delve into the Scottish and Welsh elections, as results didn't come out until later on Friday. So, with the results now out, and with the SNP doing incredibly well in Scotland, and Plaid doing incredibly well in Wales, in this video we're going to dive a bit deeper into what exactly happened in Wales and Scotland, which parties have benefited, and what this means for both Scotland and Wales, and also the UK as a whole. The next issue of our magazine is out very soon, with this issue focusing on all of the wars that Trump has been involved in during his second term, with each dot on the cover representing a different military intervention or strike. Inside, we run through each of the conflicts from Venezuela and Iran to Yemen and Ecuador, as well as discussing what he's really doing. Pre-order your copy today at toolong.news. Now, we're going to split this video into two parts, starting with the Scottish parliamentary elections and then the Welsh Senate elections. So let's get into it. When it comes to Scotland's results, one region really let everyone down. And when I say everyone, I specifically mean myself and Ben, who were working on this script until 11:30 last night, hoping that they'd finally declare their results more than 24 hours after the polls had closed. Unfortunately though, the count for the beautiful Highlands and Islands region was seemingly being done on an abacus, because the results still haven't come in, and it's approaching midnight. And I still have to go home and fully animate and edit this video. So for the sake of not completely destroying me, these numbers are excluding the final 6 MSPs coming from this region. Regardless, as of the time of recording, the SNP had won 58 seats, down from 64 won in 2021. This is something of a remarkable result for a party that's been in power since 2017, although it is slightly short of the 65 needed for a majority that Swinney had been looking for. Now on paper, Labour haven't actually had that bad of a night. They've declined from 22 seats in 2021 to 17 at the time of writing. However, given how close Labour came to the SNP in the polls back in 2024, there is still a sense of devastation in the party, obviously alongside the results in Wales and the local elections. Nonetheless, this could technically still put them in second place. However, this will depend on which way the regional MSPs from the Highlands and Islands end up going. Regardless of those final MSPs though, this is still a decent result for Reform, giving them significant power in Scotland, and demonstrating that the threat they pose is not just south of the border. The Greens have also had a pretty good election, with them doubling their seat share from 8 to 16. This includes winning their first ever Holyrood constituencies, in Edinburgh Central, ousting SNP beast Angus Robertson, and in Glasgow Southside, Nicola Sturgeon's old constituency. As Ross Greer, co-leader of the Scottish Greens, pointed out, this means that everyone in Scotland now has a Green MSP. So what explains these results? Well, prior to the election, things did start looking up for John Swinney's SNP. Polls showed that he was on the cusp of achieving a 5th consecutive victory for the SNP, despite polling showing in 2024 that Labour on track to overtake them in the polls. Thanks to the unpopularity of Starmer south of the border, Labour fell in the polls, and as a result of the rising popularity of Nigel Farage's Reform UK, both Labour and Reform went into the election polling relatively similarly. However, it would be disingenuous to suggest that the popularity of the parties in Scotland are simply a result of the performance of the parties in Westminster. Scots went into this election most concerned about the economy and health, issues that they didn't think the SNP government had performed well on, with 65% and 70% respectively saying that they thought the SNP government had handled these issues badly. Similarly, 51% of voters went into the election with unfavourable views of John Swinney, compared to just 34% who had favourable views. So how come the SNP won yet another election, and won it so resoundingly? Well, the thing is that the SNP were essentially seen as the least worst option. People might not love them, but the SNP were the party most trusted of all of the parties on the NHS and the economy, and John Swinney was actually the most popular party leader in Scotland. Additionally, Swinney worked hard in the campaign to try and move the issue of independence up the agenda in the run-up to the election, knowing that support for independence is higher than support for the SNP themselves. In fact, Swinney made clear in the campaign that if the SNP were to achieve an overall majority, i.e. more than 65 seats, he would use this to push for another independence referendum. However, with the SNP falling slightly short of this, it seems he'll have to adapt his plan somewhat. Anyway, let's move on to Wales. Even going into this election, it was clear that this could have been the worst election for Labour of the 3 elections taking place on Thursday. That's because it's hard to express just how much of a stronghold of Labour support Wales has been for decades. Labour has won every election in Wales in both the Senedd and Westminster since 1922. That is until this week. Not only have they lost the election, but the Welsh Labour Party's leader and First Minister of Wales actually lost her seat, the first time in British history that a sitting head of government has lost their seat in an election. Now, when it comes to the wider results, it's a little hard to compare how each party has done versus their previous performance, because the Senedd expanded from 60 seats to 96 seats since the last election in 2021. With this in mind, in the last election, Labour secured 35 seats. This time round, though, they secured a mere 9, around 9%. The main beneficiaries of their decline have been Plaid Cymru, who won 22% of the seats in the last election, but won 45% this time round, as well as Reform UK, who won no seats last time round and have won 34% of them this time. It's worth noting too that the Conservatives haven't had a particularly great election either. They secured around 27% of the seat share last time, but managed a mere 7 this time round. So how did we get here? Well, as in Scotland, part of this is simply down to the unpopularity of the Labour government in Westminster. Welsh Labour's leader admitted that Keir Starmer was an issue on the doorstep, and she previously admitted that Labour could lose control of Wales as a result of a protest vote against Keir Starmer. However, this isn't to say that Starmer is entirely to blame. Wales's Labour leader also just isn't that popular. In March, she had an approval rating of -24, a figure that remains stagnant for the best part of the last year. By contrast, Plaid's leader has maintained a mildly positive approval rating for the last year or so. When it comes to the issues, as in Scotland, voters in Wales prior to the election were most concerned about the economy and health. Unfortunately for Welsh Labour, mere days prior to the election, it was announced that NHS Wales had missed government-set targets to cut waiting lists, to eliminate waits of 2 years or more, and to make sure that nobody is waiting more than 8 weeks for diagnostic tests. On top of this though, the new voting system in Wales has likely helped smaller parties such as Reform and Plaid. Previously, the Senedd used an AMS voting system, which is a mixed voting system that's also used in the Scottish Parliament. However, for the first time in this election, Wales used a fully proportional system, a closed regional list system, which has likely hurt Labour, and the Conservatives for that matter, even further. So that's how the elections went in Scotland and Wales, but what does this mean for Starmer's government nationally? Well, these results, combined with the thrashing suffered in the local election, means that Starmer just isn't looking to be in the best place right now. Voters seem to think that losing these elections should be grounds for the Prime Minister to hand his notice in, and there are rumours that his leadership challenges are on manoeuvres. Burnham is potentially gunning for a Westminster seat, and Rayner is weighing up whether to pull the trigger on an official challenge. But ultimately, we'll just have to wait and see whether there's actually anything behind all of this. Regardless, there's much...
All right. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch this. We forgot to watch this yesterday.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm personally convinced that Trump is trying to sabotage J.D. Vance right in front of his face. Because, as you all know, a malignant narcissist can never willingly give up control and pass the torch. For Trump, he genuinely doesn't give a shit if the world ends with him, which is a terrifying scenario, that a guy that has the ability to launch nuclear weapons genuinely doesn't give a shit if the world goes on beyond him. In a systematic way, Trump has been sort of throwing under the bus every single potential 2028 Republican candidate. And JD's at the front of the line that's, getting fucking beheaded for the world to see. So Trump sends JD Vance to Iowa to campaign, okay? And to say this goes poorly is a colossal understatement. JD Vance is probably one of the single most awkward politicians in the country.
Agreed.
He just has that vibe that everybody hates. Even if you generally agree with him ideologically, you can admit when you look at him, like, oh, something's off with that guy. Something's wrong. Okay? He's got a fucking smug-ass, punchable face. He's got this fake self-assured demeanor. Clearly, he's a vapid, empty husk of a human who's desperately trying to climb the ladder of relevance to get power. He doesn't even know why he wants power, because he's not going to do anything good with it. He just wants power for the sake of power. It's all for self-aggrandizement and getting his name in the history books. Meanwhile, he fucking wears eyeliner. That's why Jennifer Welch calls him the smoky-eyed sociopath and the failed drag queen. It's just rough, bro. It's just rough. To listen to this guy talk is to want to fucking run away at 1,000 miles an hour or hit yourself in the head with a brick. I would rather do self-harm than listen to this guy give a speech. So let's start with this. This is the part where Vance is basically desperately pleading with farmers to say, like, hey, bro, hey, look, I know things are kind of rough, no big deal, bro, but we're working on it. That's all you need to know is we're working on it. We're trying to fix it. And so that's why, you guys should vote for Republicans. Quite a pitch there, fella. Quite a pitch. I know shit's fucked up, and we're trying to fix it. It hasn't gotten better, but we're trying to fix it. But support us, I guess. I don't know. Here we go. Watch this.
We also know that a lot of our farmers are struggling with high fertilizer prices. I'm aware of that. As the President of the United States has said, we got a little blip in the Middle East. We've got to take care of some business on the foreign.
You know who he kind of reminds me of? Obama now. The more that I think about it, right? He has that like smug, like he's like Republican Obama, even more smug in many ways, right? Even like down to the mannerisms and the way he speaks. It's
policy side.
We got a little blip.
Like a shitty version of him, right? Like Timu Obama.
Is that what you would call carpet bombing a little girl's elementary school? A little blip? Is that a little blip? Is it a little blip to attack steel plants? Is it a little blip to attack power plants? Is it a little blip to bomb civilian bridges? Is that what it is? It's a little blip.
It's pretty bad. Oof.
Hey, bro, look, I know shit's sort of fucked up right now, but we're doing fucked up shit in the Middle East, too. So, you know, I guess deal with it. What a pitch. What a pitch there, bro.
A little blip in the Middle East. We've got to take care of some business on the foreign policy side. But you know what we're doing simultaneously? We're working with the congressman, and we're finding ways every single day to make sure that you guys and the farmers of this great state get access to the products that they need. We're working on it.
Look, I know y'all ain't got no fertilizer. I know that might lead to famine. I know that 70% of you can't grow the crops that you need to grow. But like, you know, we're working on it and stuff. What does that mean, you're working on it? What does that mean? You're not working on dick. It's getting worse. If you're working on it, why are bankruptcies going up day after day after day? And that's what's happening. Farmers are going bankrupt at a rapid pace.
And we're finding ways every single day to make sure that you guys and the farmers of this great state get access to the products that they need. We're working on it. We're working on it every single day.
It's the most desperate energy I've ever heard. Isn't a political speech supposed to like rally people up and get them excited and give them something to look forward to? And then meanwhile, look, all these farmers, I'm going to play this one more time. Keep your eye on everybody in the background here, fucking stone-faced silent, listening to this loser basically apologize for sucking shit.
We also know that a lot of our farmers are struggling with high fertilizer prices.
Look at their faces.
I'm aware of that. As the President of the United States has said, we got a little blip in the Middle East. We've got to take care of some business on the foreign policy side. But you know what we're doing simultaneously? We're working with the congressman, and we're finding ways every single day to make sure that you guys and the farmers of this great state get access to the products that they need.
Oh, my goodness.
We're working on it. We're working on it every single day.
Maybe one way to do that is to not fucking ruin the world economy for them, right?
Oh,
that could have been an option, right?
I can't even watch it. It's hard to watch. It's like watching your friend when you're in college try to go up and talk to a woman that he's interested in, and just like, this is a guy with no game whatsoever. He's like,
oh,
hey,
shit!
So, excuse me.
Confirmed. Kyle got game. That's how he got Crystal.
What's your... My name's... What's your name? It's got that vibe to it. Of like, hey, would you like to go out with me, please? Maybe. But if you don't, I understand. But like, could you...
I mean, he's a uber dork,
maybe
right?
Think about it.
And I don't mean nerd. I mean dork. Right?
Please? Oh, it's so weak. Oh, it's so bad. But we're not done. We got more. So here's Vance, who had a Trump moment here, totally confused, reading off his script, loses his place, and what follows is just incredibly hard to watch. Here we go.
When I see Iowa farmers who need to get that E15 to market, what is this?
Being lame and shy got me with some very amazing women. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can be shy and nerdy and stuff, and actually that can actually help you out, right? When I mean a dork, I mean like just somebody who's clearly like sycophantic, right? Clearly somebody who's like looking to get appraisal in this way, right? Like, you get what I'm trying to say, right? I'm just trying to clarify my words here.
What is
yeah,
Zach, you're gonna have to
he got Crystal because he's masculine for the matriarchy.
help me out with the name here.
Oh no! Public speaking number one is you got to be able to adjust on the fly, son. You got to be able to fucking
motherfucker
bob and weave and dodge. It's like a dance up in this bitch. You can't. Steve, I lost my spot. What's their name? Bro, what's going on?
Who need to get that E15 to market? What is this? What is Zach, you're going to have to help me out with her name here. I lost my page here. Okay.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Could
Okay, there
never
we go.
be me.
Sarah Trone Garriott. There he is. I'm on the wrong page here.
By the way, this is who Tucker's going to try to force feed you in 2028. They're going to try to be like, oh, J.D. Vance was always against this war that he supported behind the scenes. And this guy, and he's desperately trying to save his ass politically by leaking to media outlets and, oh, JD was always against it. JD was always like the voice of reason in the room, bro. And like he was trying to save the day, but like Trump wouldn't even listen to him. Look at this fucking beta cuck. Can't even do this right. Of all the things, you can't even do this right. This is like the simplest shit. Go give a speech in Iowa and rally them up. I bet more people after watching this are going to vote Democrat than were beforehand.
Trone Garriott. There he is. I'm on the wrong page here.
Oh, my God.
So while Zach...
Did they just boo him? Was that booing him?
Yeah.
What? Are they booing the person whose name he reads? Is that supposed to be like a bad person in their worldview? Oh, my goodness.
I'm on the wrong page here.
Lol.
The crowd is totally silent behind him, just looking at him, cringing.
So while Zach is fighting to make sure, for the benefit of Iowa, but frankly for the benefit of the whole country.
Oh, it's all so hard to watch, bro. But I'm still not done. Okay, so here we have J.D. Vance, and he is going to make an argument that's going to want to make you bang your head against a brick wall. The lack of self-awareness...
It couldn't have happened to a nicer person. Fuck you, Jay.
...is absolutely record-breaking.
JP.
Here we go.
I have a simple question here, which is, do you want somebody who votes to give your money to illegal aliens? No. Do you want somebody who votes to raise your taxes? No. Do you want somebody who supports defrauding you and taking money away from poor kids so they can give it to the fraudsters?
The nerve of him to say that. Midas Touch posted. Trump pardons wipe nearly $2 billion in victim repayment and taxpayer recovery for Medicare and tax fraud and more. Would you vote for somebody who's trying to defraud you? Oh, I don't know. Everybody in the fucking room already did that, and it's your asses that are defrauding them. Look at this. Convicted fraudsters Trump has pardoned just this year. Jason Galanis, $200 million plus. Joseph Schwartz, $38 million. Lawrence Duran, $205 million. He did Medicare fraud. He only paid $87 million back. They don't have to pay restitution. Like, that's how evil the Trump regime is people committed all sorts of fraud. Trump goes in, rushes in, pardons them, and says, hey, fuck the victims. How about they don't get paid back? Insane. Carlos Watson, $60 million investor fraud. Trevor Milton, $20 million investor losses. Todd Chrisley, $30 million bank fraud. Julie Chrisley, $30 million bank fraud. Devin Archer, $60 million tribal bond scheme. George Santos, $44,000 to $1 million multiple fraud schemes. Michelle Fiore, $70,000 charity fraud. Brian Kelsey, $90,000 campaign finance fraud. Scott Jenkins, $75,000 bribery fraud scheme. Paul Walzak, $10 million plus tax fraud. Adriana Camberos, $1 million plus counterfeit and fraud. So understand something. There's somebody who committed fraud. Trump pardoned them. Then they went out there, committed fraud again. Then Trump pardoned them again. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. This is like if somebody made that up. And before it happened.
He pardoned like drug dealers. Remember how we're like fighting drug dealers?
You would go, no, that's insane. Like, that's so absurd. It's obviously fictional. Like, nobody is that corrupt. Turns out Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance are that corrupt. That this would, as they're whining and bitching and moaning about Somali fraud, which, by the way, to the extent there was any of that, it was already prosecuted under Biden. They lied to pretend like it wasn't, okay? They're whining and bitching and moaning about Somali fraud. Meanwhile, Trump, on a random Tuesday afternoon before lunch, pardons like triple the amount in fraudsters. Somebody who committed like triple the amount of fraud that the entire Somali community did, pardons them like it's nothing. And why is that? Because, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, there's a pay-to-play scheme going on. There's been reporting on this. Go down to Mar-a-Lago, pay Trump $1 million, and then he will pardon whoever the fuck you want him to pardon. And so the corruption is so out of control. It is so insane. It is so unhinged that, when you talk about it, it sounds like it's fake. And this motherfucker has the nerve to go down there and talk about this. And the nerve to say, do you want somebody who gives your tax money to immigrants? Let me tell you something. I'd rather have my tax money go to immigrants than go to bombing elementary schools in Iran. I'd rather have it go to immigrants than to bombing hospitals and bombing power plants and bombing steel plants and bridges. I would much rather have it go to that. And now these motherfuckers are asking for $1.5 trillion for the Pentagon. Meanwhile, the Pentagon can't account for 63% of their money. At the same time, they're kicking 18 million people off Medicaid and tripling health insurance premiums. But they want you to fear what Democrats are going to do with your money. Trump literally came out the other day in a speech that he thought was a closed-door speech to Republicans. He was wrong, by the way. And what did he do? He was whining and bitching and moaning, and he went, we can't afford to do daycare. We can't afford childcare or anything like that. We're at war. So whatever happened to America first? Whatever happened to make America great again? Apparently that became, let's start a new war every other week and blow trillions of dollars in the process and massacre countless innocent civilians. What a sick, disgusting joke this is, bro. What a sick, disgusting joke. This guy is the worst of the worst, man. So, thankfully, his viral humiliation put a smile on my face. Because that's what this was. The crowd went silent as he humiliated himself in a viral fashion. And this was all lined up for Trump to make it so he face plants. To make it so that he fails. Because Trump knows this guy has the charisma of a dirty diaper. And so he's like, go ahead, go out there and do some speeches, do some rallies for me, JD. People will love you. And then meanwhile, he's up there like,
he's really good at
that's why I always say, wait,
ooh, shit.
I lost my spot.
Congrats. Dragged in the eternal treasure, Goblin King. Oh, you caught the Goblin King. Every previous fish becomes lore. Damn. The king of the goblin fish.
What page was I on? What's your name?
And now I'm his
Where's
queen.
my
Damn right.
Eyeliner. Oh, stop.
Damn, that's a good legend.
Stop it, JD. Go away. Go away.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Impressive.
Epic.
Nice. Good job. Those are really rare. Blue Room pulled up a crown of seaweed. It places itself on your head. You are now royalty of the shallows. Loggy bows. He means it. Congrats, man. No, that was a good one. Damn. I added that one in recently, guys. I'm going to add some more later. We're going to be at over 3,000 items when we're done.
And like and subscribe.
3,000 items to pick up. Right.
It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
Damn, I can't believe you got the treasure Goblin King. That's dope. Congrats, Patricia. Congrats. All right. Oh yeah, and we talked about this, but first, let's watch that first because I don't really want to watch this. This is gonna be some crap. You already know.
So I don't know how many of you guys saw this the other day, but Trump had this like presidential fitness event at the White House. And he was surrounded by a bunch of little kids. Now, right off the jump here, come on, man.
Come on, dog. First of all, dude, you're not even fit. The dude's like the least fit president we've ever had, right? And I don't mean like age or anything like that. I mean like maybe like William Howard Taft was less fit because he was huge. Did my message I tag you in come through? Yep, I got it. On Discord, right? Let me check about the fish. Nope, I didn't get anything about any message that you tagged me in. You'll have to make some fish after us. Oh, sure. That's not a bad idea. Catch a Jersey. Who wants to catch Jersey? What? Trump is 6'3" and 200 pounds, the healthiest president in history of the earth. Even his doctor wrote a note about God, Gus. What a fucking joke. Oh my God. Hilarious. Oh man. Oh, my fish peaches? Yes, your fish peaches. That's called the dream fish. On peach. No, that's a really good idea. I like that. I'll have to think of creative ways to implement it. Okay, the cooldown is not working. I don't know why. Not displaying the cooldown message. All right, try again, Patricia. I just want to test it out. Now try it again. Somebody else fish that isn't her. Or manzanas. Mm-hmm. Damn right. Fish some of those. Perfect. Working. It's working. Thank you, guys. Finally got that perfected. All right. All right. Forgot to play this jersey. All right.
Thank you. The new phone book's here! The new phone book's here!
Well, I wish I could get that excited about
Nothing! Are you kidding? Page 73! Johnson! Naven! R! I'm somebody now! Millions of people look at this book every day! This is the kind of spontaneous
There we go. That's what we were talking about.
publicity! Your
Damn
name
right. Jersey nailed it.
in print that makes people! I'm in print! Things are going to start happening to me now.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Me becoming a nerd. You nearly adopted the nerdness. I was born in it. Raised by it. Anyone know that fucking... that fucking quote? As if I wasn't a fellow. Psh, you just adopted it. You weren't even born in it, girl. Raised by it. Could never be, girl. Could never be Jersey.
That could never be me.
Can you imagine that? Oh, wait.
Could never.
There you go, Jersey. Could never be you.
Please
girl.
clap.
But come on, like,
remember Bane says that to Batman? He's like, "You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it."
a little more self.
It's a great line. Every time I think of something like that, I think of that quote.
Awareness. You can't.
Let me see if I can find it. Right.
You can't be like the.
I have the issue of Batman. Yeah. I love Batman, guys. He's one of my faves. Him and Soups. The Trinity in general, right? People don't like Wonder Woman. She's dope, guys. She's a part of the Trinity, right? The Trinity is like the trifecta. Right? Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Okay? If you don't know that, get the fuck out. God. Gus's tagline after sex. Damn right. You merely adopted it. I was born in it. Girl, that's so funny. After high-fiving.
Guy hiding the Epstein files, right? The guy protecting the elite pedophiles, and also be.
I'm collecting Bitch Planet and Buffy. You merely adopted it. I was born in it, bossy French.
Like, give me an event where I'm surrounded by a bunch of little kids. Let's do that. Let's surround me with a bunch of little kids. Like, just with your track record alone, not great. He has all these little kids there. And then in typical Donald Trump fashion, he doesn't know like what's appropriate. And so he starts talking about death and starts talking about the war and starts like judging little kids. And it is a mess. You could tell this guy's brain is not functioning well anymore. So he ended up horrifying a bunch of little children. And here, let me show you this video. This is from the guys over at Midas Touch. And their title is Trump Crashes Out in Oval as Walls Close In. Let's listen.
Donald Trump just scared a group of little kids in the Oval Office. Donald Trump's behavior moments ago was so deeply disturbing with these little kids. We should not normalize it. It is so critical that we call it out. These kids were used by Donald Trump as props to announce the fact that he's doing a presidential fitness test day once again. And so he used these children as props. And then Donald Trump's interaction with these children was so disturbing. There are so many red flags here. And frankly, I don't even know why there are kids this age or kids at all in the Oval Office, given that Donald Trump right now is currently covering up a child sex trafficking ring. And this needs to be called out. I know corporate news isn't going to call it out, so we will.
I refuse to pick up Batman because I'll probably like it and he's a cop, so I'll have a moral crisis. Wait till you read that he's also a billionaire. Oh. Yeah. No, I think that of all the three, Superman gets the most hate, right? Like when they do like Soup's good, he is like such a great character, guys, right? Because like he represents like, and we talked about this when they remember when they released the new movie? That was that was like last year, right? Wow, it was a while ago. Yeah, they released that new Superman movie, and there was a lot of talk on the internet about it, about how it was like, it was talking about Gaza and Israel and imperialism, right? And like how immigrants have to go through stuff. And like, guys, that is Superman, right? Superman is very much, when he's done right, right? I'm not saying he's done right in every, there's many versions of him, right? But he represents like the immigrant struggle, right? Like the struggle to fit in, the struggle to like It's just done in a very like clever way, right? A very allegorical way. It's not so on the nose like today, like a lot of today's media likes to do things, right? So, yeah, like, see, this is what we were talking about earlier, that a lot of pop culture reflects this stuff, right? And if you understand like the reason why artists write certain things, right? Like the guys who invented Superman, there were two guys, right? They were Jewish immigrants, literally from Germany, I believe, right? They had very thick accents and they barely spoke a word of English, and they got called like probably all these like really racist names, right? And like they felt like a fish out of water, right? But they were able to make something that kind of like stood the test of time, right? Because I don't know, you go anywhere in the world and you're like, yeah, everyone's heard of Superman, right? Maybe I'll look into them. They are DC. Yeah, they're DC. You just gotta find the right one, right? Because there's a lot of different DC things. Like, don't rely on the movies. The movies are all shit, except the new one. The new one was pretty decent. I liked it a lot. Don't rely on like certain comics, right? They're pretty bad. Some of them are really like just cringe. But like in general, when you read like the stories that these people try to tell, they're very like, they often reflect themes like that, right? About like immigrants, right? And this was back in the 30s, guys, right? So things haven't changed that much. I've always had a problem with Superman because of the Ye America BS he's tied to. I'm learning. Yeah, no, he's not though. Like that was something that, like that's what I'm trying to say, Jersey, right? Superman never represented America. He represented. We talked about this on the stream, right? And we kind of went over like some of his history. He never represented America until the Cold War, right? They took that character and they made him into like a propaganda piece, right? And he was never supposed to be like propaganda for the United States. So I see why you think that, right? But what I'm saying to you is that he's more complex than that. He was never like the I'm America Captain, right? Like that's more Captain America, hence the name, right? It's why I don't like Captain America. I've never liked Captain America as a character, right? Superman, on the other hand, is the opposite, right? Like he was supposed to be the opposite, right? And they basically bastardized him for a while. And that's why I say some books, some comic books, some movies, and some TV shows that he's in really fuck him over, right? And they don't do a good job. They do that like Truth, Justice, and the American Way shit. And that came after the fact, right? After his creation. So that's why they stopped using that American Way shit, because they knew like it was just propaganda, right? But I will say this, Jersey, you will like Red Sun, right? And it's basically like what happens if like Superman lands in the Soviet Union, right? Like how would he be like? And that's why they made Superman Red Sun, right? I'll show you it real quick. It's basically, yeah. It's basically like instead of him landing in Kansas, what would happen if he landed in the Soviet Union, right? And I thought that was really well done, because it was like a good way to be like, okay, well, we're not going to propagate. Here he is with Stalin. Jesus. That's fucking hilarious. I forgot about that. Right? So there's a bunch of stories, and that's what I mean. Like he's not just like one single character. Like DC has a lot of, even Marvel, right? I will say Marvel's the same way too, but DC in particular, there's a lot of like different versions of the character. And you got to find your own, like, the one you like the most, right? A lot of people like Red Sun for that reason, and I would agree with them. I think it's a very interesting Like, it's the basically trying to undo a lot of the American way type shit, right? That I don't like and that you don't like. Hey, Kiki, welcome back, girl. How you doing? Makes sense, Jers? Regardless of what country he lands on. Correct. He's like the morally correct character always, right? He always tries to do what is right. Right? Yeah. While Batman is like is willing to bend the rules every once in a while, right? It's why people like him so much now, because like that's in. But there is like an argument to
Captain
be made.
America made a land with only 2 laws. 1, hurt no one. 2, help if you can.
Yes. I don't think he's like a terrible character. I just think that I people like shit on Superman for being too like America all the way. And it's like, well, Captain America, literally it's in his name, right? He fought like the Nazis and shit, right? Like yeah. So like, But I see why people feel like that, so I don't get upset, right? I just try to like tell them, hey, there are different stories, right? I'm sure most people haven't heard of Superman Red Son, right? There's other ones too.
Call it out.
Yeah.
Here on the Midas Touch Network, strong.
I was watching The Boys. Yeah, The Boys is interesting too. Yeah, exactly. This is a good. I haven't watched the show, but I've heard some really good things about it.
And with moral clarity. So here, Donald Trump mocks a little girl for being short. He crushes her ambitions of wanting to play volleyball and tells her you'd probably be better off playing soccer.
I'm gonna. Although to be honest, Jersey isn't a real nerd until she starts Vulcan saluting every time. I'm just kidding.
Here, play this clip.
Wait, she already does that.
How about you? What sport do you play?
I play volleyball, and in the summer I'm trying to get into soccer.
Wow. And with your height, you smash the ball.
The Boys is an X. Yeah, I liked Watchmen too. Watchmen was really good too, guys. Read the graphic novel for Watchmen. It was very clever. Very well done. Better than Gus. Yeah, you do it better. Right? No, I mean, yeah, guys, like, you just have to have an open mind about all this stuff, right? I think, like, there's more stuff that you like more, right? Like, everyone has, like, their favorite stuff, right? But, like, if you end up reading a lot of this stuff, it can really, like, give you some context to your own life, right? And a lot of people just dismiss it as fantasy. Why would I want to get into that, right? But like you're not understanding the literary tools, right? The allegories that they're using. The allegories are what really makes the artwork important, right? I think we can fall into these traps where we tend to be like very analytical all the time. And listen, the reason I say that is because I do it, right? I've done it in the past, and sometimes I fall into those too. But like, I'm trying to also keep that open mind on these things, right? So yeah, like you'll be surprised, guys. You may find that you may really like some of these things. So I know I did, right? Like I told you, like, somebody told me, hey, Star Trek is totally up your alley because it's very political. And I was like, ugh, Star Trek? Like, isn't it that show in space was boring and shit, right? And like, I gave it a few watches, right? And it took me a while to get into. And then I started to see why people really, and why he said that. And the rest is like, you know, the rest is history. Same, you know, and I never had that with DC or Marvel because I grew up reading that stuff when I was a kid, right? Like I told you guys, I went to the library as a kid and they just like deposit like whole things of comic books for people to read, right? And you could just take them home, right? You didn't even have to check them out. You just took them home. And I just like remember reading some of them, and I just remember like understanding some of the allegories that were being trying to like being conveyed, right? And that's what got me into this stuff, right? I love the boys better than Marvel. Yeah. I think Marvel's become too like commercialized, right? It's become too like cinema. The cinematic universe is a little too like it's too like how do I say this? Mass market? It's a little too mass market, right? And that's why I appreciate like Watchmen. I heard The Boys was good, right? I don't know which is better, but Watchmen was really, really good, guys. Like I highly recommend you read that. V for Vendetta. That's a really political comic / graphic novel, right? That's why I say always be willing to like read this stuff because you never know, right? I really like the movie too, but
You get a pot, did you jump high? Soccer might be better.
dude, what the fuck?
I'm just looking, I think it should be a great soccer player.
Then in front of these little kids, Donald Trump starts calling former President Obama Barack Hussein, and he turns to these kids in quite a creepy manner, very creepy, and he's like, have you heard of Barack Hussein? You know Hussein? Here, play this clip.
Each other in the presidential fitness test, but others. And then we had the Obama administration. Wonderful, wonderful person. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? We had the Obama administration, which phased out this wonderful tradition of physical fitness. Thank you, Barack, very much. Great job.
Do you remember when Zoran Mamdani and Obama went to like a fucking, what was it, a preschool or a kindergarten?
Undiscovered
and they were
country?
like the wheels on the bus.
Oh, interesting.
Let's go round and round. And they're just like, that's how you act with kids. And I get, some of these are a little older than
Barack
those kids.
Hussein
You don't
Obama.
You don't do this. You don't go after other presidents. Barack Hussein Obama. Like, what the fuck? This man is not there anymore. This man, his brain has turned into dust. His brain is leaking out of his earlobes at this point. What are we looking at? And he's not
It's
even...
really weird, but it's worth reading. Cool. Well, weird can be good, right? It doesn't always have to be bad.
Done. It's going to get worse.
I can't handle people thinking this is okay anymore. What do you mean? It's super creepy, right? Nobody's saying this is okay. How you doing, Kiki? Did you just get out of work? What time is it over there? Like 7 a.m.?
Then Donald Trump starts telling the kids that the election was rigged and that we have rigged elections in the United States. Let's play this clip.
And unfortunately, bad things happened. It was a rigged election. And
Oh, no! First of all, Gary Player, go fuck yourself. You are a massive fucking piece of shit. Gary Player's supposedly, one of the best golfers of all time, they say. Hitching his wagon to this pedophile, rapist, war criminal, con man. Okay, well, congratulations. Now, that's what you're going to be remembered for. Remember when you snuggled up to the pedophile, rapist, war criminal, con man? Remember that? And then Bryson DeChambeau, you too. Go fuck yourself. I'm happy that Live Golf folded and now you got nowhere to fucking play golf. And I hope the PGA Tour tells you got to get your ass back on the fucking Korn Ferry Tour and try to get back on the PGA Tour. You fucking scumbag. And then all the other, they're all standing. Look at the faces. You could tell who has a conscience and who doesn't. Because, look at the faces of some of these people. Look at that little kid that Gary's got his arm around. Look at his face. Look at the face of that little girl. They're listening. It's a rigged election. Look at the background next to Linda McMahon. The person next to Linda McMahon, not RFK, the other one. Look at his face. They're like, are you fucking kidding me? You can do the whole rigged election bit in front of fucking children. Now, by the way, anybody who thinks,
Cringe.
the election will be free and fair.
I'm sick, having a fever and sore throat. Oh, no. It must be because, well, you work with a lot of people, I imagine, right? And people show up work. That spreads infection.
They're not going to try to steal it.
That could be it, right?
Yeah, the guy who is going to rant and rave about the
Well, I hope you get better. Get better soon, girl.
in front of literal children, that's a guy with no scruples. That's a guy with no morals. That's a guy with no ethics. That's a guy who doesn't give a fuck about what's acceptable and not acceptable, what's reasonable and not reasonable. In fact, they are already trying to steal the election. Shame on all these fucking grown-ass people in this room. Sit there fucking nod along or giggle as if it's funny. If any other president acted 1/10 as deranged as this, they'd have been impeached before the day was over, before the fucking sun set. Okay? He gets held to a different standard, the lowest fucking standard ever. He's committed 1,000 crimes. He's violated the emoluments clause hundreds of times, thousands of times. Like, I can't even keep up with all the corruption. I can't even keep up with all the war crimes. I can't even keep up with all the Epstein allegations against him and his buddies. I can't keep up with all the cover-ups. I can't keep up with all the immoral, unethical, mind-boggling shit that they do. And here he is, babbling about a rigged election to literal children in the Oval Office. I mean, this alone, man, this should let you know we're dealing with somebody with Alzheimer's. We're dealing with somebody whose brain is just not there anymore.
I said, well, I'll do it again. I had the ultimate poll. I did so well. And I had the ultimate poll, and we won in a landslide.
Then he speaks to a young boy who talks about how he wants to be a weightlifter. And then Donald Trump uses this opportunity to attack the transgender community.
Oh, no! This man is a menace, bro. This man is a menace. This man has got to go.
Says you'll never compete against women in powerlifting. You understand? You'll never compete against women. This is how you're behaving in front of little children? Here, play this clip.
What about you? Look at this guy. He's a big guy.
Me, I'm doing football right now, and next year I'm going to be trying to do powerlifting.
Oh, whoa.
Yes,
Whoa.
Already, let's go.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
And you'll never compete against women in powerlifting.
No, sir.
Did you see that they had a man powerlifter? And he decided to go the opposite direction. Took a record, stood for 18 years. He beat it by 119 pounds. Okay? They put the little quarter of an ounce. To 18 years it stood. This guy came. He was a failed powerlifter, but he went on the other side and he decided that he wanted to go into women's sports, and he broke the record by 118 pounds. I think that's fair. So I don't think we'll have to worry about you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do good. Are you a strong person?
Yes, sir.
Good. You think you can take me in a fight? I think you're that would be embarrassing. Right? How about you?
Then in front of these kids, Donald Trump says that he's going to make Iran cry. Uncle? You're going to cry uncle, right? That's what they say. Here, play this clip.
They should wave the white flag of surrender. In hockey, they say, uncle, right? When are they going to? When are they going to cry uncle? And they have another expression.
He keeps touching him. I know, it's creepy, right? Blue Room?
If this were a fight, they would stop it. But we have to go out and we have to do it, and it's very sad to see.
Bro, he's surrounded by little kids in the Oval Office for a fitness event where they're supposed to do like fucking push-ups and sit-ups. And he's babbling about his illegal war that he waged against a country that didn't attack us, where he's carpet bombing schools and hospitals, bro. We live in hell. The normalization of this man is probably the worst crime in my mind. The normalization of a man who's basically modern-day Adolf Hitler. Him and Netanyahu are basically modern-day Nazis. And we're all supposed to act like this is normal. And, oh, he's so cute. He has little kids in there that he's talking to.
Hitler did this all the time, too, which is hilarious, right?
It's like signing these poor kids.
He had like that little Jewish girl that he loved, that he never, like, what was her name? Anna, right? Or Ava? I forget her name, right? Ava, yep. Oh, no, that was his wife, Ava Brown. But it wasn't his daughter, obviously. It was, there you go, this girl.
Fucking fascist fleshlight.
Berlin Neuau, I think is how you say it. Right. Was a German girl who became the Führer's child because of her close relationship with Adolf Hitler that lasted for 5 years. from 1933 to 1938. Right? Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but obviously, like, it wasn't his daughter, and he just fucking took her. Right? Meanwhile, her mother, Caroline, and her maternal moved to Munich around 1928. Viot, a widow of divorcee, was a Roman Catholic teacher of Jewish descent. Berlin was Bernal, sorry, I think you say Bernali? Bernal, right? Was 1/4 Jewish, mixed race of second degree, according to the Nuremberg laws of 1935. Though subject to some discrimination, she would have maintained her Reich citizenship. Yeah. And you think she suffered much of that? No. So yeah, he fell in love with this little girl and would often do videos and stuff with her. Jesus. Wow, she died of a spinal polymyelitis. Her grave is located in Munich West Cemetery. Interesting. Sounds familiar, yeah. Yeah. They used to do this, right? Like, literally, this is Hitler, guys, right? Here he is. He would do these kind of, like, oh, he's not such a bad guy. Look, guys. Right? Look at these adorable pictures. Look. Look!
Up for some Hitler Youth type shit. This is disgusting.
Donald Trump started making weird noises and then stuck his tongue out at the children. Here, play this clip.
Almost like, he's not very smart.
Then again, surrounded by kids, Donald Trump says, we don't really want to go in and kill people. It's tough. You know, I have a lot of Iranian friends. I don't want to kill these people. Let's show you this clip right here.
They can't pay their soldiers. The money is worthless. No, they should do the smart thing. They should do the smart thing. And because we don't want to go in and kill people. Really, I don't want to. It's too tough. Great people. I know the people. I have so many Iranian friends from New York and from other places over the years. They're great people. I don't want to kill those people.
Then you have Donald Trump falling asleep when Linda McMahon, who I do not like at all, would be an understatement. But Linda McMahon's at least, I think, trying to stick with the script here of saying you need to eat well and you need to exercise. Okay, again, I disagree with everything in general that she says, and she's such a phony, but she's talking about eating well and exercising, right? That's nothing to disagree with there. And Trump can't stand it, and he just like starts falling asleep and closing his eyes. Let's play this clip.
To compete, that's what you said, Pete. All of us are saying the same thing.
Bro, look at him. He looks like he's hanging on to life by the tiniest thread, bro. He looks like he's one Big Mac away from congestive heart failure. He looks like a beached beluga whale with about 4 minutes left before it blows up. What on earth is wrong with this man? He's morphed into like a deflated balloon version of Mrs. Doubtfire. Look at him. Look at him. This is insane.
Let's not forget, it's also a sound mind and a sound body. In order to have a sound mind, you do have to eat well, you do have to exercise, you do have to train, and you do have to be fit to do that. And if we all are, we are the best of who we can be. So I encourage.
Then Donald Trump says, all right, I got to go speak again. And then he starts talking about people being shot between the eyes and...
Fun fact. I unmodded it. Sorry, man. Automod does that. Fun fact, my friend's great-grandfather was Rudolf Hess, Adolf Hitler's cellmate, and vice versa for the time. Damn. That's crazy.
Snipers, murdering people. This is what he's talking about in front of the kids.
Oh, no!
They don't have any guns. So you could have 200,000 people protesting and have 5 or 6 sick people with guns. And when they start shooting them right between the eyes, and you see a guy fall and another one fall, and you have no guns, very few people would be able to stand there and do it. I mean, I understand. I tell them not to. Don't forget, They killed 42,000 people last month.
It's terrible.
What are we going to do with this? Like, what are we going to do with this? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? First of all, those numbers are fake, needless to say. Second of all, you're talking about shooting people between the eyes in front of like fucking 7-year-olds?
Yeah. What is wrong with us?
42,000 unarmed protesters. They had no guns. So they had a 250,000 people crowd. And they had snipers. They had like 4 or 5 snipers in buildings up high. And you're standing there and all of a sudden the guy on your left goes down. And somebody, that's what happened with the women protest. They had 200,000 women protesting a year ago.
Bro, I said this on the show the other day, but I'm going to say it again because it's true. There will come a day where the exposés come out. And we're going to learn that they've been hiding an Alzheimer's diagnosis for this man this whole time. And that every time he disappears for a couple days at the beginning of every month, that they're giving him Leqembi injections. That's an early Alzheimer's drug. Remember, his dad died with Alzheimer's. And that means he's genetically 3 to 15 times more likely than your average person to get Alzheimer's. Okay? He's already showing symptoms. He already has horrible impulse control, for example. But we're going to learn there's going to come a day where people in the know will start spilling the tea. And when that day comes, I need you all to remember that in the moment, none of these motherfuckers blew the whistle. None of these motherfuckers told the truth. None of these people were like, look, man, this can't continue. I mean, this makes Biden look like he's perfectly competent, right? Here's Trump babbling about shooting people in the face to a bunch of children, talking about transgender policies to a bunch of children.
And everyone thought that was the end of Iran. And then all of a sudden, a woman dropped dead with a bullet right there, always right there. Then another woman dropped, and then the word started to spread. And then there was panic, and then they ran, and So
oh my God! Fuck off!
We don't need that. We don't need it. But the only reason that they want to protest so badly, but they don't have weapons.
Then he starts ranting about Gary Player, the golfer who's there, and he just says he's one of the best, one of the best. Let's play this clip.
Gary Player, as an example, he won 168 tournaments over a very
Gary Player.
Think of it. He won 168 tournaments, 18 majors, 9 and 9 senior. He has more championships than anybody, national championships than anybody. And I played with him. He's very proud of it, actually. He played with him on his 90th birthday. He very easily, on a tough course, from 6,800 yards, he very easily shot a 70. And it was the easiest 70. And normally, if you shoot a 70 and you're 90, you'd run around so excited. Gary's like, all right, let's have a little lunch. Because he's the most unexcited human being I've ever seen. Because he's been doing it all his life. He's been winning the top 3 in history, in my opinion. I don't think it's my opinion. Just based on the record, Gary is top 3. Jack and Tiger and Gary, greatest golfers. So thanks for being here.
He then says he wishes that Iran's financial system fails. I'll show you this clip.
Well, I guess so, because we're making it fail. Right?
Is that what it takes?
I hope it fails.
Is that what it takes?
You know why? Because I want to win. No, it takes getting pounded on by the military, I think, for more. But in addition to that,
if any other person said that about any other country, if somebody said that about us, if Russia or China or Iran said, look, I hope their system fails. I would like to help their system fail. Their banking system collapses, the economy collapses. That'd be viewed as the most insane comment. But for Trump, it doesn't even register when he says, like, yeah, I hope their whole economy fails. Mass misery and death and destruction and violence and public disorder and, a failing system, a failed state like Libya where they have open slave markets. Only Trump can wish that upon another country, and it barely gets mentioned except in this Midas Touch video. We are so far gone, bro.
Junior starts talking, and then Donald Trump falls asleep there as RFK is talking about 70% of adults are obese. Here, play this clip.
percent of adults are obese or overweight, and 77%
one of them is right in front of you.
of our children cannot qualify for military service. And that should be an eye-opener for all of us. And I'm so grateful.
Look at his face. Trump is gone, bro. He's on fucking Mercury. Look at him.
To President Trump for his leadership and his vision
He looks so
of reinstituting the physical fitness test and challenging Americans to compete with each other.
Challenging Americans to felch with each other as much as possible.
Exactly.
You got to make sure that when you hang out with Olivia Nuzzy, you gargle your own cum. That's what you got to do. I'm no
belching, guys.
over that.
Belch your own cum.
For severing penises off of various dead animals and then sucking them in my car. One time I strapped a beluga whale to the roof of my van, and then you don't want to know what I did when I got home and I was alone with it.
In a friendly, congenial way, and to help each other get in shape so that we can prepare for a great future that this administration is going to provide for this country.
Then thereafter, Donald Trump goes outside, and I'll just show you the B-roll of it right here, where it's a full-blown cringe fest.
No.
Donald Trump is then with these...
No, doing the fucking Trump dance with the kids. Oh no, make it stop.
kids who are visiting the White House. These people look a little bit older, look like they're teenagers outside. They're little children in the Oval Office. And then he starts doing that weird, like he just starts dancing in front of them. And he's like, dance with me. I want you all, will you all dance with me? And he does his like creepy YMCA dance that he does. And he makes them dance with him. I just want to also point out that before Donald Trump arrived to the White House, I'll just show you right here though, because there's so many things unwell with this individual at so many levels.
Oh, can't walk straight.
He can't walk in a straight line. I just want to point this out. I mean, run the B-roll of him leaving Marine One before he got...
He literally can't walk straight. This is exactly what happened when he went to go visit Putin for the meeting in Alaska. He couldn't walk straight. That's another sign of Alzheimer's, just so you know. So, man, I don't know, dog, but this is... Oh, God, I just can't... The normalization of what's going on is the thing that drives me the most crazy. The normalization of a man who has completely and utterly lost his mind and is committed and is on an historic crime spree. We're talking about a man who has bombed fishing boats from Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia, killing at least 180 innocent people. We're talking about a man who kidnapped a sovereign leader in Venezuela, then stole gold and oil from that country and took hundreds of millions of dollars from that and put it in his own bank account in Qatar. We're talking about a man who bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Ecuador and Iran. We're talking about a man who threatened Greenland, to steal Panama, to steal Canada. They're about to do Cuba. Trump keeps saying we're going to take Cuba. Threaten Mexico. Okay? We're talking about an unhinged imperialist terrorist on an absolute murder spree, like a dead-eyed serial killer sociopath. And then we're all supposed to like giggle and smile when he has a bunch of kids to do some push-ups in the White House, as if this is normal, and as if he shouldn't be locked up under the fucking prison. So I'm never going to get used to it. You shouldn't either. It's unacceptable.
Hey, y'all, do me a
God, Jersey, this is supposed to be making you laugh.
favor and like,
Giggle.
like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well.
Hate it. All right. It looks like we also forgot to talk about this, but this is ahead of the meeting.
Shock rippled through the world of artificial intelligence when Beijing blocked Meta's $2 billion acquisition of Chinese startup Manus. The message was stark and unmistakable. Chinese tech firms remain firmly in the state's grip. It doesn't matter where they operate. The Meta move in April came hard on the heels of new Chinese supply chain security laws that effectively outlaw decoupling. That's the process of reducing economic, technological and strategic interdependence, aiming to make Western economies less reliant on China. The new law said move production out of China and you could lose access to the market altogether. What makes these new rules different is not just that China wants to protect its economy, it's that increasingly Beijing wants influence over decisions companies make outside China too. China's move to force Meta to unwind its acquisition of Manus shows Beijing's willingness to use its economic muscle to safeguard its key interests. The timing was highly symbolic, as it took place just weeks before U.S. President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping are due to have a summit.
Yep.
The ripple effects have been immediate. Cross-border tech deals face a chill. China-born entrepreneurs may find themselves permanently tethered to Beijing's oversight. And global companies must now weigh not just opportunity, but political risk. The regulations are set against the backdrop of increasing tension between China's global trade dependence and President Xi Jinping's mandate for national self-reliance.
I will disagree with her when she finds she means
Chinese
should be
Communist
healthy.
Party is defining technology as part of national security.
Fuck you, Twitch.
Especially artificial intelligence. Beijing is planning to restrict US investment in Chinese technology firms, again, particularly in AI. China's made major progress on innovation and adoption of AI. But in China, you have access to less compute, less capital, and salaries are lower than in the West. Most of the business opportunities in AI are in the US, where spending is forecast to reach $1 trillion on AI by 2027.
You attract this talent, but you keep it there.
it is not possible that then the talent creates a company that is sold to the US and the talent also leaves to the US. That loophole cannot happen. So a way to do this is indeed this legislation, partially. I mean, there's a lot of other ways, but this legislation is very important because what it says is I can license everything from my supply chain, not only rare earth, which we obviously know how it worked and what it actually achieved in the summit between Xi and Trump, a lot of gains for China out of these export controls, but now it could be anything.
Golden, uncommon.
Nice. Congrats.
Think of the global economy as a high-stakes marriage between China
A golden
and the West.
goblin.
For
Wait,
decades,
hold on.
the
Let
West-
me read it out loud. See if I remember this one. Dragged in a golden goblin stamped lamprey from beneath Gloggy's favorite stolen button. Okay, look at that. Nice.
Provided the capital and the tech,
Congrats.
and China became the world's
That's
factory.
pretty rare.
But rising geopolitical tensions, security concerns, and trade disputes have pushed both sides towards what policymakers are now calling de-risking. Europe, the US, and other Western countries have sought to separate or reduce their economic dependence on China. To reduce risk, companies have moved factories to places like Vietnam or India, reshored them, restricted high-end computer chips, and blocked investments in Chinese tech. And hefty tariffs on Chinese goods have accelerated the process of decoupling. China is pushing back. Beijing already uses targeted measures, like restricting critical minerals that the West needs and blacklisting US firms. On April the 7th, China's State Council, which is the country's cabinet, published the Regulations on Industrial and Supply Chain Security, with immediate effect. A set of rules that on the surface looks like boring paperwork, but a closer look and we see that China is armor-plating its supply chains with these new rules.
What stands out from China's approach is certainly, I think, the broad scope of the rules and the sweeping nature of the measures China's government may choose to take in response to conducts deemed to threaten the PRC's industrial base. These are spelled out so broadly that they may include ordinary commercial practices, such as European companies switching away from a Chinese supplier, for instance. So this is effectively meant to deter and derail de-risking measures, such as those that the EU and member states, including Germany, have been taking to reduce economic dependence on China.
The West is trying to decouple from China. Beijing says there could be a high price for that. China's latest new rules are partly in response to Europe's efforts to cope with what economists call the second China shock. With the US cranking up tariffs to record levels, China's diverting its massive industrial surplus directly into European ports, flooding European markets with e-vehicles, electronics, and industrial machinery. The trade relationship has become wildly lopsided. In 2025, the EU's trade deficit with China hit a staggering 360 billion euros. By February, the deficit was over $1 billion a day. The EU sees this imbalance as a threat to Europe's industrial competitiveness and economic security. It's come up with a proposal called the European Industrial Accelerator Act, proposed by the European Commission in March. The main aims of the IAA are to boost European manufacturing and secure supply chains. It contains tough new conditions on Chinese investment in strategic sectors like batteries and solar, including forced technology sharing and local hiring requirements. It includes a made-in-EU rule that steers public contracts and subsidies towards European-made products. And it wants to see fast-track permits to get new European factories built quickly.
Dumbasses.
China has strongly criticized the IAA. It sees the plan as Europe building an economic wall against Chinese industry. Beijing sees the act as a direct threat to China's role at the center of global supply chains. It describes the IAA as protectionist, as institutional discrimination with serious investment barriers.
To our dismay as Europeans, a reaction, in my view, to the European Industrial Accelerator Act, because the whole idea is that any measure to limit or constrain the use of Chinese inputs in somebody else's supply chain will be seen by China as interference in the well functioning of China's supply chain. So it's really also, if you want, extraterritorial in some way. It means that whatever we do to protect our market, China may see as a push against its own supply chains.
The EU Chamber of Commerce in China has also been critical of the new supply chain law, warning it gives authorities sweeping powers to investigate and act against companies or individuals it believes are interfering with supply chains.
It's early for us to see exactly how, in more concrete and specific terms, this would be implemented. But what we can see is that it follows a trend that we have been able to see in recent years, that China is beginning to develop an extraterritorial toolbox that looks a little bit like the one that America has had for a while. And that, of course, creates a little bit of anxiety amongst European companies here, in the sense that we have all seen how it has worked with the U.S. extraterritorial rule book. That has been something that has given rise to added complexity for businesses. And of course, if we have a similar regime being developed in China, we could fear that that would also add to complexity.
The Chamber is especially concerned about the risks faced by individual employees, warning they could be punished through exit bans. China uses these exit bans to prevent both its own citizens and foreign nationals from leaving the country, often for months and even years. These restrictions are frequently used as leverage in civil business disputes. Irish executive Richard O'Halloran was trapped in China from 2019 to 2022 due to a dispute involving the Chinese-owned aircraft leasing firm he worked for. Last year, Wells Fargo banker Chen Yue Mao was barred from leaving China for several months.
We have of course, noticed that in the new regulations.
Well, and what did we say when Trump's term began? That more and more of this stuff is going to make its way, right? Because China's just exercising its power, right? Like any other nation state would.
834 and the 835, that exit ban is one of the things being proposed. But I also have to say that this is not what is keeping us awake at night. I think in many that China is by and large a rational actor, and they also know that if we begin to see these exit bans being implemented on a more comprehensive basis, that this is something that would seriously dent confidence.
For multinational companies, this isn't an abstract problem. It's already a real-world dilemma. Recent tensions involving Chinese shipping giant Costco and operations linked to the Panama Canal underscore how commerce and geopolitics are becoming increasingly intertwined. The EU's investment stock in China stood at 240 billion euros in 2024, with a big share coming from German giants like Volkswagen and major chemical players. Now they're being pulled in two directions. On the one side, EU laws on sanctions, export controls, and supply chain due diligence are getting stricter. That can mean cutting ties with certain Chinese suppliers, moving production, or limiting technology transfers. On the other side is China. The new regulations suggest that companies reducing their China exposure for geopolitical reasons could face consequences inside the Chinese market. If a German car maker decided to shift part of its electric vehicle supply chain out of China to comply with EU rules on sourcing battery materials, it could run into trouble. Chinese authorities might view that move as politically driven. The car maker could see delays in regulatory approvals, pressure on its joint ventures, or even restricted access to the Chinese market. If it doesn't adjust, it could fall foul of EU rules at home.
China's leader, Xi Jinping, believes that China's industrial and manufacturing base, which is the largest in the world, as we all know, is China's main sort of insurance policy against any sort of externally induced shocks or disruptions, including geopolitical tensions. And so they've been trying to sanction-proof the economy and pursue greater self-sufficiency or self-reliance across really a wide range of industries and technologies. For example, semiconductors. Security and resilience come first, economic growth and development come second.
Is China still integrating with the global economy or reshaping it around itself? China says it's open for business, But blocking Meta's acquisition of Manus has spooked foreign tech firms. Critics say these new rules, scaling back decoupling, send a different message. Foreign investment is welcome, but only on China's terms.
In other words, suck a dick.
I'm breaking tonight. Totally unacceptable. Those words from
Suck a
President
dick.
Trump rejecting Iran's response to the latest peace proposal for ending the war, adding that he doesn't, quote, like it. Though President Trump offered no specifics about the Iranian response and what it contained, this follows weeks of stalled negotiations between the two countries with no clear end in sight. Also tonight, an Israeli official confirmed with MS Now that Prime Minister Netanyahu and Trump spoke by phone today. All of this, of course, comes as Trump is expected to meet China's leader Xi Jinping this week for a high-stakes summit. The two are expected to discuss the ongoing Iran war, trade, and Taiwan, among other points. Xi, for his part, has urged for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen. Meanwhile, Trump is optimistic about the upcoming talks.
My relationship is very good with President Xi. I don't know the other leaders, but President Xi is a good man, smart man, loves China. And I look forward to being there. We did this once before, and it was amazing. It's going to be I think it's going to be an amazing trip.
Starting us off tonight to unpack all of this, Amir Hanjani, fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Also with us is Andy Brown, China columnist at Semaphore and editor of Semaphore's China newsletter. So, Amir, let's start with you. Trump did not disclose what exactly he didn't like about this deal that he rejected from Iran, but what do you know about the contours of what this last round's agreement had in it?
Well, it's not surprising. Trump wants everything up front. That's his negotiation style. The single most valuable thing that Iran has that Trump wants is the enriched uranium. He wants that out of Iran. He wants that out of Iran as a first step. The Iranians know that if they give that up, they've lost all their leverage. That's an irreversible step for them. Trump can offer all sorts of things. He can offer sanctions relief. He can offer an end to the war. But those are all reversible. Sanctions come back on, war can start in the middle of negotiations again, as has happened twice before. So the Iranians aren't going to give that up because they recognize that that's an irreversible step for them. They've loaded up everything else first. Let's talk about the end of the war in Lebanon, end to the war with Iran, sanctions relief, opening up the Straits of Hormuz, ending the blockade. They're willing to do all that first, and then we'll talk about the enriched uranium. Trump wants the reverse. He wants the enriched uranium out first.
Well, there's another person who's signaling that this war is far from over, and that is Benjamin Netanyahu, who sat down with 60 Minutes and very much signaled that there's more to come here. I want you to take a listen.
Is the war with Iran over? And if it isn't, who will decide when it is?
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium.
It will never be over, guys.
Iran.
How do you envision the highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel? Special forces of the United States?
Well, I'm not going to talk about military means, but what President Trump has said to me, I want to go in there.
It certainly sounds like he's saying that he's had conversations with President Trump about whether it's a joint operation or at least an American commitment to send people in to go after the enriched uranium that you were just talking about.
Yeah, which is a farce. That's a fantasy because the enriched uranium is buried underground in Esfahan and possibly in other sites. You'd have to go in there with hundreds of people. You have to bring in diggers and movers. It's an operation that would take days and weeks. Can you imagine America?
I wonder where he got such an idea. Same
territory. It's a country of 92 million people. They're going to be under siege by all sides, by the IRGC, the Iranian army. Even local Iranians would attack them. So that's not really doable. What Benjamin Netanyahu really wants is a resumption of the war. Because if the war resumes, all of his personal and political problems
give me that mini
to
the
back burner.
Minifig back
as long as that war continues and the United States is engaged in that war, then all the other issues he's facing at home go away.
Oh, I love that one. Here, I'll read that one out loud too. I like that one. Uncommon. Pulled up a ceramic treasure goblin figurine. It looks exactly like Gloggy. Bloggy has never seen this before. He is disturbed. He keeps it. You ain't getting it back, girl. He put it in his little sack. Oh.
So that's why he wants this to start.
One of the big talking points this week between the Americans and the Chinese
Hold
will
up
be the
a
Strait
Lego
of Hormuz.
brick.
Obviously,
Blue room.
China, it's very important for China, perhaps more so than for the U.S. to get the flow of oil going out again from Iran.
Oh, Thorn, make sure you do exclamation mark claim points. That will
Rare.
Nice. The cooldown's working. Yep, there you go. You'll claim your points. Let's see where you are on the leaderboard, man. 64,000 isn't nothing to sneeze at. Sneeze at. Oh my god, you're almost below Turtle, but you won't make it. There you go, guys. The new leaderboard. I don't know why the picture isn't working. Might have to fix that. See. Damn! Jersey's way ahead. 11,000 points. What up? Followed by Ducky catching up. Oh, I broke 6K. You did. Good job. Oh, damn. Yeah. Hey, you did pretty good, man. You can also do exclamation watch time and I'll get you your points. But obviously I can't because I disabled it for myself. It would be unfair because as the streamer, you're watching yourself. I don't know if you know that, guys. I would have the perfect watch time. Petty. Nope. You're gonna have to show me. I have a lot of fishing to do. Damn it, Jers. Yeah, you do. He's good. She pulled up like one golden legendary, I think it was, and like one legendary in a single day, guys. It was crazy. Remember that? I still can't forget that. I was like, holy crap. All in a single stream within like 2 hours. For fuck's sake.
Is there any chance that the Chinese leadership will be able to convince President Trump to end the war and try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to get the global economy back up and running as quickly as possible?
I think they have very limited leverage over Trump. Their own economy actually is pulling through pretty well. They have huge stockpiles of oil, and the way it's hurting really is in their export markets because
I have more chops than one day.
Driven economy. So to the extent that their trading partners are doing badly, that affects them. But they're weathering the storm, I guess, pretty well. I think what the real meaning of this is that Trump goes to China with a much weakened negotiation.
A jewel bright
position.
koi.
This was.
I was thinking of adding like other things, but like more. I've already started doing that, but stuff from other like properties, right? Like I was thinking of adding Murlocs because I loved that game, Warcraft 3, and Murlocs were like the right. They're kind of like fishes. They're like. Right. They look like toxic little frogs. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's how they sound.
Supposed to be his diplomatic victory lap. Gets rid of.
I would kill that if I saw it in real life. I know it's a joke, right?
Nicolas Maduro, There's a short, sharp war against Iran, and then he goes to Beijing and he
Blizzard games used to be so good, guys. Now they're just kind of like, ugh, they're trash, right?
grabs a whole
Corporatism has destroyed them. Jesus.
bunch of lucrative
Like the incentive for just like chasing crap constantly.
business deals. That's not happening. And of course, it's not the only setback. The Supreme Court knocked back his IEEPA tariffs. Federal court just knocked back his emergency tariffs. So he's sitting across the table with Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping thinks he's got the wind at his back.
I want to delve deeper into that because it seems like in some ways this war has actually benefited China. You mentioned that China has sort of been less scathed by the war than some other countries, including perhaps the United States, if you look at estimates for how much it'll affect our GDP versus theirs. But it seems like in some ways they've actually benefited because you have a lot of other countries around the world now looking for alternatives to fossil fuels, not necessarily for climate related reasons, but because of energy resiliency reasons. They don't want to be battered about by disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz or elsewhere, and China has the tech for it. The New York Times had a story recently about how since the war began, Beijing has held high level talk.
I would say Warcraft. I think I played Warcraft 2 as a kid, and then I played Warcraft 3 like way later as like an older kid. And I like them the most, right? Think I got like the original one from the library. You could check it out there. And they were pretty good, right? They had a lot of little memorable moments. I tried World of Warcraft. I can't get into that, guys. It's way too grindy and too much of a time sink, right? I don't know. But Warcraft 3 was cool, but
with officials from
too bad the remake was shit.
the Philippines, Australia, Vietnam, Cambodia.
Yeah, WoW is
Laos.
bullshit. I don't get it. Yeah. Like everyone loves it, and I just like I don't understand the love for it, but that's probably blasphemy, right?
Thailand.
Everyone like that's what they were that's what they like know when they talk about it, right?
Myanmar and Bangladesh.
Whenever they mention like that, they just immediately think of WoW, and it's just like,
The long-term impact might be from this war on
I never got into it. Yeah, exactly. So like, I'm not the only one, right, guys? Thank you. I tried to get into it, right? And that was like, I was a fan of Warcraft 3. Like I played the whole thing. I beat the entire storyline, right? I loved like the style. I loved the like the story they were trying to tell and all that stuff, but I could just never get into like WoW. I don't know. It just like never rubbed me the right way. It's just like everything takes so much time to do, right? And then you got to pay a monthly amount for it. So you're like investing a shit ton of time, and like you just I don't know. It's just like I didn't find it as interesting, right? I don't like MMOs. Same here. I don't either, right?
In the world.
Like I think like the idea of an MMO is interesting, right? Because you're all playing together and but oftentimes what I've noticed is people just end up playing by themselves, and it's like, why would I pay $15 to play a game by myself that is meant to be played online, that everyone just plays by themselves anyway half the time, right? So like I don't know, like it's a concept that like on theory kind of works out, but I've noticed that most people just play by themselves, and then it's like, well, what's the point of that if that's the whole point of it, right?
World.
Makes sense. It ends up feeling kind of isolated. I had to Google that. MMO, yeah, massively multiplayer online game. It's like you would think massively multiplayer online, right? Would mean, oh yeah, you're always playing with other people and that's fun, but like it ends up just being a pretty insular experience, right?
You really nailed it. I mean, China is a electro state. It's going to be the world's first electro state.
It doesn't feel like an MMO. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So I don't know. I just don't like them. So
Take the world's green hardware. 70-80% of everything, solar, wind, batteries, comes from China. So this is a huge export possibility. And of course, locking countries in. China owns the energy, is going to own the energy future even more after this war. Then there's the propaganda side of things. So China can say it's the United States that is a force for chaos and disruption.
You got nothing.
We are the force for stability. And that plays in Asia. This war is being experienced among Asian economies, particularly the smaller ones, as an economic heart attack. So there's very good reporting out of the Washington Post. They talked to some rice farmers in Thailand. They're not planting the spring crop. There's going to be huge food disruption in the second half of this year.
Yeah.
It's going to go from east to west, from south to north. And these countries are blaming the United States. In fact, opinion polls are showing that in the global south, China is now a more trusted player than the United States.
Well, and also our Gulf allies are not exactly happy right now because America started this war and they are the ones who are facing barrages of drones. So what is the word on the street in terms of continued U.S. involvement in Iran to get some kind of stability versus reaching some kind of deal with Iran, but leaving an Iran that still might have some vendettas against U.S. partners?
Well, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head. The Gulf feels that the U.S. started this war without proper consultation, without proper military preparedness in the Gulf states. That has fractured in many ways existing fault lines that were there and made them more severe. You've got Oman and Qatar essentially taking a very pragmatic approach to Iran. They want a diplomatic deal, they want an off-ramp, because they don't want their energy infrastructure damaged and set back even further, particularly Qatar. The Saudis are quietly behind the Pakistani and the Turkish approach, which is mediation. There was a very powerful op-ed in the Saudi press by the former intelligence minister saying Israel wanted us to get involved in this war with Iran because they wanted Iran to obliterate the Gulf and for us to obliterate Iran. The Gulf would be unlivable. Then you have the UAE, which is really an outlier in the Gulf states, which is now calling for even closer ties to Israel, closer ties to the United States. So the Gulf is the Gulf. No pun intended. The Gulf widens. The Gulf has widened between them and the United States.
I wanted to play for you what Secretary Wright had to say on gas prices as a result of the war. Take a listen to this, and I'll get your thoughts.
I can't make any predictions about, oil prices or gasoline prices. When we start to get free flow of traffic through the Straits of Hormuz, energy prices will come down.
Should Americans be prepared
I have deep blue eyes.
Paying $5
So does Jersey
for gas?
I don't know,
Again,
actually.
I can't predict the price of energy in the short term or even the medium term, but what we're doing is ending a 47-year conflict.
So it's kind of a weird way to say this. You're ending a 47-year conflict by starting a war that has now reached 72 days. But put that aside for a moment. You were talking about China's energy dependence and how it's become kind of like the manufacturer of clean energy around the world. Here in the United States, we're talking about whether or not we're ever going to get back to gas under $5. That's not really how it's going to work, even if the war does and the oil starts flowing right away, is it?
My understanding is that the Californians are already paying $6 a gallon for their gas. No, I mean, even if the war ends tomorrow, even if Iran had accepted the peace proposal, it's going to take months for the energy market to get. But this is the worst energy crisis in history. This is worse than the 90s. And don't forget, it's not just gas. It's everything that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. That includes fertilizers. Yeah. That's why the farmers in Thailand are struggling. They can't get the fertilizer.
Not just gas, not just fertilizer. Gas meaning, products from oil, which includes gasoline, but also we have natural gas.
What color are your eyes? Brown.
We have all sorts of products that are, aluminum smelters have been shut down and may not reopen for many, many months.
I've been told they're a very nice brown.
Problem throughout the world. And again, I think does enormous damage not only to global economies, but to our soft power.
Teehee. Sus. Gus wishes I was blonde and blue-eyed. Jesus, girl. Well, what are you implying there, huh? All right. And now I think this is pretty interesting. But we kind of know about Iceland joining the EU, right? It's heavily aligned with the EU, so it'd be kind of interesting, but I think it has some ways to go, right? We'll see.
Iceland is planning to ask its citizens if they want to join the European Union. A referendum could be put to the people as early as this summer. So, will the island nation become one of the EU's newest members? Hello and welcome to Roundtable. I'm Enta Brady. Now, Iceland's Prime Minister says she will hold a referendum in the coming months on restarting European Union accession talks. Membership negotiations had been put on ice over a decade ago, but a shifting geopolitical landscape has focused minds in the capital, Reykjavik. The country's leader says joining would be an opportunity.
With its unique geology and isolated positioning in the North Atlantic, Iceland seems far from the worries of the world. But recent global tensions are now feeling a lot closer to home. And that's renewed interest in Iceland reviving its abandoned EU accession talks.
In the coming months, we are going to have a referendum on opening up the negotiations, the accession negotiations.
God, this is what happens when you let women into politics. You joined the EU. Disgusting.
For Iceland of possibly joining the EU. We have been active and very good partners through the EEA. This is our biggest trading bloc. But we have a lot of other elements that we can share.
Repeated threats by American President Trump to annex Greenland, which is located between Iceland and the US, have also made the question of EU membership more pressing. During his speech at Davos, Trump repeatedly confused Greenland for Iceland, adding to concerns in Reykjavik.
I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
The country already benefits from some aspects of the EU alliance, having access to its single market and Schengen travel zone, and is also a member of NATO. One issue that could see talks hit the rocks is fishing, which makes up 40% of all of the country's exports. And the EU's common fishery policies requires...
Doubting Josephus just dropped a Tier 1 Gifty sub-bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Josephus, for the gifty sub to D. Maria. D. Marie?
Rare.
Oh, nice. D. Mac Marie. All right, thank you. Thank you, buddy. Can't do it without your support. How do the lights look? Better? I look more lit, right? More lit.
Members to share their waters. But for this small island nation of less than 400,000 people, the changing geopolitical waters mean that might be a price worth paying to avoid being left high and dry.
Well, let's bring in our guests. I'm delighted to say, joining me here in the studio, we have Sigrun Davidsdottir. She is an Icelandic journalist.
I have bright blue eyes, but the downside is I need sunglasses. Yeah, apparently they say people with blue eyes are more sensitive to like light, right? Remember we read something on that here?
In Brussels, we have Varg.
God, Jersey. Stop being so sensitive to light.
Lucas Folkman, who's a policy analyst in the Europe's Political Economy program that's at the European Policy Centre. And in Cartagena in Spain, we have Eirikur Bergman. He is a professor of politics at the Bifrost University in Iceland. You're all very welcome to this roundtable. Sigrun, to you first of all, people in Iceland have been talking about this forever, haven't they? What, 30 years?
Well, you have to keep in mind that we joined the single market in the early 90s. So we already are part of what they call the European Economic Area. So we are already connected. We know about the legislation. We know about what it means to be part of this cooperation. But yes, we are not at the table. And that's what has been discussed on and off. And then the Social Democrats have always had this on their agenda. And when they were in power, 2009 to 2013, they started negotiations. Then there was a government change. That government didn't see any reason to continue. Now the Social Democrats are again in power and they want to start the negotiations. So that's the short story of Icelandic interest in European cooperation.
And how big a story is it now?
Well, I mean, it is a big story for a lot of people.
I think Iceland is going to have to do a few reforms, if I remember correctly. Because they are a little bit too much like us, right? They're kind of lib.
People who...
In other words, right? But I guess, you know, They have like a little bit too, at least traditionally speaking, right? I don't know about the, like, before the crash. They were too, like, they were too friendly for, like, businesses and, like, banking in particular, right? It's what led to them collapsing so hard, right? And then the women took over. I'm not even joking, right? Remember we watched that part in Michael Moore's documentary on it? Oh, Bossy French is gonna like this. I think it's this. Could be wrong here. Gus, compliment Jersey right now or else I'll scream. She clearly hasn't watched enough Gus texts. I'm joking. But am I? Mine are light brown. Who cares? Oh, even better.
I was 7 when the women of Iceland went on strike on October 24th, 1975. They marched into the center of Reykjavik and filled the streets. 90% of women did no work that day. No schools opened.
God, the women gave up.
No kids aid. No buses rode into town. It was impossible to get anything done on that day because when women don't work, nothing works. They changed the impression of the value of women for women and men alike forever because nothing worked in Iceland that day. So they changed the very reality that I grew up with and they changed my view on it forever. And 5 years after this day, we were the first country to democratically elect a female president. She was a single mom. She had a 7-year-old daughter. You cannot help but to think those role models and these women who came before us and think that we owe it to the next generation to empower ourselves and the generations that follow.
I campaigned all over the country and it was absolutely a unique experience. I never slept in a hotel. I slept in children's beds around the country and it was arranged. You knew who in the area would vote for me and I campaigned and finally I was elected. There were hundreds of people outside the house here. My daughter, 7 years old, was standing beside me.
You know, if you take the really long view of
Wow,
history,
I love their outfits.
you
Look
have
at that.
essentially a few thousand years
The
of
knitting.
being just one way.
Beautiful.
Men in charge, men in control, men making the decisions, calling the shots, politically, economically, socially, and personally. Look what's happened in this time since that women's strike in '75, since your election in 1980. How many countries have elected women? I mean, dozens. And that doesn't even count the women elected by parliaments.
All fathers know that the daughter is as clever as the boy, has the same intelligence. All brothers know that the sisters have the same intelligence as they have.
Facts.
I'm very proud that Iceland was the first and set an example.
Right.
And definitely it had a very good effect on our women and girls here at home.
That's
Okay.
exactly how I would have hit it.
That center.
I predict an eagle for this hole. Meet Hafdís, Rangvig, and Margaret. Aside from beating me in a game of golf on a balmy 29-degree day, these women are all CEOs, one of them the former head of their Food and Drug Administration. They're part of a generation of Icelandic women, inspired by the election of President Vigdís.
I think Iceland is the best country to be a female in the world.
There has been a lot of changes the last maybe 20,
15 to 20 years.
Yeah. And
We've gone like that.
Yeah.
We have the same chance as the men.
You do?
Yeah, definitely.
You do feel that in your bones.
Yes,
you feel that.
in your bone. We grow up believing that. I mean, we don't even think about it.
We have a gender quota for the biggest companies.
I'm glad one country feels like that.
So
God.
you have to be either 40%, at least 40% women or 40% men. Because you also have to think about the young men. They need to get on the boards also. So it's a good law for them also.
Right.
Yeah.
So it can't be more than 60% women.
Yeah.
No.
That's true. Yeah.
Research has shown us that, and this is international research, that
That's
once you
called
have
equality,
3 women in
guys.
the boardroom, that's when culture starts changing. Not when you have 1 or 2, because 1 is a token and 2 is a minority. But once you have 3, it all of a sudden changes the group dynamics. It changes how the dialogue is taken, what is discussed, and it's been well shown that that goes beyond.
I had a client from Iceland. I kind of had a crush on her. Or was it Greenland? Probably Iceland.
The balance sheet when you have more women around the table. They start asking more about all stakeholders, and this is what I call a different moral
They're pretty different, even though the names are kind of reversed, right?
and ethical compass. And I think this is extremely valuable today. And I actually don't think you can survive long-term in business without doing this today.
It was clear that where women had power and were true equals, people were simply better off. Yet here in Iceland, I felt that the women had taken this to an even higher level. And while they controlled nearly half the seats on company boards and nearly half the seats in parliament, it did make me wonder, what was it that the men of Iceland still controlled?
When much of the world went into recession last year, no country melted down faster than Iceland.
Yep,
Dragging down
as I said.
3 major banks with it. The only bank to operate in the black is run by women. So, does gender make a difference in the financial world? Here's Sheila McVicker.
Iceland's collapse was the fastest in history, with 85% of the economy wiped out in weeks. There was only one financial institution, Outer Capital in Iceland, that did not lose money for its customers. Founded by 2 women on the investment principle of, if we don't understand it, we're not buying it. There's a lot of talk here about the difference it would have made if more women were on the trading floors.
It's been 99% men that wanted
Facts.
to take risk, wanted speed, wanted individual rewards and excessive rewards.
There's new evidence emerging that some of what happens on trading floors may be partly the result of male hormones. When testosterone levels get too high, traders become overconfident, take too much risk, and the bubble bursts.
Women, they think what's good for the whole, where men more, they think
What's in it for me?
It's a provocative question being debated around the globe. Where would we be if it had been Lehman Sisters?
So do you think any of this would have happened if women had been in charge in 2008?
I thought we had created a world that was on an empty pursuit for more. And I had
when was this taped? 2011?
Was really
that's why we're watching it. I wanted to show you guys again. We watched this whole documentary, so this is just a part of it.
During my MBA education,
God, Jersey, get on top of it, girl.
Getting big, or is this the great big penis competition?
Yeah.
So 30 persons in Iceland has turned the whole economy on this island on its head.
Yes.
30 persons.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes, that is.
That's unfair.
Normally
Yeah.
stoic and proper Icelanders have started protesting.
Right? If 20 to 30 people can basically fuck over your entire economy. Right, guys, think about how unfair that is, right? Like you did everything right as a individual, right? And what ends up happening? You get fucked over because we have that here. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. That's why I'm using this as a comparison, right? Like, guys, don't like. I'm trying to get you guys to open up your minds, right? To be like what happens in these countries, right, or in countries that we look at, it's going to happen here, or has happened here, or will, right? Or is happening here in the present, or wherever you live, right? We're really not that different, right? Like the idea of nation states has created this idea that we're all so different, right? When in reality, we're really not, right? In terms of especially the global economy. Congrats! Holy shit, right? And we talk about like the similarities all the time, right? This is why like it's important to understand and contrast these things. Because, like, yeah, they have a different culture, absolutely, right? But culture can be detangled from a nation state, right? Culture is not intertwined with the nation state. Culture is not intertwined with the people are not intertwined with a nation state. They are now, right? But I'm just saying they don't have to be, right? Fuck the system. Where's Scandinavia, huh? We're talking about his Iceland here.
When the bankers went to court, they went to a real criminal court. And when the judges issued the sentence, they put the bankers away. Far away. Far, 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 really far away. They were being kept as far away from society as possible, where they could do no harm to the people of Iceland.
Anybody who has kids will know that if the kids get away with their crime, chances are they will continue.
Because Iceland didn't bail out their banks and instead prosecuted the bankers and turned much of the financial decision-making over to the women, their economy has completely recovered.
Right.
In fact, it's doing
better. Oh, this was 2016. So it was filmed in 2015, but it was released in 2016, Jersey, just to answer your question again. My bad.
Better than ever.
Why do you think the United States is like this? Why don't we have what you have?
In America, you have the American dream. You have, it's a land of opportunities that everybody will be able to do whatever. But in reality, it isn't like that.
No
Every
shit.
kid should have the same opportunity, the basic opportunity to get education and healthcare. It's not communism. It's just a good society.
Bingo.
You play more solo. I'm taking care of myself and my family, and the rest I don't care about. But we are more like a big group, and we try to take care of each other within that group.
Right. You structure yourself with we in mind, and we structure ourselves with me in mind.
Bingo.
It's the women.
That never works out, right? Like, even when I want to make this perfectly clear, right? I think this is another thing that gets lost. And I've said this before. Culture. All these things are really important, right? Like we were just talking about comic. All these things, right? That bring people together and that create community. All these things are really important. But they don't have to be attached to a nation state, right? Where you grew up, it doesn't have to be attached to a nation state, right? Taking care of one another doesn't have to be attached to a nation state, right? It just goes on and on and on. If the more you start to realize you can decouple a lot of this stuff, right? The more international you'll start to think about stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's women, right?
It's our DNA, yeah.
I'm convinced.
God, women! What the hell, women? It's in your DNA.
It's my conviction. As my belief in women. Capacity and the intelligence of women. If the world can be saved, it will be women that do that. And they do not do it with war. They do it with words. Women, if they are running society, they are looking for peace. They want to save humanity. They want to save their children.
Unfortunately, the nation state is the only thing better than a technate. So unless we got a solution for a fascist technate. Yeah, but this is the problem, right? I think like yesterday too, we were talking about this, right? Right. I think we tend to we tend to like brush aside. Well, it's like, well, what else are we gonna have? Right. And it's like, how about we have international cooperation, right? Nobody ever mentions that. They do, and if they do, they mention it in these like very like pussyfoot ways. No. How about we start actually focusing on people, right? And it's going to be very difficult. I don't blame people for it's very difficult concept to grasp, right? Because we've been raised our entire lives to believe that Canada, the United States, right? Like we repeat these terms and stuff. New Jersey, can you imagine being from New Jersey? New York, Staten Island, Jesus. Can you imagine saying I'm from there? God. If you're from Staten Island, press 1, please.
When the men on earth open up to a women see things and add it to their way of seeing things, then we get a better world.
Well, and I like how it can't be more than 60%, right? Because it's equality should be equality, right? It doesn't mean female superiority. It means equality, right? And that's what they were talking about. Yeah, know your audience, damn right. Yeah, and it's difficult to like understand, right? But I think once you realize like all these things and you try to decouple them, right? Like somebody was saying in chat the other day, but we need nation states because that's like how culture is spread. And it's like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Right? Nation states come and go. Right? Let me give you an example. Cuba 700 years ago did not exist as a nation state. Now it does, right? And it has changed what it means to be Cuban within those 700 years, right? right? And now you could argue, oh, there were Native Americans. That's what I'm saying, right? There was no nation state of Cuba, right? There were people living there, right? And you can attribute this to every place around the world, right? In Mexico, the Aztec Empire, the Mexica people, right? They were an empire. Now it's no longer an empire. It's a nation state called Mexico, right? These things come and go and they change, right? And I just like kind of laugh that we talk about like how people like change in terms of their opinions and even their sex, their gender, right? But we can't change nation states or like what it means to be a part of a nation state, and people have to like cling on to this stuff. Like, no, right? That's why the number of nation states have actually decreased in the past, like, what, 500 years, technically? They sort of decreased sharply under, like, imperialism, and then they went up, and then, right, they're sort of going back down, and now it's going back up a little bit, right? So, yeah, these things change, guys.
If you were to
sounds like blood and soil. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to stop, right? That's really what I'm trying to say. There are different forms of this stuff, right? But like you can still be Canadian and not be a part of the Canadian nation state, right? Or you can still be Cuban and still not be like you can have the culture of the region or of the island or whatever, right? Of Ontario, whatever, and still not be a part of this, right? I think this is really important to understand. Can I suggest an alternative? Sure. A united world government where everybody has equal representation and votes and has a representation, right? And we all help and take care of one another, right? And then, like, you say something like that, right? And you say, yeah, but that's impossible. Yeah, but why? Because people are too selfish. Yeah, but why? Because this leader doesn't... there you go, right? It quickly comes... You go down that rabbit hole and you realize, it's because they don't want to give up power. Right? There you go. Ding, 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 ding. Right?
Americans.
I big up. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, right? Instead of, like, viewing us by continents or by individual boundaries on a map or, right? Like, actually viewing each other as human beings, right? Where we all, like, get like a say in what happens, but like we're all working together as a world, right? You're right. Yeah, that's better than a technique, but that's what I'm trying to say is to most people that's a very vague concept and they don't understand it too well. And like you can still be Cuban, you can still be Canadian, you can still be Bostonian. Imagine that place. Boston? But I don't know, like Boston, it's like, what's worse? Staten Island? Yeah, sorry. There you go. Right? Meanwhile, I got no component or cookie from my 165-day stream streak. You'll get it later, girl.
If you had 2 minutes to say anything you wanted.
God, you're really upset about the cookie, huh? Fine, I'll give you a cookie.
You say. Don't be afraid of hurting our feelings.
No.
We need
Fuck
some
off,
truth.
Americans. You suck a dick.
I wouldn't want to live in the States even though you paid me. Because
There you go.
the society and the way
She doesn't want to live in Staten Island, guys. What a shithole. She's like, wow. And Boston, I guess. Oh, wait, yeah.
that you treat people, the way that you treat your neighbors.
I forgot, Gus. Who is it? I don't know who it is. He's too base for that area, though, apparently.
I would never want to be your neighbor.
Wow.
Never,
I would
ever.
never want to be your neighbor. Look at
Because
that.
you don't treat your fellow Americans the way you should.
Yeah, and this is another thing, right? Like, we treat our fellow citizens like total shit. Imagine somebody living in another state, right? In another country. Like, we treat them like shit. You heard of that woman, right? She's like, just bomb them to oblivion. Right? How about we work on that?
How can you, in a way, come home and feel well if you know there are so many people that can't eat, they're sick, they can't go to the doctors, they can't get any education? How can you
all
come
hate each
home
other?
and feel okay with that?
Exactly.
I couldn't.
100. How dare you, Jersey? He's looking directly at Jersey right now.
That's good. No, that's good. You shouldn't feel okay with that.
The need to be connected to Europe, but obviously because we are part of the EA, we can travel.
Who wouldn't stare into my beautiful brown eyes? Yeah.
And do business. We are, as I say, we are part of the single market, and that has meant a lot to Iceland. So the question is, should we go further? Should we be, as people say, at the table?
Well, let's put that question to your compatriot, Eric Kaur. Should Iceland go further and be at the table permanently?
Well, as a good scholar, that's not for me to
More
say.
of
That's
this.
for the politicians.
Damn right, Living Lily. Love it.
To decide on. But Iceland has remained undecided, as Sigrun said, on the EU question for a very, very long time. And there are historical reasons for that. If you really want to understand Iceland's position vis-a-vis the European integration process, you also have to understand its sort of sense of nationhood, independence and sovereignty. Iceland became a fully independent state at the end of the Second World War, which is the same point in history where the European integration process is being launched. And at the time, Icelanders did not want to join up with foreign authority. And ever since, it's been very difficult to Iceland to become a part of a supranational institution. So that's the kind of forces that pull Iceland, if you will, away from...
If you see who is the most against the supranatural or national, sorry, natural. Damn. Sorry, guys. I got no sleep last night. Supranational, right? Entities, meaning like the EU. The the people who are always the most against it are the most patriotic, diehard people who need to cling to their fucking identity through a state, right? Through a nation state, right? There's a reason for it, right? Look at the people who are the most against EU integration, right? I don't even think the EU is perfect, right? It has a lot of flaws, but the people who are the most against it, right? What's their argument? We lose ourselves. Our culture becomes, right? We lose our independence. And listen, like the EU is not exactly the best entity in terms of it could be better in terms of how it's managed and the way like the votes happen and stuff. But it's always one side that is really against the cooperation part. And do you always wonder why? It's always the more conservative side. I wonder.
From Europe, but at the same time, Iceland is a fully functioning modern society and has the same need as everybody else in Europe to belong to the internal market, catering for free travel, vis-a-vis Schengen, for example, and the European Economic Area Agreement, which was founded in 1994, is like almost tailor-made to these two opposite needs. Two forces pulling Iceland in the opposite direction. But there have always been sort of factions within Iceland that want to take the step fully into the European Union, and that's where we sort of enter into partisan politics in Iceland, and now that shift has made that pro-EU parties are now in government. And then the security situation after Donald Trump coming to power adds a different layer to and different context to that debate. But this decision of opening up to a referendum was actually decided prior to the second term of Donald Trump.
Thank you. Varg, to you. So what are the benefits here for the people of Iceland? I mean, they seem to have the best of both worlds, really, don't they, right now?
Well, there are definitely benefits to being a part of the single market, but not being a full EU member. Some would say that you maintain some of your sovereignty, you're able to make some of your own political decisions or decide on areas, not taking into consideration what other EU members would say. This is the same debate or the same arguments being made in Norway, for instance, about whether to become a member or not. But we know there are loads of reasons to join. There are definite benefits to being inside as well. We've just seen last year that Iceland ended up on the outside when the European Union imposed trade measures against ferroalloys, which is part of the steel value chain. It hit Iceland, it hit Norway, just because both of these countries aren't a part of the European Customs Union. So there are benefits to being on the inside, and especially now with the European Union moving very quickly in directions it hasn't done before, security, on trade, and on other topics. It's definitely a risk of falling behind if you're not a EU member, even if you are part of the internal market.
Thank you, Varg. Sigrun, to you, we don't get very far in Roundtable before someone mentions Donald Trump, so we might as well talk about him now. Those comments about Greenland and all of that aggression towards Greenland, how much did that sharpen minds in Iceland?
Well, not only did he talk about Greenland, he actually mentioned Iceland, and the feeling was he actually misspoke, but who knows? Yes, that's been extremely unsettling for Iceland. I mean, you can't really overstate the impact it had, and clearly very, very worrying. And there is no doubt that, we can see that Zelensky in Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, is putting a great emphasis on joining the EU. So the EU definitely has a defense dimension, which is very important. We have obviously seen after the Iran war started that EU is trying to figure out what to do, and you know, people say, well, you know, they take their time. But yes, the European Union is made for cooperation, not for crisis. And Iceland definitely feels very strongly to be part of that part of the world. So we absolutely identify with Europe. There has always been good relationship with the U.S. So with Donald Trump in the White House, Icelanders are just as shocked as everyone else is at the disdain that Europe is being shown.
Some people felt it was a slip of the tongue, but he said it more than once. He was talking about Greenland, but he kept saying Iceland, three times.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, as with him, you never get any further explanations, but he definitely talked about Iceland and Greenland in the same sentences. Very, very worrying and very uncomfortable for Iceland, for sure.
Ira Kaur, just come in on Trump's comments then. Do you think
he doesn't know
really
where to invade?
He is pushing Iceland towards Europe and European Union membership with all of his comments and people in Iceland just feeling under threat?
I mean, he mixes them two up all the time,
at
right?
least he is not pushing Icelanders away from the European Union. That's for sure. The security aspect has never been a part of the debate on whether Iceland should join the European Union or not. It has always revolved around economy, independence, and mainly around fisheries, and then the benefits of the euro. These are kinds of the topics that we are used to when it comes to the European Union question. Now there is a new dimension, which is the security aspect. Iceland has a bilateral defense agreement. In addition to its NATO membership, it has a bilateral defense agreement from 1951 with the United States. And Icelanders have grown accustomed to believing that our security is catered for within that agreement. Now you have a president in Washington that might or might not honor such an agreement, which means that it's actually pretty worthless when it's up to a single person to decide whether to honor such an agreement or not. And therefore, security has become part of the question about the European Union. The EU is very fast sort of developing closer cooperation on the security front, and it's becoming a security union in addition to its economic cooperation. And that by itself just creates a different sort of framework around discussions in Iceland. I wouldn't say that we are very far along on that debate, but the momentum around the security aspects and the European Union are increasing. And actually, all of the arguments put forth by the American president for the need to acquire Greenland equally apply in sort of geopolitical terms to Iceland as equally to Greenland. So there is no sort of geostrategical difference in the position of Iceland and Greenland in that regard, and that makes many people in Iceland unwary. And yes, sort of pushes them into the arms of Brussels, if you like.
Thank you. Farg, to you, just talking about European...
Thank you, Gus. I gotta go. Bye. Chat, hope you have a decent night, day. Gus X Wave. Of course, Posse French. Thank you so much for stopping by. See you soon.
Union rules. Iceland is renowned for its fishing industry. Presumably, if Iceland says yes and joins the European Union, that means Icelandic waters would have to be opened up to other fishing fleets from other countries in the EU, like Ireland, Spain, the French. Everyone could travel north and actually go into Icelandic waters. Is that correct?
To some degree, but of course we know that there are room to negotiate quotas as well, and I think the Icelandic...
Well, yeah, you don't want to like overfish your what you have, right? So
Prime Minister has been very clear that there would have to be exception made for some Icelandic Icelandic interests if they are to join the European Union as well. But definitely fisheries has been a sticking point between the European Union and Iceland for a long time, as it has been with the European Union and Norway. And it has been one of the main things that has been argued over in the EEA relationship in general, even though it's not a part of the EEA relationship itself. So, of course, this would become a sticking point in any negotiations that would take part between the EU and Iceland, and would be one of the harder hurdles to overcome.
Thank you, Varg. Sigrun, to you.
Can I weigh in on this?
Yes, of course you can. Yeah, Eiríkur, come in.
Something to say about this.
I just to say that, I mean, the biggest stumbling block is fisheries, obviously. And I know actually for a certain from studying Icelandic opinions around the EU that without a complete agreement on fishery, EU negotiations are a non-starter for Iceland. No government would put a treaty to a referendum in Iceland that does not guarantee full control of Icelanders over its fishing waters. That would be an absolute suicide.
So hang on, Eiríkur, hang on. I'm Irish. We joined the European Union. Everyone was allowed to come fish in Irish waters. Yep. So why should Iceland be any different?
No.
Because Iceland's economy survives on fisheries. It's
okay. See what I mean? Because we're special.
It's the
selfish. Yes, exactly. See what I mean? Ding, 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 ding. You nailed it, Josephus.
I mean, it's the single sector that Iceland's economy is pretty much raised on. And there have been several scenarios written up over the years and decades now how this could be accommodated. I actually remember.
Right, and this phenomenon you see, this is what I've realized, right? You don't see it in just democratic countries. You see it in every nation all around the world, right? Whenever they try to do anything like this cooperatively, right? They will pull some bullshit like this out of their ass. Out of that New Jersey. That's right. New Jersey is now ass, guys.
When I myself was working on the other side for the European Commission in this delegation in Oslo, which served Iceland as well for a quarter of a century ago, when the European Commission actually wrote up itself a solution which would entail changing the common fishery policy of the European Union to create a special administrative zone around the Icelandic fishing waters, which would be under the control of Icelanders solely. And that is because Iceland doesn't really share fishing stocks with the European Union. And that's, for example, a vital difference between Iceland and Ireland, to take one example. But I know that for a fact that a government in Iceland would be thrown out of office if it would bring back a treaty asking Icelanders to compromise on fisheries.
I want Sigrun to come in on this. Sigrun, give me your thoughts then.
Annie has her ass in my neck right now. What a wonderful picture.
Well, all Icelanders want to talk about fisheries and the EU, but yes. So it's worth keeping in mind that, first of all, when there were the talks in 2009 to 2013, they actually didn't reach the fisheries. They hadn't finished that part. Yeah. I think agriculture will be no less a difficult thing. I mean, we have sort of, let's say, Arctic agriculture, so that will also be a sore topic. But in terms of the fisheries, we have to keep in mind that Iceland is far away. It doesn't share territorial waters with any other country. That's very different from the other EU countries. But it's clear that, fishermen in France, fishermen in Spain and Portugal, I mean, they will have strong opinion on this. And I agree with what Varg was saying. I mean, EU will not give any, there will be no
special rules.
There will be no exemptions, I think. On the other hand, EU is known for being
this accent,
very clever in being flexible, and I'm sure that will happen. If Iceland joins, people say, well, we are very small, we can't, although we are at the table theoretically and everything, we have to focus on things. And I actually think Iceland, with its fisheries, the deep knowledge and understanding of fisheries, I think Iceland could become a real powerhouse for fisheries in the EU, because we absolutely have that knowledge and understanding. So,
well, that's what you need to understand, right? Is the reason we're not able to do this stuff together, right? And this is even a problem, is because people rely on this as their sole livelihood, right? Maybe not have this be the only thing people in Iceland can rely on, right? You need to, that's the whole point of economic cooperation, right? There becomes more and more integration, and more opportunities open up. So people don't necessarily have to just be fishermen, right? You'll still have that, but they don't have to be, right? And this is where a lot of people think very selfishly, right? So
I wouldn't be too worried. About the fisheries. It's completely true what Eiríkur was saying, that no Icelandic government will be able to go in and sort of trade any of that away.
Points.
But you can have quota exchanges. You can do a lot of things. Absolute compromises are absolutely clear. But as I say, agriculture will also be quite tricky.
Thank you. Barg, give us an idea of the time scale we're looking at here. If Iceland pushes ahead with a referendum in the summer, how long does accession take?
If there's willingness on both sides, and if the Icelandic government gets a go-ahead from the Icelandic population, things could move quickly, since Iceland is already integrated in most areas within the European Union already through the EEA agreement. So it's more or less just some areas left outside that would have to be dealt with to bring it inside.
Eiríkur, talk to me about the polling. So the latest poll I see has yes, 45% in favour of joining European Union. 35% of Icelanders are against. Is that how you see it playing out, that just roughly 10% and then you've got a chunk of people undecided?
No, it's actually closer than that. Most opinion polls indicate when you ask the question of whether Icelanders want to join the European Union, you get about 50-50 response out of that. You get a higher percentage on the yes side when you ask whether Iceland should apply to resume negotiations, and then there is a slightly higher percentage that will accept that, and sort of reserving a right to refuse a treaty. And a second referendum will be held on any treaty that will be reached. So it's going
to be a process.
Is more split than these numbers you mentioned indicate. But then again, that said, support for EU membership also fluctuates a lot in Iceland. It's not a sort of an firm position that people hold. There have been opinion polls indicating that 90% of Icelanders want to apply for EU membership, and then there have been other times when the 90% of the population absolutely refuses the possibility of joining the EU, and everything in between. But the latest opinion polls indicate that you have three equally big groups. One is against membership, 1/3 is for membership, and then 1/3 is undecided. And it's to those that the politicians will be sort of speaking to.
Thank you. Sigrun, so which of these camps are you in? Yes, no, or undecided?
Well, I've been a journalist, so I I would say that I'm not kind of.
I've put you on the spot here.
Yeah, you put me on the spot.
In or out?
Well, I definitely think that the membership of the single market has been a great benefit. Where does Iceland belong in the world? In Europe. So the question is, how close do we want to be? And in terms of when this could happen, it's obviously very interesting to see what is happening in negotiations in the EU. I mean, Ukraine is obviously a big factor of all of this, where they are talking about, reverse enlargement, where they basically say, you are going to join, you will get, limited access, and then, we will do this in time. This is very interesting for Iceland, and there is no doubt that, this is what Iceland is also kind of wondering. But first, we have to kind of decide, are we going to continue the negotiation? But they are already continuing. I mean, Iceland is well represented in Brussels, and there is definitely a great interest in continuing.
Thank you. Farg, if this happens, how do you think this news will be received in countries like, say, Norway, for example?
Can you imagine your name being Farg? That's awesome.
Who, again, have a lot of the benefits of Europe but are not in the European Union.
FargX Broadcast, guys. That's my new name.
Do people in Brussels see this as a step towards, Iceland becoming country number 28, and then a couple of years down the line, Norway joins?
In Norway, polling has shown a fairly stable majority for staying outside of the European Union for decades now. I personally doubt that this would make much of a shift, since it most likely would not change that much in the arrangement that Norway already has with the European Union. We know that the European Commission is not interested in renegotiating any agreement with Norway or Iceland or anyone else that isn't a a step towards full membership. So I think a lot of people in both Brussels and Norway and Oslo would be watching Reykjavik very closely if they were to enter the European Union to see what their experiences are, specifically on fisheries and on agriculture, which is also one of the large issues in Norway when it comes to the European Union. But in the short term, I doubt it would have that much of an impact.
We'll keep across it. Final point to you, Eiríkur. Just looking at everything that's likely to happen in Reykjavik and beyond in the next few months, do you see yourselves in the European Union in 2027?
Well, it's been an endless discussion on the EU questions since I started my professional life. This question is always coming up again and again, so I'm not going to hold my breath. But it seems more serious this time than in many other sort of rounds of debates on the European Union, and the EU also seems more sort of eager and more willing to receive Iceland. And one sort of interesting fact around that is that Iceland would be the first net contributor to the EU to join in more than 3 decades if Iceland would accede to the EU, and that would be a change for the EU.
Thank you. Very, very positive point to end this roundtable on. Eiríkur, thank you.
Interesting. Okay. And then hantavirus.
Let's bring in Anne Ramon.
I'm a haunt you.
Professor of epidemiology at the UCLA Fielding School of Public Health. So welcome to Anne. And as we have been reporting, American passengers will be heading to a quarantine facility in Nebraska, but the health officials say they may not be facing a mandatory quarantine, just monitoring about 42 days. Can you explain the justification behind a decision like this? Is it safe?
Well, thanks for having me, Alex. And I think what's happening right now is that those passengers are going to get to Nebraska, which is this national quarantine unit, which has really been built specifically for this purpose, to be able to quarantine and isolate people who've been exposed to an important pathogen like this and be able to provide care. They're going to do a risk assessment. That's what we've heard. That's very, very important because not everybody is going to have the exact same risk.
I'm going to take Varg-Tex as a precaution.
Varg.
I love that name.
Varg. And then they will work with them to figure out, well, can they effectively quarantine at home? Do they have all of the logistics?
I remember this lady because I built I like her built-in shelving unit. Oh.
To be able to do so.
This lady again? Yeah, they use her a lot, I've noticed,
They
huh?
live in a multi-generational
MS Now brings in some of the same people sometimes, right?
household. Are they responsible for care?
I mean,
for
they
other
all do
people?
that,
How
but
exactly is this going to work? So the likely scenario is that they're going to work out those details, do a risk-based strategy, and then determine what's possible for that person based on that, knowing that we do have the capacity to quarantine them at this place if needed.
So right now, countries are racing to monitor people who were previously on that ship or in contact with sick passengers. What does it look like to monitor such a large volume of people? I mean, how long could this process last?
Well, we've seen monitoring of people exposed to dangerous pathogens before. We've seen this with Ebola. We've seen this certainly with COVID-19. We've seen it with many pathogens before. So this is a standard public health protocol to do so. People check in daily with their local public health authorities to in terms of symptoms and fever, other things that they're looking for specifically as it relates to hantavirus. And it's over the period of incubation from the time that they're exposed to the time when symptoms would potentially occur. And so that here is around 42 days. And so that's what's going to happen during this time period until they're out of the clear.
So the World Health Organization, as you know, is predicting a limited spread of the virus if public health measures are enacted. But first of all, how limited is limited? Is it any cause to worry?
How limited?
Well, I think it's important here to remember that this is not, just binary. It's not, is this
I only watch Fox News because of their diversity. Damn, same here, girl.
When is it not serious?
Yeah, you are on the same
serious
page.
Doesn't always mean pandemic.
We're like this. Peas in a pod.
Correct.
I do the same
so
thing.
This is a very serious disease. It's deadly. And we know that it is spread person to person. We've had the big organization, the International Hantavirus Society.
Aren't they very limited? Yeah, that's the joke, man.
It's always important to ask the people who know, who've been working on this virus
They're
for a
so
long time.
biased.
And we do know that it can spread from person to person, that, there is some incubation period, and, that spread from person to person can happen, mostly with close contact, but defining that close contact is going to be critical. We can absolutely contain this thing. We know that there's a long incubation period that actually works in our favor because these people have mostly been contained on a ship. We know most of the flight manifests. We know how to get in touch with people who've been closely associated. So I think risk to the public is low. Risk to those people who've been directly in contact.
Their only black female anchor has a show called Outnumbered, right? Ironic, isn't it?
And frankly, multiple officials and medical experts have cautioned against panicking. They're assuring people this is not another COVID pandemic. Take a listen.
Sure.
The key message I want to send to your audience is that this is not COVID. This is not going to lead to the kind of outbreak.
I do understand that this is not a respiratory disease, meaning it's very difficult, if impossible, to pass through coughing or breathing. It's very rare to see it transmitted between humans.
And so far, people in several countries are being tested.
Okay. That doesn't mean you can't.
Golden, uncommon.
Nice. That's the second one this stream. Congrats. Caught a golden dimensional lunchbox crab from the treasure side of the lake. The chat economy trembles.
Tested or monitored after possibly being in contact with that virus. So the French prime minister has just said one of the 5 French passengers showed symptoms during a repatriation flight. So How different is this than COVID? And is there an advantage to knowing how to identify hantavirus at this early stage compared to, say, the early days of COVID when it was virtually unknown?
Well, Alex, you hit on the most important point here. When we dealt with COVID, we had a completely novel pathogen, something we'd never seen before. We didn't have diagnostics. We didn't really know anything about incubation period. We didn't know anything about symptoms. We didn't really understand how it spread. So we started
Fucking
from
junk
zero.
again.
This is not the case. We know something about this pathogen.
Damn
Can
right.
we learn more? Absolutely.
Kiss
but do we
my
have
ass
the tools to
plug.
be able to contain it and get in front of it? Yes, we do. So I think that, again, it's all of the tools that we have at it to keep it contained.
All right. I thank you, Anne Ramoyne, for your expertise and weighing in and calming down anybody who might be a little concerned. Appreciate all that.
Oh, it disconnected? Shit. Twitch has been bad. I love it. Confirmed. I was right. Oh my god, I love it, guys.
All right, Carney.
Epic!
Ooh. Damn. A dragonfish. Damn, those look so cool. They look kind of creepy. Holy shit. Everyone want to see what a dragonfish looks like? They're just blind, guys. They grew up in a different environment. That's why they look scary. So don't be too scared, right? I'll show you what a dragonfish looks like. There you go. That's a dragonfish, guys. Holy shit. Oh, they have like a little, like appendage, or what is this? Like a... Interesting. Wow, their eyes glow. Holy shit. Oh, hell no! God, guys. Look at this. This is on Instagram. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, they look eerie. Very, very, I am gonna spend time with my mother. Coming soon. With that, guys, I gotta go spend time with my mother, and get food ready. I will see everyone tomorrow. Be there. What the hell is this fish? Might have to...
Rare.
Oh, is this it? That's not... Wait, this is a dragonfish. Oh, shit. I guess there's two kinds of fish that look like a dragonfish. Wow. Wow. So that's a dragonfish. Yeah. I would say that's behave and be. Yep. Oh, I will. I always do. Tee hee hee hee. Thanks for the stream, Gus. All right. Have fun spending time with your money. Mummy. Yeah, I will. Thank you so much, guys. I will be back tomorrow. Take care. Stay tuned for the credits. Bye. I blame Jersey.
Rare.
You were in a cult. I am not in a cult.
Tell your dad I said sup. Sure. He'll be like, huh?